So, we should be ready to get into it right now. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I am of course Healingstat, and I'm joined by the wonderful Supatease and Dilly for the European Spring Finals. This is going to be day one, of course, of our main event. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing really good, Adrian. Saw two teams advance to the qualifier bracket yesterday, and I'm curious to see how they perform against the main teams, obviously seeded with higher current ratings, so expect really high level play from the tournament today, and I'm hoping that these upcoming players can show us something good.
Yeah, pretty much the same here. I believe we have it even in the first round. It's the Boomkin demo that's just qualified in, correct? I believe it was. God,
Yes, we had our RMP and our Boomkin demo, yes, from yesterday.
Yeah.
But yes, okay. Well, let's have a little look over at those brackets then, since of course, as you were saying, we do have our completed 8 teams now. Actually, one of them is going to compete in our first game of the day. Of course, we saw Eddie Murphy's fan club playing yesterday. That was Abolished's team, like you were touching on, that Moonkin Demonology Warlock Restoration Shaman, and they're going to be going up against Sleep at 10, who is our number 1 seed for today. And they actually played in the the GCD from a couple of months ago, I think. So that's going to be the team of Procket, what's their Moonkin called? Oh god, Corky. Corky Bucket and SSJ Borak, of course. And I think they also have Rungu on their team this time around, so that's going to be quite a strong roster. And then, of course, we have the series that I'm really looking forward to, which is Northern Gaming against ABC, since, of course, that was the final from last month. Is there anything, I mean, you joined us yesterday, so is there anything here that really catches your eye for today?
I'm going to be going with the Eddie Murphy fan club.
I think yeah, you're a big fan of them yesterday.
They've been practicing a lot. I was watching Abolished his stream earlier today, so I think they're ready to show us what for, and make a lot of these well-known teams kind of struggle for their wins.
Awesome.
Yeah, definitely. From what I watched, they were performing pretty well. I think was it the fourth on Corky's team? Someone said it was a DK, so I don't know, maybe having DK Boomkin or something like that. I'm not sure how that would do.
I can't remember who their fourth was last event. I don't think they had the same fourth, but yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that comes out. And of course, we saw Abolished team yesterday do so fantastically well in the qualifier cup. And I mean, they weren't the number 1 seed going into that, but they just beat everyone kind of convincingly, right? Of course, that comp is quite meta right now.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a meta comp. But I mean, that's obviously how you're going to play in tournaments. You want to play best possible comp, have good people, and just do your best.
Yep, for sure. And so one other thing I did want to touch on before we get into the actual games, which will be very, very shortly, is of course our Match Arena page. You can see our bar in the top right now. That's going to be tracking the donations which head towards the prize pool for this event, and we can have a little look over right now. And one thing I would ask anyone to do, if you would please, is just sign in on the page as so. And then you can go over to the donate button and type in the code GCDTV3. Of course, Match Arena are going to be our sponsors for this event, as they have been for many, many others. And just by typing in this code, you will donate $1 for free. Obviously, I've already done it, so I cannot do it again. You donate $1 for free as courtesy of Match Arena, but that is not going to be a big thing for us right now, since we are immediately ready to get into the game. Nagrand Arena is going to be the first map for our number 1 versus number 8 seed. So take it away, guys.
Oh, what do you think about this matchup, Sid? I know that this healer, I think he plays Holy Pally and Resto Druid from what I heard, so why do you think they whipped out that Holy Paladin pick over the Resto Druid?
I mean, it's a lot of upfront healing with the Avenging Crusader talent. It's probably one of the strongest healing talents against spread pressure from like a Boomkin or a Warlock. I think Holy Paladin's probably his main, so he wants to start the series off with his best, most practiced spec, and then if that doesn't work, then he might try something different. I still feel like Resto Druid might struggle more than Holy Paladin. I actually think it's smart for him to play it. He already has double D curse on his team anyway. Triple D curse might just be overkill.
Yeah, you know, I think you're probably right on that, because I mean, to me, it also seems like they also would have a little bit more offensive pressure just having the Holy Paladin on the team, just by having the Hodges that he can use too. So I mean, when you have the double Resto Druid, like the clone isn't going to be too useful. Like you have 2 Druids casting clone at the same time, but I mean, it's still the same DR.
Alright, so the match has started. This game is most likely going to be quite a long dampening one. Outside of a couple full moon crits, there might not be a lot of excitement. We can see the Ellie Shaman getting bursted down fairly hard right now, down to 20%, trying to get out of line of sight. Avigad leading the charge with his Celestial Alignment, just decimating Sleep at 10. Borogue struggling, pops the Avenging Crusader to reverse the pressure. As long as he's connecting to a target with those wings, he's going to heal his team back up to full. Looks like he's chasing down Abolished. Might even be looking for a Hodge. He does go for the Hodge onto Abolished as they switch the pressure to Avigad, bursting down to half. They Cyclone out of the Hodge. Good CC chain between Corki and Borogue so far, but they managed to break up the CC chain with the Grounding Totem, and now Avigad will be all right with that Earthen Shield Totem.
Yeah, I actually like how they went for that setup there. So if you noticed that Haunted EU, he basically held his Celestial Alignment until that window where they let their team first of Eddie Murphy fan club, and then right after that, when they do get that Hodge into clone, that's when he started popping his Celestial Alignment, and he used it more of like a single target. Like he lined up the full moon and had his Elemental Shaman Earthshock him at the same time, most likely maybe so he couldn't, line of sight that full moon coming on him. But I think they were just really going for that lineup burst onto the Boomkin to get a kill instead of probably going for that same rod style that the Boomkin Demo might go for. So I think that was an interesting strategy from them.
Definitely, yeah, the Ellie Boomkin is a lot more burst-based, and the Warlock Boomkin is a lot more spread pressure-based, so those Earthshock Hodge combos with full moons are what we're looking for from Sleep at 10. Avigad getting thunderstormed on his Cyclone. Looks like a full fear was secured on Borogue, but Avigad is the one who's in trouble. Down below half, Abolish spamming out the heals. Markskin has been forced. Abolish saves him for now. A full moon being keyed up by Corki. That's going to land on Avigad, but he was in bear form ready for it. That reduced a lot of the magic damage with the Celestial Guardian talent, so he's perfectly fine to sit through that full moon. Celestial Alignment coming up in a minute for Avigad, so he's going to be looking to set something up in about a minute. Solar Beam over onto Fitty. Not really stopping too much.
Oh, they're going so offensive, and they're swapping onto Abolished. They have a full Hodge on him, but I don't think they have anything out. I think he still has a Solar Beam available, but still getting Abolished super low here, just forcing him to heal. They actually have the Shear on him, I believe, and now he's at 40%, and they're actually swapping the pressure onto Avigad, using Earthshocks onto Abolished. The spread pressure actually is pretty high for Sleep at 10 right now.
Abolish, completely negating it with his Ascendance. They didn't manage to crowd control it at all. Now pairing it up with the Innervate means he's going to get free healing. He needs to be careful not to get purged on it. It looks like he managed to sit through it. Avigad, though, still getting bursted down to 30. Abolish trying to ground the incoming Hodge. Borogue doesn't fall for that Grounding Totem, lands the stun, and now Abolish is in trouble, followed by the Earthshock stun. But at the same time, the Ellie Shaman is down at 30%. Avigad counter-pressuring him. He's trying to heal himself back up as Borogue gets Cyclone down at 20%, trying to get out of line of sight, spamming those healing surges. The swelling waves really saving him there. Now Avigad getting reversed down below half, gets Cycloned at low HP. Earthshock stun on Abolished. They're going to try and line up any CC out of it. Doesn't look like they have any available. Abolished is out of line of sight. Corki lining up a full moon there. Full moon doesn't manage to connect. It was interrupted, I believe. Abolished, though, is still dangerously low. Hodge has to be available for Borogue. They're going to go for the bash, and Abolished is going to get bursted down. Sleep at 10, claim victory with a heavy-handed burst. Eddie Murphy fan club look like they're in trouble.
Yeah, I actually really liked how Corki's team played this. So what they were doing is initially they're trying to set up the CC chains onto the rest of Shaman, kind of get the Boomkin in this position where he's low. And like after that point, they're just trying to put all this pressure onto Abolish too. So they're just like kind of swapping back and forth, and it makes it just so hard for the rest of Shaman to top.
Is that damage scoreboard accurate?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's because he's going.
Team combined.
He's going up against the Demo lock, right? So there's a lot of that's got to be on the imps, but still incredible damage coming out of Hodded EU. Of course, that is Corki on that Moonkin. That's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so a good portion of that has to be on the Starfall, the Starfall on the pets, because I mean the other Boomkin Starfall isn't going to be padding anywhere near as hard when it's just another Boomkin, Shaman, and Palia. It's only 3 targets, but then you have a Demo like that has 1 million targets, and you're going to get some crazy numbers. But Jesus, they definitely put in so much work there.
Yeah,
I actually really like their strategy. They seem very well prepared for that matchup.
Yeah, that's something that I've seen as well. Like elementals can be really disruptive to resto shamans, even though they have those the cleaning waters or cleansing waters, whatever it's called, where they get interrupted and they can keep casting pretty much afterwards. It's still like they have so many disruptive little stuns and knocks and all these things. It's like really annoying to be Abolished in that situation. Exactly. Then he has a Pally clubbing him as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like Shamans don't really have that like super high burst healing that they used to have in the past, because I believe the templates give them lower mastery, so it's not as effective as it once was, where a Shaman gets 1 heal and he tops someone off. So when you keep a Shaman behind like that as an LE Shaman, it's really hard for him to just keep both his teammates alive, because when they're just constantly swapping back and forth between Abolished and onto his Boomkin, like again, we saw they get abolished into a CC chain, the Boomkin's low, then they clone the Boomkin low when he's in bear form, and then they start swapping to abolish, and he can just barely get these casts off, and even when he does get a cast onto someone, the other person's still low, and the cycle just keeps repeating, and they eventually just got a kill doing that. So, I really enjoyed their strategy in that matchup.
So what do you think that Abolish's team, the Eddie Murphy fan club, have to do? Because they look pretty okay at points in this game. Like, how do they bring this series back?
I think the thing they have to do is, obviously, now they know how, Corky's team is going to play. They're going to be going for these setups, so when they maybe see these opportunities where a clone low is going to happen, they have to try to probably be more aware and split this up. I think that if they are really conscious about the windows that they have to set up onto them, if they can focus really hard on peeling them, it might work out better for them. Because I think in a longer game, the Demo Boomkin they're probably going to win. Just eventually the spread pressure will probably be too hard for the Paladin to heal through in higher dampening, but they have to just make sure they can get to that point where they just break up all those setups and eventually let themselves get to that stage.
Yep, for sure. All right, it looks like Tolvaron Arena is going to be the map choice for the Eddie Murphy fan club. I guess that's not overly surprising since they were tunneling down the healer just a little bit in that last game. This is worth noting, guys, that, of course, the names aren't actually the accurate ones, but I think we should just keep calling them by the character names because it makes it way easier for people. And we can actually see the comp swap Rungu coming in on that elemental as well for the side of Eddie Murphy fan club. But of course, this team, the Sleep at 10, is actually the number one on the EU ladder right now. Hodded EU, which is Corky on the Moonkin, is 3,150 odd rating, which is actually number one on the ladder. So that's these guys are incredibly high rated, and I think they run this comp on the ladder as well. But yes.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be pretty successful. Well, okay, so they swapped to the Demo Ellie Resta Shaman, so maybe they felt that being extra disruptive would be more important than having the Boomkin for AoE on their team. I guess
Ellie Shaman is actually really good into balanced druid because you can play 40 yards away and never stand in Starfall and basically self-sustain yourself with healing. Right. So I don't actually think it's a bad idea that they swapped off for an Ellie Shaman to try and counteract the Moonkin on the opposite side. Let's see how it performs. They got a Fear on Bow Rogue. They're starting damage onto Spec Bomb. Spec Bomb already line of sighting. Rungo actually leaping in, wind shearing his heal, trying to burst him down, but he's getting clotheslined. Here, he thunderstorms him away, but he's still getting destroyed. Forced to pop the Astral Shift. Dangerously low on health. Abolish picks him back up with a nice Spirit Walker's heal. But how did you moving in for the bash? Might even look for a Cyclone. Tries to go for it. Fakes one wind shear. Then goes for the Full Moon instead. Urshock's done and Abolished is struggling.
Yeah, they get these full clones on him. The pressure that Sleep at 10 here, it seems so high. Like on paper, I felt like Eddie Murphy fan club's comp would actually be good in this matchup, but it seems like they're just getting destroyed even harder than the last game. But now they're swapping onto Hottie, getting him at 20% HP, topped himself off with that renewal, so he's going to be safe. But I think that now Eddie Murphy fan club, they had their window to go offensive, and they're just so behind now because now there's that full Hodge. Abolish is sitting in that, and now Rungo's low. There's a Solar Beam, and you're just going to go down before you can even get that link off. That
was a dominating game, to say the least.
Yeah, I expected like these matchups to go a lot longer, especially because you have two comps that are generally considered to be more of a dampening playstyle. But it seems like this Boomkin Ellie, they're so focused on knowing when to get these like burst kill windows, and they're just playing for these really strong setups. And it seems like it's so hard for Abolish's team to get ahead. I felt that having that extra Shaman would maybe help with the off healing because, like we said, the first game, Shaman was getting disrupted so much, but it didn't even seem to matter that much.
Interestingly, Rungu actually did the same damage as the other Ellie, but if you look at Corky or how did he use damage, despite the fact, I guess they still have the imps from the Demon Lock, but he's still doing absolutely insane damage. That game is like 1 minute long and he did almost 20 million.
Yeah, he definitely seems like a monster. For what I've heard and seen, that he's widely considered the best Boomkin on Europe. Yeah, definitely watching this guy, he's actually insanely good. It's pretty crazy to watch him.
Alright, so they've tried something else now. Of course, it's 2-0. This is one of the other things as well, right? That yesterday we saw the Eddie Murphy fan club, Abolish's team here. They absolutely destroyed the qualifier bracket. They looked unbeatable, even in matchups where I thought perhaps it would be a little bit of a struggle for them, such as the Rogue Warrior trying to swap over to Abolish. Like, they just reacted so nicely to it every single time. But now they're going up immediately against the #1 seed from the whole tournament, and it's already 2-0 very quickly. That's got to be quite off-putting for them. What do you think do you think they go back to their first comp, perhaps? I think it was a better game, really.
Yeah, I think they had a better game with their first combo. I think maybe they second guessed themselves and thought that maybe going the double shaman would be better. But I think they probably could have been okay with what they had initially. I think they just have to, like I was saying earlier, just play around, breaking up more setups. It just seems like it feels like Corey's team pretty much, they've probably played this kind of matchup into plenty of other teams and seem very well practiced. And maybe they just haven't, played against Gorky's team as much. So it just feels like, what's the word I'm looking for?
It seems kind of rough for them, for sure.
Yeah, it definitely seems very rough for them. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not too sure like what you really do in this situation, because this is a really demoralizing situation to be in, right? You've gone in from the qualifier bracket and you've done very well for yourself and you've stumped other teams, and then you fight the first seed team and they just, I mean, they're definitely having a one-sided series at this point. So to turn that around, it's going to be pretty difficult mentally, I feel like.
Yep. Well, anyways, we'll have to see what they come up with, of course. They do have the map choice right now. The format is as standard. I'm sure I don't need to explain it to the majority of people, but of course the losing team does get the map choice as well as the composition advantage in the following game. So Eddie Murphy fan club at least have that going for them. They can kind of reconsider here what they want to change up. One thing I did want to touch on, guys, of course, we're actually having a little issue with our Streamlabs right now. So any subscriptions and stuff, you might have noticed this yesterday as well, that we couldn't shout them out unless I catch them in chat, so I'm really sorry about that, but like we can't see it right now. So the only things that we can actually really track are donations to the Match Arena, which is obviously not ideal, and I do apologize for that, because obviously we really do appreciate the support, but hopefully we can get it fixed as soon as possible, hopefully for tomorrow. But yes, it's one thing I did want to definitely clarify, because I got a couple of comments yesterday on this. But yes, looks like Tiger's Peak is actually going to be the map choice coming out of the Eddie Murphy fan club. What do you think of that? Do you think they're going to swap up their comp maybe?
I don't know. I think Tiger's Peak is more of like a neutral map, kind of similar to something like Nagrand or having Ashbane's Fall. So it doesn't really tell you what kind of comp they're going to pick, right? It's not something like Blade's Edge or something like Ruins or Dalaran Stewards, where you could really have a good idea of what type of composition someone's going to play. Whereas these maps, they're, I can't really think of a comp that just has a specific advantage on that kind of map, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. Sid, do you think there's any... what would you do in this situation? I don't know, like I feel like Moonkins are so strong, like you don't want to swap out your Moonkin right now. I was queuing on the US ladder a little bit yesterday, and Sid like smashed me a bunch of times playing double Moonkin, so...
Dude, that's evil.
That was
lived
very
a long
evil.
time.
We lived a kind of long time, but we didn't get any reward for our efforts.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been playing into the Boomkin meta, but I have been watching it, so it's not.
You're avoiding it right now, or?
I just had like a bunch of school like the past couple of weeks, so I just wasn't really playing much.
Don't lie, you're sitting your rating.
No, no, I actually had 2 midterms. What the heck? Well,
we all know where your priorities should lay.
Yeah, exactly. In PvPing and getting my arena rating higher.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like, what's real life? What is that?
Exactly.
Right. It looks like we do have the comps then locked in. So it's going to be Moonkin Ellie Resto Druid against Ellie Demo Resto Shaman. So they've actually decided to lock in a Resto Druid instead of the Paladin, even though they're 2-0 up in the series. Maybe, do you think they're like just getting some practice on the Resto Druid? Or actually, it's going to be interesting to see who's actually playing that for them. I'm not entirely sure.
They potentially could have just projected a different composition, or just thought that maybe on this map it would be better for them. I guess it could be harder for the Paladin to push in. I think maybe there could be some areas where they could kite the Paladin and he couldn't stay as aggressive. I'm not really too sure.
That is an amazing looking shaman. Spec bomb. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That's Procket, of course, everyone.
He's got the rat mount.
Yeah, he's got the rat mount. He's insanely blue. Like, he's so blue. Oh my goodness. Can I get a better zoom in on him? Nah, not really. He's too close to the game.
Prides for this?
Yeah, wow. Like, that torso. I don't know. Anyways.
That torso? You okay there?
But yes, anyways, should we get into the game? Most likely 2-0 in favour of Sleep at 10 right now, our number 1 seed. Let's see what the backpedaling fan club can do to bring this back.
The backpedaling fan club? Oh man.
Oh,
this is a good way to enter.
They are tilted. When you start backpedaling, you're tilted.
Well, yeah, but if you're tilted and then you backpedal, you untilt at some point, right? So like you go full 360, and then at that point you're untilted and you turn the series around, correct?
I mean, maybe. Spec Bomb trying to set up an Ice Fury here, so that could be some scary damage coming from him towards Avigad, it seems, for now, getting him down to about half HP. Abolish seems ready for it, just spamming out Healing Wave already queued up. Rooting them now behind the pillar as Procket jumps in. Hadidiyu just standing on top of the entire enemy team, doing as much damage as physically possible.
Oh, but Spec Bomb's getting bursted so hard right here. Getting a 20% HP, but I feel like Unleash is going to be able to top him. He uses that Iron Bark, and he does use that Drain Eye gifted the Naru, so that's going to keep him safe. But now there's a full clone onto Unleash. He's going to have to trinket that while Corki gets caught in that full Death Coil. Isn't going to do too much. Now the pressure's already turning back onto Avigad, and Flymaster is also very, very low right now. It seems like anytime Eddie Murphy Fan Club does get this pressure to put Sleep at 10 behind, like they eventually just end up punishing them, and they're the ones that fall behind after that setup.
Yeah, there's an observer down behind the pillar right now out from Fiddy, doing quite a bit of pressure. They're trying to kill it off. They do manage to get it away. That observer is the one major advantage the Demonology Warlock would bring in this matchup, so Fiddy needs to make sure that he's getting effective observers, hiding them behind pillars to do as much damage as possible. It seems like Eddie Murphy Fan Club are trying to stabilize with the Ascendants here from Abolished, doing a lot of healing. A full clone over onto Unleashed. They're trying to kill Procket. Procket jumps away out of line of sight, trying to heal himself back up. Hadidiyu trying to counter pressure Fiddy away on that Warlock, but as a Demonology Warlock, you're very tanky with that Soul Link, so it's hard to force a Warlock off of your own face. Abolished is very far away from his team, but that means he's not stacked in Starfall. They need to make sure that they're playing as far away from each other as possible. If all three of them start stacking up, that's when Hadidiyu is going to start going to town with that Starfall damage.
Yeah, and I mean, they're also getting so much CC onto the Sleep at 10. Like, they're getting these Axoses and clones and just getting clones off of that into a Death Coil. And Unleash isn't playing his character too long, but it feels like whenever they do get these CC chains, Sleep at 10 generally knows that they just need to come back, play that out of line of sight, and they could avoid so much of that damage. But now Abolish is getting full clone when he's very low HP, and Abigod's also getting burst down. He doesn't have the Earth Shield on him, so they're also just swapping back and forth between who has no Earth Shield, and it makes it so hard for Abolish to deal with this damage. And now Abolish gets swapped too when he still has the Earth Shield at 10% HP. I do believe he has a Spirit Link, but he's in that DR Bash, 9%, 3%. Is he going to use his Link? I don't believe he gets it off, and he just goes down.
They're just kind of looking outclassed.
Yeah,
Like...
I feel like that's...
Hadidiyu is just way too strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is the #1 seeded team, so, I mean, it's actually crazy when you can see such a big difference, because it's not like Abolish's team is bad in any way. Like, we saw them do very, very well in the qualifier bracket. They seem to, like, play so well, and then they go up against Sleep at 10, and it is just, like, it just looks like such a different game. It's actually incredible when you see a team get dominated that hard.
Well, I mean, credit to the Eddie Murphy Fan Club. I mean, they did have a fair bit of pressure at different points in this game. They actually almost took out Hadidiyu in this last game, and Spec Bomb even dropped quite low as well a couple of times.
No, I mean, they definitely had winners where, like, it got close for them. It just seemed like very hard, and at that point they're potentially, you know, tilted too when you're that behind. I mean, maybe helps them out in the future. There's times where you just get smashed like that, and you just learn the next time probably do better into that similar matchup. But I mean, they were doing a good job just controlling the rest of Druid very hard, and it just was so hard for them to finish, it felt like.
Yeah, and just to clarify...
That seemed like the biggest issue.
Just to clarify for people in chat, that's not actually Hodded on the Moonkin. It is, of course, Corki playing on Hadidiyu, and it was Procket playing on the Shaman Spec Bomb. These players do insist on always having the most confusing of names, but we do our very best to make sure that... we can...
It's okay.
Yes, maybe we can put something in for that later in the broadcast. But yes, for now, we will deal with that and we'll just use their names. Anyways, let's have a little look at the brackets then, because of course that is going to be our first series over rather quickly, actually, with the 3-0 in favour of our team here. So let's have a little look at that. And then we will, of course, be getting into our next series, which is the one that I was looking forward to a lot, and I think is going to be much more closely contested. Northern Gaming Blue against Team ABC, who actually are the defending champions from last month for Europe.
Yeah, so do they still have their full complete roster that they had last time, or do they swap anyone else or anyone out?
That's the one thing, actually. So ABC actually did have to make one substitution this week because their full roster wasn't available. So Daisy Duke, who's kind of the name, who's been behind ABC for such a long time, actually isn't playing this week, and instead they've brought in Laser Chicken, the former BlizzCon champion from 2014, I believe. 2015? No, 2014.
No, 2014, because 2015
Yep.
was when Joe won, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And then they also have Kara, who reached the BlizzCon final playing with Zunyaki. He's known for his Ret Paladin as well in their roster.
Oh, okay. And then, but this time, Northern Game and Blue, they had their full roster, right? Because last time, I believe they didn't have Raikou, and they had
That's also true. Yes, that's also true.
Okay,
They had Moro
so-
last time. So there is a couple
So
of differences
the tables
for
have
sure.
turned.
Yes, the tables have turned. The substitutes have turned, exactly. Do you think that's going to make a big difference?
I'm not sure. I mean, it could be possible. Like, I think that it definitely can cause like confidence issues with the team. Like when you have your full roster, like you're totally confident. But then I feel like if you're a substitute, there maybe is extra pressure, even if they don't intentionally put that. Like there's extra pressure from your teammates, like to do as well as they would do without you. And I feel like that could cause performance issues either just for the person who is being pressured by their teammates, like or that is substituting, or just just general team cohesion issues. But yeah, you never know for sure, basically.
Yeah. So one thing I want to talk about in this series, of course, we've seen last Cup, we saw Waz Moonkin appear for the first time, and if you watch Minpoike or Waz's streams, we've seen them practicing a lot of this Resto Druid Moonkin Shadow Priest with Zunyaki, of course, being the priest. Do you think that's, like, going into the blind pick against ABC, who also have a Moonkin, they have, of course, Tag Turkin or Asgraf playing that Resto Druid, and Nixie, who can play a variety of different classes. What are you expecting to see as the blind pick coming out of this set for the first game?
I mean, I believe they also, on top of the Shadow Priest, don't they also have Raikou, who's been playing Demon Hunter? So they have that Demon Hunter Resto Druid Boomkin available to them. But I mean, it's possible that may be something that they don't whip out in the first series. Like maybe they just dig out something bread and butter like RMP. Or, you know what, you called it. They played the Boomkin Shadow Priest Resto Druid into KFC with the priest.
I want to... Let's zone into this game and let everyone see what's actually transpired here. So we actually have... They must have predicted the Moonkin Shadow Priest, right?
Are they both Boomkin?
Maybe that's why they're leaving.
Yeah, I think I see them leaving. Okay.
So obviously they left since Minpoike has decided to grace us with the triple DPS, which he probably did not intend on doing. But so we're gonna have a priest KFC, and I think KFC is a comp we haven't even seen in tournaments forever, let alone with a Disc Priest going up against double Druid Shadow Priest.
I mean, I think we saw Sid didn't your team play that in the last GCD?
Oh yeah, Sid played KFC, I think, right?
Yeah, they were playing with the Resto Druid. I mean, maybe the Disc Priest, I guess, for the better spread healing against like a Boomkin over playing like a Resto Druid or Resto Shaman, because I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone at ABC has like some pretty decent degree of multi-crossing. Like, they have a bunch of stuff they can play, so maybe they felt that this was the best thing in the matchup. Marksman Hunters, I do feel like they do well versus Wizards, maybe better than a Mage will, so that could be why they picked that choice. And then probably the Disc Priest just to help out with that extra AoE healing before they go from Radiance.
I mean, I think KFC against a non-Arshaman healer with a Shadow Priest could do well.
Yeah, no, I think it can too. I think that it could actually be a pretty smart pick in this matchup, even though it's something that seems unconventional. I think that unconventional pick not only could work in this matchup, but also probably throw off their enemy mages, because who plays this comp? Like, when do you ever get to practice against that on ladder? Like I've never even seen anyone really playing that comp in general, just Hunter Warrior on ladder, and then you have a Disc Priest, so it's like just getting that in the blind pick. I feel like definitely could throw you off.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to see how it actually plays out, because it is kind of a risky strategy, perhaps. Certainly something that we don't see. The one other thing I was wondering about, like, who do you actually hit as the KFC? Like, you have 3 targets. Maybe you tunnel the Shadow Priest?
Yeah,
okay.
you probably go between the Shadow Priest. Like, I feel like the Boomkin probably isn't that good of a target for you, because, I mean, going him, you probably do it to stop clones, but then Bear Form is tanking, and then they also have a Resto Druid to keep playing, so maybe just going on the Shadow Priest is just the best way to go, because without that Resto Shaman on him giving that Earth Shield, he could die pretty easily, like Sid was trying to bring up earlier. He doesn't have that damage reduction, he doesn't have all those defensive clones like Earth and Shield Totem. He'll just have that Iron Bark. But I mean, there's the potential that if they do get a clean CC chain, the Shadow Priest is just going to be in so much trouble. So I think that he's probably going to be the best target for them, and definitely has a very high chance of just dying quickly to this.
Yep, we'll have to see. It looks like we are ready to load up into the game. Now Grand Arena, of course, the teams do still have to play the same compositions since they had already locked in the blind pick, and it is of course going to be that Priest KFC we were talking about coming out of ABC. Askarov playing on his Priest Doge Priest, and that's actually Kara on the Hunter, just so that everyone doesn't get confused. So Kara, the Ret Paladin on the Hunter, going up against Nixie, and please can we get the 3 players from Northern Gaming join? There we go. So Waz Form completing their roster.
Waz is slacking.
He is slacking today, isn't he?
Waz is slacking.
Waz isn't the type of person who slacks, in my opinion.
Yeah, he should have joined it instantly, right?
Yeah, Insta-Waz.
Yeah, exactly. That was like...
Is that
what is the opposite of instant?
Yeah. Look at his name. You see? It's super cool. It's the reverse Zuniaki. It's a theme of him. He loves to like put his names backwards.
IK in news.
Yes, IK in news.
Okay.
I'm curious to see how aggressive ABC play this. Already charging right onto Zuniaki. He's going to be the target as would be expected. Scatter shot on him in Poike. Going to be looking to maybe trapping him half duration. Douche Priest now moving into Land of Fear. Out of that, he blinks away from the Fear with a Cyclone on Douche Priest. Well timed to get Minpoike out of that CC chain. Minpoike connects the Iron Bark, and now Zuniaki's looking to be very tanky as Waz clones up Nixie.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they could have had a potential for a little bit of a stronger opener. I think they overlapped the Hunter Spider Sting with the Stormbolt from Nixie Warrior, so probably reduce some of the lockdown potential they could have had in that matchup. And maybe he could have taken the Viper Sting, I guess, to try to reduce some of the hot healing during the CC. But now we have another Scatter Trap coming, and Zuniaki is going to get pressured pretty hard here. There is a lot of potential to force the dispersion. At this point, he's at 50% HP. They have the half here on Minpoike. Just so much damage onto Zuniaki, but he's actually going to be able to top himself off just with his strong self-healing from having these VTs everywhere and just shielding himself plus casting some Shadow Men. So doing a good job defensively, I feel like.
Waz setting up a full moon here, getting scatter shot on it. As the Priest is caught into a full clone, this Hunter could be in a lot of trouble, still down below half. Full moon does connect, doesn't actually do too much damage through that pain suppression though. The Hunter rezzing his pet, getting back into the fight towards Zuniaki, and Poike using that Thorns to get a lot more counter pressure onto the Warrior. He is playing Fury, so he's going to be able to self-heal quite a lot through that potentially, but even still, he's just rotting down. Douche Priest really struggling. His mana is looking good, but he needs to output a lot more HPS, get his team more healthy so they can push aggressive on him. And Poike is rotated across the map to avoid incoming CC. He's trying to max range the Hunter as much as possible. Zuniaki setting up a Mind Bomb there, but not really too much damage to finish them off. A stun over onto the Hunter. Immediately trinkets out of that to land a trap on Minpoike with a Fear on Waz. Good cross CC. Zuniaki down below half, but not really enough pressure to finish him off as Waz clones up the Hunter to deny any more incoming pressure. But Nixie is soloing him at the moment. He Stormbolts Zuniaki. Zuniaki opts to trinket out of that. Goes for a Mind Control. Or actually, no, you got Mind Control by Douche Priest. Is trying to pause his health bar at low health, but he doesn't manage to get it successfully there. Zuniaki seems to be doing a good job so far. They haven't really forced anything major in a long time, and Poike has Iron Bark again, so Northern Gaming look to be in a good position.
Yeah, what do you think about them using the Stormbolts onto Zuniaki? Because I'm thinking that maybe if they went for just Stormbolt traps on him in Poike, and then they put the scatters onto Waz, maybe it could just leave Zuniaki in a situation where he's a lot more vulnerable, like potentially just going for the scatter traps. Maybe it's not as much of a CC chain that they would need to get that kill onto Zuniaki. I mean, they are getting good pressure and shutting him down very hard. Like, they've gone him low, and now we have a scatter trap with Zuniaki at 30% HP, so it's very high potential to force his dispersion here. But again, he's going to be able to hold that just by getting that CC onto Kara right there before he can get that trap onto Minpoike. So they're doing such a good job of just staying safe through his KFC setups. But at the same time, the KFC is just starting to rot. Dodge Priest is falling behind and healing. He still has good mana, but he's just getting controlled so much that it is very hard for him to keep his team alive. And now we have another scatter trap coming out, but I believe, no, he does get the full trap. Zuniaki goes with a massive spell, and he gets Stormbolt on his 20% HP, does have to disperse there. And that was the true shot being popped too from Kara, so that's going to be a lot of the Marksman Hunter's burst damage. And now a lot of his damage is going to kind of simmer down a little bit. So I think not being able to force too much more than that could be, you know, very deadly for their team, since they just need to get more and more setups and hopefully win before their Priest is
Yeah, Nixie going for his Odin's Fury here. He's punishing Zuniaki pretty hard. Scatter shot him and Poike looking for the kill. Will they find it? Life swap is available, but he can't do it when he's stunned. Dipping dangerously low here. Waz trying to counter pressure with a full moon. Zuniaki maybe getting locked out. No, he gets the life swap towards Waz. instant renewal to deal with that counter pressure as well. Well-timed life swap from Zuniaki. He keeps himself alive. ABC, though, they're maintaining their mana. They're still staying in this game. They're working their way through the cooldowns. The next major cooldown they're looking for is going to be Iron Bark. If they can find a window before that, or maybe CC him without him being able to get it up, they might be able to find a kill before that. Zuniaki, though, setting up quite a bit of burst with that Mind Bomb. He's got Vampiric Embrace rolling, so he's going to be healing himself for a lot. He's basically taking 0 damage as a result. Huge Priest is struggling behind the pillar in that Starfall. He's just dying to dots. Now caught.
Oh, and a big full moon is coming out.
Trinket's out, Full Moon connects, Hunter in trouble, Trinket aspect of the turtle, but the dots are still ticking. The Priest struggling to heal him back up. He needs to res his pet. He manages to res his pet. Full Fears Waz away, but Zuniaki's looking for the solo kill. He double Shadow or Death, doesn't find it. Mana slowly ticking down here. Northern Gaming marching forward.
Yeah, and now I think that ABC is probably getting in this position where they are able to top themselves, and now we see this Ironbark being used. But I think that as long as they can keep themselves topped off from here, like they are now, I think without Zuniaki having that life swap available, just forcing the next dispersion could probably end up being the game. So this next 1 minute where they have True Shot back up for the Marksman Hunter could end up being the window where they end up winning this game. And now we have a full trap onto Minpoike, get that Storm Bolt onto Zuniaki, and now he's just going to have to trinket that, spam those Shadowman heals on him, and now we're instead of seeing those scatters onto Waz to prevent the healing, he's going for those clones, gets a full clone onto Nixie. Nixie's going to end up trinketing that, trying to keep up as much pressure onto Zuniaki as they possibly can, but it seems like it's very hard for them to keep up momentum outside of CC, just because they essentially have like 3 healers with 2 hybrids, and obviously Minpoike has the rest of the group. But now a big full moon is coming out, gonna hit Kara, but he has the pain suppression, so it's not gonna do too much damage on him. And now we already can notice that we're in 3% dampening, and Doge Priest is at 20% mana, so this is kind of a bad situation for him to be in.
Yep, True Shot coming up in about 29 seconds for Kara on the Hunter, so he's going to be looking to line that up. They need to survive for that cooldown. It's going to pair very well with Nixie's Avatar if they want to combo those together, and they just got Iron Bark from Minpoike, so if they can burst Zuniaki down, maybe they can catch him off guard and get like a low HP dispersion and maybe even kill through it later. They're setting up some CC on Minpoike. There goes the True Shot, but he gets bashed. He's not going to be able to do too much damage. Then gets full cloned. Waz completely locking the Hunter out on his burst. Now
that actually is going to reset his True Shot. Getting Cycloned actually resets your True Shot because of a bug. So even though he got cloned there, I think that actually was the wrong move, because by doing that now he still has his True Shot back and his burst window is actually extended. So it seems like that still didn't end up doing too much, I think, just because the CC ended for them. But that actually could have potentially been bad if they did that, right when the Hunter still had CC available to him.
Here comes some damage towards Zuniaki. Stormbolt and Minpoike down to 20%. Dispersion forced. Waz trying to counter pressure with a full moon. Kara in the middle of the map, very far away from his healer. He's going to get stunned out. The Priest needs to dispel that. Dispels it right away. Triple Fear out from Nixie. They're looking for the kill onto Zuniaki. Will they find it in time? Down to 20%. Void Shield's coming out. Spam the Shadowmen's. Waz trying to off heal as well to maintain them into the match. 11% dampening. Iron Bark forced. And that Iron Bark should be enough to recover Zuniaki. Cyclones for everybody. Cyclone on the Hunter and a Cyclone on the Priest. That double Druid coming in clutch here. Bash on the double bash. Well, the Hunter in a bit of danger here. No aspect of the turtle for another 15 seconds. He manages to res his pet. They have to stay offensive. They finally got an opening to kill. Scattershot onto Minpoike. They have to kill. They have to kill here and now. Silence onto Zuniaki now as well. He's going for the Master Spell. He doesn't find it. They have no more CC from Minpoike though. Minpoike needs to save him. Will he find it? Catches a huge overgrowth there, saving Zuniaki in the nick of time. And now this Disc Priest is just at 9% mana, caught into a full Cyclone. Aspect of the turtle is available. I would expect to see it here very shortly. He drops a binding shot. He tries to kite behind the pillar, gets dispelled of all of the dots. But Zuniaki looks to be in a safe position so far. Aspect of Crows is up. Fury Warrior Nixie's popping the Avatar. They need to find the kill here and now again. And Poike gets locked on his heel into the scatter shot, and Zuniaki could fall. Cyclone Hunter, Nixie solos him, and ABC pull off the miracle, taking down what would be considered one of the best comps in the game with a very unpractical composition. Waz isn't giving up the fight. He sees that the Priest is still out of mana, so he's going to try to do his best to finish this match, but I don't think he's going to find the opportunity.
No, it's not going to happen. I mean, I expected this probably to be a good matchup into this, but I actually thought it would be more of a faster game. I didn't expect it to last as long as it did, and it kind of play out the way it was, because even though we have Doge Priest, it was pretty much Minpoike was definitely struggling on mana too. He's at 20% mana. I mean, Zuniaki was also doing such a good job keeping himself alive, because he actually duked so many of Nixie's pummels. I was just consistently watching him. He's going for those Shadowmen's, like always just getting really good jukes off and barely being able to top himself with some Shadowmen's when he was at 20% HP, maybe letting him hold on to dispersions or other cooldowns like that. So, I mean, he did such a good job trying to survive as long as he can. But eventually that KFC was able to get that kill.
Yeah, I really like what Zuniaki was doing, like spamming out those Shadow Mans at like 80, 60% HP. It reminds me a lot of how Zipai plays with his kind of like pre-healing all the time. It seemed really, really good. But I mean, yeah, I think ABC just kind of read the situation, right? They knew that Northern Gaming had been spam practicing this Moonkin comp. They thought, what do we want to play into it? I mean, clearly, Disc Priests aren't something that you see too often right now, but one of the advantages, of course, is that they have really high AoE healing. So he did a fantastic job there, Asgraf, of course, on that Doge Priest. Doge being quite a European reference, I think, with Zico all over that one as well. But yeah, really well played from ABC, and already it's looking good for them. Now they, of course, have the tempo and the matchup. So if they lock in that Disc KFC again, what do you think Northern Gaming should answer with?
Well, if they lock
Rogue Mage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The thing is, I don't think that's going to be something they stay with, right? That's something that's great for the blind pick because they probably in the blind pick are definitely going to assume to see the Shadow Priest Boomkin Rest Druid. But going into a different matchup, they could obviously just pull out something like Rogue Mage that would definitely crush, the KFC composition.
So if you're scared of Rogue Mage blind picking the KFC, what would you perhaps bring out as them? Because of course they have Laser Chicken on the bench. He's a Moonkin Druid. Nixie plays a lot of classes. Kara can also play red. They have a fair few options to them. What do you think is like a good solid comp for them to perhaps look in?
Okay, well, Asgrath can also play Resto Druid, correct? So maybe they just whip out something Boomkin, Resto Druid, and maybe Warrior. I don't know what else Nixie plays. He plays Rogue too, correct?
Yeah, Rogue, pretty much anything.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, they have a good amount of classes. I mean, they also have Ret Rogue. Maybe they think it could be good into the matchup.
Who knows? We'll have to see what they come up with. I mean, I would be tempted to stick to the KFC as well. Like, I don't think is KFC versus Iron Rogue Mage really that one-sided? Maybe it is.
I think it definitely would be. Yeah. I mean, I just can't see it doing too well into them just because it's very easy to get that cross CC on them when it's like a Marksman, Fury Warrior, and that Disc Priest that they would be able to get it killed pretty quickly. I think where a spec like Marksman shines really well. I mean, it does dunk on mages pretty hard, but it mostly does very well in these long games versus, wizards like Boomkins or Demo Warlocks. But, even though you could crush mages pretty hard, I think just having a warrior on your team doesn't really provide too much. Although they do have the potential to just play Thugcleave too, which maybe is a better matchup into that Rogue Mage. Because I think the Thugcleave with the Marksman Hunter could actually do well because you have enough ways to peel their setups, where with the Warrior you can't really break up as many of the Rogue Mage setups that you would probably eventually die to a 3v1. But having Thugcleave, definitely could just dunk on that Mage, so...
Yeah.
Not too sure.
It's going to be interesting to see. Alright, looks like 1201 was the map choice. Let's see if we can load up into the game and see what compositions are coming out from these guys. Of course, this is composition advantage, so counter comp on the side of Northern Gaming. And yeah, it looks like ABC preemptively did change up their composition. Nixie going over to that Elemental Shaman. Laser Chicken, former BlizzCon champion, coming out on his Moonkin Druid. And of course Asgraf on that Resto. And actually, I mean, Sid, you play a lot of these like Moonkin PvE comps. Who do you think comes out on top with the Shadow Priest or the Ellie?
I mean, the Shadow Priest self-healing is really good into a dot mirror matchup. But the wild card is like the Ellie Shaman Burst. If Laser Chicken and Nixie line up Burst together, you can just 100-0 someone with some lucky crits. If Full Moon crits with Sky Fury and same time as Ice Fury Frost Shock, you can just make someone disappear. That's something that Northern Gaming needs to be aware of. And I feel like ABC are basically going to be rolling a slot machine the whole game, waiting for one of their things to crit, and then that's when they move in on a kill.
I think it... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say Northern Gaming is just going to be doing damage. They don't really have that big crit potential. Yeah,
I mean, I think it was a smart pick from ABC because they obviously can't play Rogue Mage into this, so I think they just felt that this would be the safest match that they have possible for them, that Northern Gaming can't really counterpick. So even if there's potential that the Shadow Priest could be good in that dot mirror, like you said, they have that.
Wow!
Oh my god, the Boomkin Ellie versus insane. Like, Wise almost just got Gib there, now we have Bash going on to Laser Chicken. I don't think they're going to be able to do too much damage to him because, again, Boomkin Shadow Priest is more that broad style Boomkin comp. Then we get that pre-Iron Bark onto Laser Chicken too on that silence, into a Mind Bomb with that full clone onto Laser Chicken. But again, anytime this Boomkin Ellie lines up their damage, it's just crazy. So I feel like in the long game, Northern Gaming is going to be so scared.
Yeah, Waz took quite a dunk at the start of this match, so I'm sure he's going to be a lot more cautious moving into the match. Zuniaki seems to be the most forward right now. He kind of wants to bait them to attack him. He's the tankiest target against a wizard setup like this, and Waz wants to play further back. Waz trying to set up a full moon over towards Laser Chicken. He doesn't bear for him. He takes the full brunt of the damage. Now Asgaroth's going to have to heal through that. They land a Mind Bomb on the Dispel. Good awareness from Zuniaki. Actually, he gets it dispelled anyway again. Laser Chicken now getting cycloned on the Cenarian ward. That's a well-timed cyclone from Waz. Denies quite a bit of healing from Asgaroth. Now rotates the clone over towards Nixie, starting to hard cast over towards Laser Chicken. And I'm wondering if there's some Boomkin class envy here. The Boomkins just seem to be teeing off on each other, trying to show what for, who's going to get the crit and kill each other. Full Moon gets solar beamed by Laser Chicken, denying him for now. Nixie's just standing on top of Minpoike. Waz is trying to punish him for it. Full Moon incoming towards Nixie. Iron Bark from Asgaroth in the nick of time to save him. Now he's kind of pressuring Waz down at 30%. If Laser Chicken can connect any big damage here, Waz could easily fall. Mind Control denies it for now. Cyclone over towards Zuniaki. Laser Chicken trying to off-heal his team a bit here, trying to recover into a more successful position. Zuniaki now getting Iron Bark, but they switch to Waz immediately off of that Iron Bark, and Waz could be in danger. May need to use that Bark Skin. He's not using the Bark Skin. He's playing that so ballsy. Trades out the Renewal instead to save himself.
He didn't even go into Ursoc form. He actually sat there in Moonkin form, knew that he was safe. I mean, that's definitely some pretty big balls right there. But I mean, anytime they have the Sky Fairy that's also coming up in 10 seconds, I feel like this is where you're gonna see the big damage coming out, especially onto Waz, because I think Waz is probably a better target than Zuniaki. Just having that disperse available and having Zuniaki in a clone stop some of that, off healing from him. So I think he's gonna be the best probably the most predictable target for ABC to go on. But at the same time, and I mean, they can just burst down anyone that's in the open for them. And I mean, Waz getting these full clones onto DJ Batman. And I think they're going to go for that setup now that Sky Fury is available.
Yeah, it looks like Laser Chicken seems to be taking quite a bit of this brunt damage from Zuniaki. He's finally sunk his teeth in. The Vampiric touches rolling onto two members. And he immediately refreshes them over onto Asgaroth, so he's going to be incredibly tanky as a result. I like the positioning from Asgaroth, playing 40 yards away from his team, staying out of Starfall as much as possible. Laser Chicken seems to be in the midfield, though, taking quite a brunt of damage with a silence on Asgaroth. Mind Bomb as well. Dispels barely in time. Laser Chicken jumps into Bear Farm, saves himself with that Renewal heal, picking himself back up for now. Mana is definitely going to be a major factor in this match, and Minpoike has a massive lead.
Yeah, definitely. Minpoike is super far ahead, and I think it's obviously because we have more of a bursty comp from ABC, whereas Northern Gaming has this raw style comp, so he's going to have to be sustained healing a lot more for Asgaroth. But again, sorry, they're getting so much CC onto Asgaroth here that it feels like they're starting to fall really, really far behind.
Yeah, it looks like Asgaroth is just struggling. Zuniaki's spread pressure is just too high. Waz is keeping Starfall on 3 players now as well. Nixie's trying to set up an Ice Fury, looking for some one-shot burst towards Minpoike. Is he ready for it? Down to 30%, trying to heal himself back up. He gets interrupted on his healing touch, still down to 30%. He's getting cornered in the room, and Nixie's looking to solo him. He gets stunned by the Elemental. If anyone can connect him, Minpoike's in so much trouble. Zuniaki now rotting down as well to 16%, and Minpoike is struggling. Dispersion has been forced. Waz gets cloned. He's not able to support. Minpoike blinks to the pillar. Asgaroth moves in for the bash. He's looking for the Cyclone out of it. Doesn't find it, though. He goes for the Dispel before, but Minpoike is still getting trained down by Nixie. Nixie's just the MVP in this series. Will he be able to finish him? Minpoike running laps around the pillar, escaping in the nick of time.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting so much damage in these windows. I really like the Elemental Stun from Nixie. I mean, he just did so much in that setup. Like, he did everything he possibly could. Zuniaki is just, again, I love his usage of these Shadow Mends. He always knows when he's going to use them, making sure to juke all these kicks because he's casting the Shadow Mend at like 10% HP, barely jukes the kick in time, and is able to get the dispersion because if he just messes up at that point, I mean, he could have just flopped there. So, I mean, super good awareness from Zuniaki, definitely showing that he's working very hard.
Well,
a random kill just happens on the Laser Chick. It's actually crazy. I feel like they still had some cooldowns. Like, he just kind of just died, right?
I mean, so he's running the adaptation and they just caught him in the bash and the Shadow Crush and everything just finished him off, I think. He wasn't super high on HP, but that was a very back and forth game, I thought.
Yeah, I actually would have totally expected for ABC to take that victory there. I mean, yeah, like you said, the Shadow Crush burst can be pretty high, so it might not be as reliable, I guess, as the Ellie Boomkin. where the Shadow Priest Boomkin is more of that, you know, kind of raw style. But definitely if they get the Shadow Crashes off in stuns, it's going to hit you very hard, like we saw there. I mean, it's definitely really hard to predict who should win that matchup, I feel like. Like, it seems super close on both hands, but I think that's why ABC did make sure to pick that as their composition choice, knowing that they probably wouldn't have a complete disadvantage into one of their compositions. Like, it's more of a neutral matchup, I feel like.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, it actually went exactly how Sid said, pretty much. Like, if you look at the game, it was the entire game, Zunyaki has done way more healing than any other DPS. He does 14 million compared to the next highest, which is 5 million. They also do slightly more damage, Wasform and Zunyaki. So obviously Askarov has a way harder job. But then on the other side, ABC had more burst. They almost one-shot Minpoike. They almost killed Zuni, like, faster in the game. So it actually went exactly how Sid said. But unfortunately, they weren't able to quite get the kill with one of those burst windows. So that's going to tie up the series 1-1. And these games are actually going... Like, yesterday we saw a lot of these kind of 10 to 12 super long dampening games in these PvE wars. But these games are actually... Yeah, exactly. But these games are shorter. Like, these... Do you think when these teams execute a little bit better, of course, this is the very, very best of European talent that we're watching right now, that the games should kind of end a little faster, or do you think they just made a small mistake to die at that point, ABC?
No, I do think that, yeah, both teams are pretty good. They can end the games a lot faster because, I mean, really good teams, even if they're playing a raw style comp like this, they are going to be able to maximize all their damage output, so they can line it up in these bursts. Like, we've seen it with the Boomkin Alley when we watched Corky's team. They were able to, take a comp that on paper just looks like it's going to be a super huge dampener and just get to these really quick burst windows. But at the same time, they still have the potential to live in those long games, which I feel is what makes them so strong. So you can have a very long game and eventually outlast your opponent, but you also have all these little burst windows that can just appear where you randomly win throughout that time, which makes it so scary to face.
Yeah, we have to see what happens. Of course, like, this is another thing as well. Like, we see these 4 druids playing in, like, the majority of these games right now. That's something that's very much not going to be true probably in a few days' time when 7.2 hits, looking at the patch notes.
Yeah, definitely.
It's going to be Boomkin Mage.
You think
so
Boomkin Mage?
Do you think that they're going to... You think they're going to swap their composition at all, though?
ABC?
Like, if ABC would just stay with the same thing? Because I don't think they would bring out the KFC again.
Yeah, they should bring it out if they know they're fighting Shadow Priest Boomkin.
You think so?
I think they should, yeah.
I was thinking maybe it was something that could have just, caught them off guard in that first game, or maybe do better on certain maps. But I mean, it's hard to say. I guess.
I mean, ABC have, of course, since they did lose the last game, they get the map choice and the composition advantage, right?
A comp that I've been like fiddling with in my own head to beat these Shadow Priest Boomkin teams is actually Fury Warrior Shadow Priest.
Fury Warrior Shadow Priest.
It's a lot of self-healing.
Self-healing. Yeah. And then you line up Fury Warrior cooldowns with a Shadow Crash and a stun with a silence and just try 100-0 the Shadow Priest.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that definitely could do good. They could probably kill anyone, too. Like, even if the Shadow Priest isn't, like, available as a kill target, right? They could probably burst a Boomkin down the same way. It really doesn't matter who it is. I feel like they could just die. So maybe that is just randomly, the secret comp to whip out. I don't know if ABC can play that. Do they have anyone that has the Shadow Priest on their team? I mean, obviously we saw Nixie on the Fury Warrior, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if they have a Shadow Priest. Actually, I mean, I could imagine that one of them could play it. Like, it's Shadow Priest seems like the sort of class you'd be able to multi-class to as a Moonkin, right? So maybe Laser has it. Yeah. But I'm not sure. I don't know if there's something they have available. I mean, at the same time, they already won with the KFC, right? And the Hunter is kind of difficult to kill because he can just play by pillars when he wants to. So we'll have to see if that's what they lock in, or if Northern Gaming even might lock in something different, preempting that. But yes, looks like we are ready. What's the map? Blades Edge Arena, actually. So let's see what these guys have locked in.
Trying to see that. All right, I guess.
Same matchup. I mean, they could have just thought that maybe we made a mistake. So maybe the point that they died, they actually could have lived, and maybe it's just a minor miscommunication, because it didn't really seem like it was super one-sided for either team. Like, it didn't look like they were getting completely dominated. ABC had so many windows that it looked like they could have won the game. And maybe even on the smaller map, they actually would have had that kill window where they did have the Primal Earth LA stun. I think if they would have all been able to be in line of sight like they will be on Blade's Edge, they will be able to score that kill.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that does play out. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of surprised too that ABC locked in the same composition, but we'll have to see if they can do something different on Blade's Edge, because of course this is their map choice. Maybe the elemental knock will be really annoying for Northern Gaming.
Yeah.
So Poike is playing the Nourish Abundance spec, so he's playing a Healing Touch based spec, which means he could be focused down, and he's also run the Balance Affinity. I really think Nixie's plan last game of going after Minpoike is the right move. I hope that we get to see that aggression from him again. He definitely could punish Minpoike for those greedy talents.
Yeah, definitely. There's such huge potential for that happening. I'm assuming if he is going that, I think he's going to rely on both Zuniaki and Waz being able to free cast a lot, and that's going to be what helps him out in this matchup. But like you said, it is so risky to take that kind of choice. Again, they're starting on the Laser Chicken, getting bashes onto him, trying to get some pressure on him, but he's just going to sit and bear. And he's just holding onto the Celestial Alignment, which, I mean, we've seen a lot of these really good Boomkin teams do. They just wait for that opportunity to burst with it. And already we're seeing Waz pop his, but they're more that Rot style composition, using that silence onto DJ Batman, getting Laser Chicken and Nixie at 50% HP. And now they're swapping some damage onto Zuniaki. They do pop that Celestial Alignment as well from Laser Chicken, but again, just an Iron Bark's going to be forced out, using some clones onto Waz, and Zuniaki's going to empty him out of that.
Yeah, the Mass Dispels from Zuniaki are pretty big in this matchup. He can remove all the damage over time effects. He can remove Cyclones as well. So I really think the Shadow Priest should be favored in this matchup. Outside of some really good burst potential from the Ellie Shaman, Zuniaki should be able to deflect most of it. Zuniaki, just the most forward member right now, starting to get some punishment as a big Earthshot connect there from Nixie down to half. And Poike with his Innervate from Waz is spamming out the free heals. That is the benefit of having two Druids. You have two Innervates to spend your mana throughout the match. A nice Thunderstorm there on Waz, knocks him down below, but Laser Chicken's in trouble. He gets caught in the bash. Iron Bark and Barkskin overlapped. So with that overlap, maybe Northern Gaming can find the opportunity to punch through.
Do you think that was a necessary overlap? Because, I mean, it felt like they did have Asgaroth, obviously, in CC, so he couldn't use the Iron Bark on him. But, I mean, Laser Chicken seemed like he was probably going to die, too, if he didn't use that Barkskin. So it seemed like one of those windows where you unfortunately have to overlap. It just sucks just to be in that kind of position. And now, I mean, Poike is also getting swapped to having to displace their beast away. But now we have that full clone onto Laser Chicken, and it's at 50% HP. But we don't really have too much setup available, I feel like, for ABC left, because I don't think that Sky Fury, which is generally the windows that they are going for that big burst with the Earthshock and a full moon lined up.
Yeah, looks like Laser Chicken's Celestial Alignment is coming up in about a minute, so that's when his biggest damage potential will be. Minpoike's positioned very far away from the fight. Looks like he might want to move in there. He's kind of running in, pulling back for now. Both the rest of our Druids playing max range from each other, trying to stay out of Starfall. Zuniaki getting pressured as he moves across the map, looking for a massive fall. Full Moon coming over towards the bash. He disperses the Full Moon right away. Good reaction from Zuniaki. That could have easily killed him.
Yeah, that was also such a good CC setup from ABC, because they were able to get that Hex onto Minpoike, which is very rare to happen to a Resident Druid in general, but also at that same time they had a clone onto Waz. So lining that up against two Druids is actually very hard to do, so I think that was a very good play on them. And Zuniaki is still just doing such a good job being able to keep himself alive, even in these crazy situations where you think he would die. Now that Primal Earth LA is being used onto Zuniaki, getting that full stun onto him. He's at 40% HP, Earthshot comes out, he's at 20% HP, Iron Bark has to be used by Minpoike, trying to keep himself alive. Now Minpoike is also going to 50% HP. Waz at 50% HP. All of Northern Gaming is rotting, and they are going to have to try to do their best to stabilize himself.
But you can see the difference in the specs, and Poike's mana is so much better with this Nourish build compared to Asgaroth, who is not running that. They're trying to set up a full moon here. Asgaroth shadow melds it, jumps in bear to try and avoid some incoming pressure. Now Asgaroth is on the back foot. He jumps off the bridge. He's retreating away. Laser Chicken trying to follow suit. Will they be able to survive? He's spamming out the healing touches, trying to play mana efficient under so much pressure. Laser Chicken gets cloned on his Barkskin at low HP, I believe, so denying some of that damage reduction. Asgaroth still down to half. Zuniaki on fire. Gets fully hexed. Waz dispelling that right away. And Poike now getting counter pressured. Nixie sees the opportunity to punish Minpoike, punishing him very hard. He's forced to run away, but now Laser Chicken's rotting down. He pops the Celestial Alignment in a desperation move to find a kill, but I don't think they're going to be able to find it. They're going for it, but they're dipping low. Laser Chicken shadow melts the Star Search. Minpoike tranking down below, keeping his team completely topped as they go for the final push. Asgaroth got a Tranquility as well on the bottom. Laser Chicken getting cloned, and the match has completely stabilized, but Minpoike still leads with a massive mana lead.
Yeah, I mean, his mana is crazy. Like you said, that Nerf spec helps out so much. And the other thing I've been noticing too is Zuniaki's been casting a lot of mind controls as well. So I think with that nerf spec, by having both Minpoike and Waz casting all these very high priority spells, like casting Mind Controls on Blaze Edge a lot, and then also having Waz spam casting these Cyclones, it makes it so they can always peel, even in the scenario that Minpoike gets locked out, which lets him be as mana efficient as he is in this matchup. But now we see that burst going out onto Laser Chicken again, having to go into bear form, and he's taking so much damage. They still have an Iron Bark available, but if you look at the mana comparison between both healers, Asgrath's at 35% mana, and Minpoike is at 74% mana, and dampening hasn't even started yet, so like things can just get even more out of hand for ABC if they don't eventually find a kill window for them.
I'm actually not sure this is a UI issue, but DJ Batman's playing Fortified Bark and Abundance instead of the Nourished. I'm wondering what his thinking is with that. You don't typically see the Iron Fortified Bark and Abundance together like that. So far, his mana is looking not very good right now. Waz starting to get counter pressured, but jumps in bear farm, negates quite a bit of pressure on himself as a result. Laser Chicken now getting cloned up. DJ Batman trying to recover. His mana is so low. How is he going to extend the match? Nixie's trying to off-heal himself a little bit, but Zuniaki sets up the Silence Mind Bomb towards Nixie, dipping out that Shadow Crash, bursting him to 69%, Cyclonium low. Laser Chicken moving in to try and clone Minpoike. He doesn't find it, though. Minpoike now moving into bash. Laser Chicken to reverse the pressure. That might just be able to kill him here. And now Barkskin needs to be enough. Renewal pops him back up to full. Asgrath moves in for a bash on Minpoike. Asgrath says, I've got nothing left. I need to make something happen. Goes for the bash. Gets the Cyclone Chain out. But Laser Chicken's denied. Nixie's low. Waz just spamming out the clones. He clones up Asgrath now as well. Waz trying to set up a full moon. Gets solar beamed. But the Mind Bomb is imminent from Zuniaki towards Laser Chicken. Bash onto Asgrath to cover the dispel. Barkskin forced out from Asgrath. Full moon crashing in. Asgrath dipping low. Laser Chicken dipping low. Minpoike's mana is looking so good in this position. And unless he gets bursted down, he's going to be able to easily survive. He trinkets out of the bash to remove any opportunity from ABC. Silence has faded onto Asgrath. His entire team down to half. He blinks away from the fight, but Minpoike follows him. Double clone 3v1 on Nixie. That Astral Shift needs to be enough. He jumps back to his team, but he gets mind controlled off the side of the bridge. Potentially here, he's mind controlling him back into the solar beam, trying to force him as far away from his team as possible. That mind control was key to burst him down with the Mind Bomb follow-up, and Northern Gaming lead now 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they had the map pick there from ABC, but Northern Gaming seems super prepared. I feel like as soon as they knew Blade's Edge, they could utilize using mind controls to either knock them off or do what we just saw there. I mean, they just seemed so ahead in that matchup the entire time. Whereas the first game, it seemed like it was more, back and forth. By that game, it just seemed like Northern Gaming was dominating them the entire time, and any kill window possible was just shut down.
Yeah.
The other thing that was real...
I just wanted to say, before that we get off the score screen, that he did a 600,000 Shadow Crash in that game.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. It is so hard. I mean, the other thing is, too, is, those windows where they had... Sorry, who is the Boomkin again on ABC? Forgot his name.
Laser Chicken.
Laser Chicken.
Okay, yeah. Laser Chicken.
only BlizzCon champion Laser Chicken.
Okay, they have Corky on Hoddity. All these Boomkins have so many different names, and then there's 4 druids. You gotta cut me some back. Okay. Yeah, they got Laser Chicken super low, and they forced him to use that renewal. But I mean, that was even right before dampening. So I mean, say they live that game longer, they can get another setup like that, right? Where they get Laser Chicken very low. He's at 20% HP, and renewal's not gonna save it in that same way, because eventually you obviously have that healing reduction. It is just gonna make cooldowns like that so much less effective, and it just seems like I don't really see what more they could do, because Zuniaki's team just seems so prepared in that matchup. They knew how to avoid almost every single kill window from the Boomkin Ellie team, and then at the same time they were just shutting them down so hard and getting their own setups as well.
Yeah, I really thought Zuniaki played absolutely insane in this game, because I mean, like you say, it was the map choice from ABC, but Zuniaki just came out on top with those mind controls, and he was doing it over and over again, just MCing Nixie off the map so he can never get any of those thunderstorms. And then in the end, he actually secured the kill for sure with that, because that was his entire Astral Shift, his entire wall that got mind controlled there. So definitely backfiring a little bit on ABC. And now, even though ABC started 1-0 up in this series with that surprise Disc Priest KFC, they're now 2-1 down. So they've kind of given up that advantage. Do you think it was a mistake to re-lock in the comp they already lost with? Do you think maybe if they'd swap back to that Disc KFC, do you think they still might swap back to that Disc KFC?
I don't know if they'd swap back to the Disc KFC. I mean, it's definitely a possibility, but maybe they just thought that it was something they'd whip out once, catch them off guard, and then hope for the best. But then again, after seeing a game like that, where it almost felt like the Tolvaron game baited them into playing that matchup again, because it was so much closer. You could have thought, okay, one more little thing, we could have gotten a kill. But then when you watch how Zuniaki's team played there, it seemed like maybe they were a lot more comfortable in that matchup, and in that scenario, it just seemed almost unwinnable for them.
Yeah. And then, of course, this series is currently 2-1 in favor of Northern Gaming Blue right now, but I do see you guys in chat spamming out the Ratapai waiting room. I know he had a fair few fans yesterday, that Dispriest. They played really well as well, didn't they, Sid?
I definitely think they did, but it looks like they're going to go back to their original comp.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
We'll have to see how it performs. I mean, the other comp isn't performing for them, right? So...
Wait, so maybe the secret for the Blade's Edge game, right, from Mpoike, so he's playing the Moonkin form. So then they have 2 Moonkins and still a healer, whereas the other team only has 1 Moonkin. And the more Moonkins you have, the better, right?
He didn't go into his Moonkin form very much, though. I didn't see him in it at all, actually. That was kind of upsetting.
I think he was just playing it just to have that extra range, just on either clones or just healing in general, just so that he can stay in better positioning. And I guess he just figured he wouldn't be as much of a swap target just because you have Zuniaki and Waz both casting mind controls and full moons and all these high priority spells at the same time. There's just not enough stops for Boomkin Ellie.
This is kind of a rare sight in this. We've already seen it once in this series, but in this patch suddenly there's as many priests in this arena as there are druids. What do you guys think of that?
Nerf priest.
Nerf priest.
What? Nerf priest?
All right, let's see if ABC can get a victory. They got a victory with this composition in game number 1 with a bursty kill on Zuniaki. The Fury Warrior self-healing, extending their team into late dampening, where they could find a cooldown window. Nice dispel on that Mind Bomb from this early game from ABC. It's critical to get those Mind Bombs dispelled as a healer as much as possible, but that's because that's how Zuniaki sets up his kills.
Yeah, and I like they were already able to force this Iron Bark onto Zuniaki, but they actually didn't pop any clones from the KFC, so they still have the True Shot available, they still have the Avatar, Onus Fury, all that damage, and now they're going to use Storm Bolts onto Minpoike instead of using them on Zuniaki and getting so much damage onto him. So I feel like that was something that was brought up in the first game, that maybe they could use the Storm Bolts onto Minpoike for more CC instead of using them always onto Zuniaki. And I mean, obviously you can see there, they were able to just get so much damage onto Zuniaki. Now we have that scatter into a full trap on him in Poike. Zuniaki has that crows on him. He's trying to cast Shadowmans onto himself. Does not get locked. And now we have that full fear from Nixie onto him in Poike. And Zuniaki, again, has to do something for himself. He's trying to cast these Shadowmans, and he actually does get locked, going to 30% HP, casting a Shadowman again on himself, trying to give himself Toffies, and that full storm has to use the Dispersion there, getting very, very low. But again, if he has no Dispersion and he gets caught in another window like that where they do use that Storm Bolt on him, he can't use that life swap, so he's gonna have to use either his human trinket or just his normal trinket. So he has to be very careful to make sure that he doesn't use those at the wrong times or use them too offensively. But now they're swapping the damage out onto the Waz, going at 40% HP instead, just noticing that Zuniaki is going to be safe, and now they have a scatter trap going out onto him. Waz trying to go into that Boomkin form. Zuniaki's trying to go for the MD, but actually gets locked out onto it, and now they're swapping the pressure back onto him with the Storm Bolt onto Minpoike. So both wizards kind of dipping very low here, going to 70% HP, but I think the longer this game goes on, it feels like Northern Gaming is going to have a hard time dealing with this, because ABC seems a lot more confident in playing this matchup as well than they did in the first game, and they're more ahead, just keeping themselves always offensive onto Northern Gaming.
I really think as a balanced druid versus a disciplined priest healer that it's better to focus on crowd control and burst. The Fury Warrior really isn't going to rot down. He has too much self-healing. The Disc Priest can play at a pillar. It's really hard
crazy
to
MC onto him.
So I think they need to focus their damage on the Hunter, look for Bash Cyclone, Root Solar Beams. As Marksman, you don't have Master's Call to freedom any roots, so you can land full Root Solar Beams. Right now, it seems like they're just trying to spread pressure, and the Priest is dealing with it pretty effectively, but that Shadow Crash was huge. Just completely deletes him from the match. I think their healer, that this Priest was just too far out of position. The Hunter got caught out off guard. They need to be on their toes throughout the entire match, but that's the kind of burst setup that is potentially there for them. If they could get cross CC more effectively, Northern Gaming can take it. And I mean, they did. So 3-1, they're going to advance.
I mean, they actually used that mind control window to completely turn it around for them, right? Because they got this full MC onto Minpoike, and they're thinking, okay, well, we can go offensive here. But they actually had it in such a way that, again, that Disc Priest was so far from the Hunter that he just got caught out there, gets in that full bash, and they burst him down so quickly. I mean, I don't think they would have expected that to happen at all. Like, it probably seemed almost random to them, right? They didn't have any trinkets left for the Hunter, so just getting caught at that time, like, you're probably like, wait, what just happened, you know?
Maybe we need to start doing caster predictions again, because every single time Supatease has said something today, it's been right. Like he just said, I think they need to maybe go for a little bit more burst setups, because
Yeah,
they're not gonna rock this disc team and then straight away they full bash the hunter and then like kill him from 60 to 0 with a shadow crush. So
Yeah.
definitely paying attention to what we're saying, which is always nice. It's always nice to be right. So pat on the back for Sid if we could see him. Yeah, maybe it's the stream snipe. Anyways, let's have a little look over at the brackets then, of course, since that's also going to be Northern Gaming advancing 3-1, a reverse of what happened last tournament, since of course that grand final was ABC versus Northern Gaming, and ABC actually came out on top last time. But a little bit different rosters, of course, with Raikou sitting on the bench. It's very rare that Raikou doesn't make an appearance in the series, but hopefully we'll see him a little later on. But our next series, something that I've seen Twitch chat has been very excited for, is going to be Ratapai on that Disc Priest, the RMP of boys, going up against Ultimate Trash. And of course we saw, the flute yesterday was definitely helping for Ratapai. So
Wait,
Ultimate Trash is... is that going to happen every time? Right, let's test. Ratapai. Ooh, we're figuring something out here. But anyway, so Ultimate Trash is...
I thought it was Rat Poppy.
Rat Poppy?
I first looked at it.
I hope I'm right. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. I do have a history of not doing so. But anyways,
with the Onion, right? Team Onion.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I have no idea. Anyways, so Ultimate Trash, that's going to be Looney, Zeepai, Jangles, their DK, and Warwicks. So these guys, as far as I'm aware, don't actually have a Moonkin on their team. So this might be a non-Moonkin series we've got coming up here, ladies and gentlemen.
You have the Demon Warlock, though. That's
true. They do have the Demon Warlock, for sure.
Exactly.
They really have the Demon Warlock. They have Warwick, so that's
exactly
absolutely the pinnacle of Demo Warlock play, as far as I've seen.
Yeah. He's always played like all three Warlock specs, where sometimes you've seen Warlocks that are like, I'll just only play Affliction. But I mean, even in previous expansions, I've always seen Walrus just playing like, I'm just gonna play Demo, I'm just gonna play Destro, I'll play whatever. So definitely would be very comfortable playing Demo.
Yeah, I would have to see what they do come up with. I was actually talking to Ratapai a little before, and this is the thing about playing against some. Oh god. Playing against like some of these teams, you never really know what the blind pick's gonna be coming out of Ultimate Trash, because they have so many comps. Of course, Looney is a former BlizzCon champion on Shaman, but these days he's playing as Druid's Paladin more.
Correct?
Yeah, he did play Laser Chicken, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So that might be a rivalry we see later on in the tournament as well, if those dice do clash. But then we have Zeepai, who's been playing Shaman and Rogue and DK in the past, and Warwick's. I think he's actually 3k on his Hunter right now as well, so he's playing Hunter and, of course, his Warlock. And then we have Jangles. Maybe Jangles. Maybe they could play even like DK Hunter or something. Like that could be a
DK Hunter.
That could be a realistic comp against RMP, right?
Yeah, no, it does very well against Rogue Mage. So yeah, like you said, that could be something that's played. If they think that Demo Ellie Rested Druid maybe wouldn't do too well against the Rogue Mage Priest, but I feel like probably does well versus Rogue Mage Priest anyways. But if things go bad, that's always like a nice backup. So if maybe matchup one that you think does well doesn't work out, bring out
matchup 2. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's just take a second here whilst we wait for these teams to get into the game to go over our match arena once again. You can see it in the top right. They are, of course, sponsoring us for this event, and I'm going to go over some of the... you can donate $1 just by typing the code GCDTV3 into this blue, beautiful donate button over here. You can see we've got some lovely comments here from all our lovely Twitch fans. #MinPoike. Of course, all this money does go into the prize pool, so if you believe that MinPoike is going to win this tournament, then why not give him $1 for free, courtesy of Match Arena. Good luck to all taking part. All these lovely names. Thank you so much for going through and doing that for us. And we have our beautiful logo up here, so definitely go over, check it out. And I think also, if we go to this page, we can see our stretch goals. So we have our winners interview if we manage to get to 700. We have a great breakdown with the one and only Dilly of the grand final if we get to 1000. And then something that's Richard suggested yesterday, a PvP rap battle if we get to 1500. I don't know if we're going to get there, and I don't know how it's going to work either, but that's going to be something quite interesting if that does happen. So definitely that could be something to strike for. And of course, we appreciate anything if you fancy putting a little bit of spare change out of your pocket towards that prize pool. That's obviously greatly appreciated. 100% of that prize pool, as you can see on the page, goes towards the players. So definitely just in the support of the prize pool that these guys are providing us with this entertainment for. So definitely thank you very much, everyone who has contributed to that.
Who's the best rapper?
Who's the best
What's your
rapper?
prediction?
I don't know. I would guess Sid, because Sid raps like on the BlizzCon stage pretty much. So I don't know if Richard's ever done that.
Richard knows how to rap. He showed me in Ohio.
Oh, he did?
He actually does.
Did he rap battle you in Ohio, or did he just show you?
No, but he just did a little bit.
You would beat him, right?
Okay, it wasn't that great. It was okay.
It wasn't quite Sid standard. Right?
This is toxic.
Yeah, I don't know. This is fighting talk before we've even got there.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so we are going to see Jangles. I think Jangles is he's someone that we haven't really seen in these tournaments so much just yet, but he's definitely an upcoming DK in the EU scene, over 3k rated.
Yeah.
I think he's actually like 3.1k rated these days, so he is an incredibly skilled DK.
I definitely seen him like on tons of streams. Every time I'm watching like some EU stream that's playing at high rating, I always see Jangles being played. Like any high DK is pretty much either Cervantes or him, so definitely nice to see other Unholy DK competition.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
it's always nice when there's a bit of rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a bad matchup at all, though. I think this is a smart choice by them. A lot of the things they have, it seems like it could do well versus Rogue Mage, so maybe this is what they decided they'd be the most comfortable with, and definitely pretty respectable. Just having that Unholy DK with so much disruption while also being that melee makes it hard for the RMP to set up on him, or maybe with the LA Shaman he could get shut down a little bit more. So I think it's a pretty fair pick.
All right, this Demo Warlock on Holy DK is going to be incredibly tanky. I think that the team of the boys and Ratapai are going to struggle. I expect to see a lot of Druid swaps to Looney, so he's going to need to be careful.
Oh, but they're initially just going to open onto Walrus, but I don't think they're going to be doing too much. Like I said, I think they're going to just try to find these windows where they can swap onto Looney, just maybe get a sheep onto him, and if they can get that sheep onto him where he's out of form, then they're probably going to try to swap to him out of that. And they are using that stun and the Fell Lord onto Pacifier, and he's going solo. Very, very, very late block by him, and now he's going to come out of that block, but instead there's that full fear onto Lizzie, so there's the potential he could just go down. They use the pain step, and there's a full asphyxia. He has to chunk that asphyxia, trying to keep Pacifier alive, just so low right now. He's at 33% HP, but now they're popping the orb, actually using damage onto Jangles. He's going to pop that AMS, and now there's that full blind on to keep up full sheep onto Walrus, going for the sap off of that onto Looney, and they do get the full sap. Cross CC's here. They have the cheap shot onto Jangles, still using a lot of damage, but now Walrus is going to disrupt that setup from the Evil Bolt from Pacifier, and he does get it off, and they swap onto Kiba. He gets very low, 20% HP, half cheap shot onto him, 50% HP, 70%, 30%, barely gets saved by the AMZ from Jangles, and I think that's going to keep him safe. He does blink behind the pillar. Pacifier is very low, but again, so much disruption by both teams, and yet boys still found a way to get a very clean setup onto Kiba right after that swap onto Jangles. So, I mean, I really like that there from Brawlworks, using the Felguard stun, or sorry, his Felguard using the stun from that to disrupt him whenever he can, but still just the setups from him are just crazy. I mean, that was so much damage, but I don't think they're going to have as much damage in their next setup, obviously without having that Frozen Orb available, or the Eden Bolt, or sorry, not Frozen, the Icy Veins available to them, which makes that setup so scary. Now we have that full kidney onto Looney. Looks like they're hitting him even though he's in that bear, but I think he's going to be able to stay safe, just not too much is going to be able to get forced onto him here.
Yeah, Django's Death Grip, the mage, out of line of sight of Looney, really preventing any follow-up bursts. They do manage to get the Iron Bark for their troubles. Looney wanted to play that absolutely safe. He'll have Barskin for the next, but here comes the Fell Lord off onto Pacifier Cutie. He gets life gripped out of it. That's a good answer from Ratapai, but he's still getting bursted down by the Apocalypse of this Death Knight, forcing the Ice Block. Bubs has been rotting down in the backline from Walrix's damage as well. Lizzie's got a lot of work ahead of him. He's down at 20% mana. They've got probably one more good opportunity left, but Looney has everything left. He is Barskin. He is Iron Bark coming back up. He's going to be perfectly fine. And Jangles is just soloing Pacifier Cutie. Pacifier Cutie once again on the run, trying to set an Ebon Bolt. He actually baits out the AMS, so maybe they can find a kill on Jangles instead. Looney's just been camping this bear farm. Maybe they can use the blind that's coming up in 9 seconds on Looney and swap to the Death Knight. Pacifier Cutie's got him low, but he's low as well. He's trying to run away. The kidney shot. They make the swap to the Death Knight. He corpse shields to reduce that incoming pressure, but if they can get good CC, they might be able to kill the Death Knight here. Corpse shield is fading. They set up the stuns. They need to get a sapper, a polymorph out of the blind. He vanishes for it, gets the sap. Pacifier Cutie's trying to get a cross kill at 20% HP, but there's nothing left for Lizzie, and Pacifier goes down first. The boys trying to find an opportunity with that preemptive AMS, but not able to. The team of Ultimate Trash claim victory with a 2% survival on Looney. That was so close to him just going down. A very close game number 1.
Yes. So one thing that Regan and I pointing out is he actually went for the Dark Archangel, so that's why he had such a hard time topping him. Eventually he's going to fall really far behind. But having that Dark Angel for that 15% damage bonus for him and his team, that lets them get that extra damage onto Looney, which is what almost won them that game. So that strategy just barely failed for them. But since it is more of an all-in strategy, I think in the next game they probably won't go for playing that Dark Archangel. Usually that's more of a risky strategy or a risky talent choice to take, even when you're playing RMP. So likely they'll just play the normal Archangel and just have that bonus healing that will help the Priest keep his mage a lot more offensive. Because again, once they get through both those blocks, it's very hard for him to top him off.
Yeah, I mean, that was so close, that game. I mean, boys... They were just looking for that one setup, right? That's why they were playing like this Dark Archangel, the Frost Mage with the Orb and the Icy Veins. Like, this is such an all-in one-shot strategy, and all they have to do, so especially since Looney or Killbat on that Druid is playing the Relentless talent, actually.
The Outlaw Rogue. With the Outlaw, they would have had the tricks too.
Yeah, maybe.
I've seen Pry play it a little bit. Pry's always playing Outlaw. I swear, like I always.
Yeah, he's played it a lot this season for sure. This expansion, rather.
Yeah, because I'll see it become meta randomly because he's playing it on EU, and then it gets nerfed or something, and it's like, oh, maybe Outlaw's not good, and then I just see it getting played again. And again, it's probably the one who's playing it, and then I see other people start playing it when I watch EU teams play.
Yeah,
but I mean,
maybe he could play it. Like, maybe, do you think that would actually be the solution for boys? Because, I mean, they were so close to taking him out with that one attempt. If he'd been Outlaw, maybe it would have been enough.
Yeah, exactly, because the thing is, in that setup that they had, it wasn't really too much of the sub in that matchup, right? It's not like he's just getting triple sheep shots everywhere. Instead, it was just a sheep onto Walrug with a blind sap going out. But you could do that as Outlaw. So if you have that blind sap that you go out for, and then you swap onto him with, the kidney shot or whatever, pistol shot.
Between the eyes.
Yeah, between the eyes. Okay, there you go.
Come on.
See, no one even plays Jack Sparrow on NA. Okay,
Jack Sparrow.
Yeah. That's what it is, dude. It's Jack Sparrow. Like, probably wakes up every day to like Pirates of the Caribbean theme song. I guess it's a lot. Just, like,
I'm not sure about that one, but
you don't think so? He's just gonna be an outlaw. Right?
We'd have to ask him.
Yeah, I mean, getting that setup right, and you use the tricks of the trade with a Dark Archangel. That 100% would have been a kill there.
Yeah.
Oh, but instead they say okay, so they stay with the sub and they stay with the Archangel. No, he goes for the Dark Archangel again. He saw for it.
So Lizzie,
maybe they're going for that same setup.
People talk about Lizzie, and like we were saying yesterday, he is like this priest that has a huge reputation for doing insane damage. And like, look at how aggressive some of these talents are. Like you say, that Dark Archangel. It's going to be really interesting to see, because if they can get that one setup, it's only the Relentless on Looney. I even wonder if he should maybe play the PvP trinket just to counter that one Icy Vein setup. But clearly he favors it.
I think it might just save him just having the Relentless when it's the sub rogue. I think if you're playing versus like the Outlaw rogue, you might want the trinket instead. But because sub rogues, they're just going to consistently have these like cheap shot windows. I feel like playing Relentless does shut them down a little bit more just because they have that 4-second sunset. And now they are going to go onto Looney with that full kidney onto him, getting him at 30% HP through bear form. He pre-bared everything and still got very low, got to 20% HP. Oh, but one thing, they swapped to Fire over the Frost Mage this game instead, but now they're going to force that tree form by Looney, trying to keep himself topped off. They do have pretty much everything left defensively from boys, so as long as Ultimate Trash is able to kind of keep themselves topped off after this offensive window from boys, they should be okay, but it seems like the pressure really hasn't stopped, and now they have another kidney on him into that tree form, going to try to get some damage on him once again. Looney is going to stay topped off, though, just because that AMS being used by Jangle, so good decision by him, just rotating those cooldowns together, and they still have that Iron Bark available to them. And now we see that Demo Axos being used onto Pacifier, and the Fellow are going to force him to use that Ice Block with a Paint Sub overlap. Again, as long as they can kind of live in this longer game, eventually Boys is going to fall behind because Lizzie... they get this full kidney onto Looney out of form. He's at 40%, gets half cheap shot, 30% HP. Another cheap shot goes out on him, goes back into bear form, 30% HP. Does get the Iron Bark on himself. He's at 20%, trying to keep himself alive. But if they are able to stabilize himself here,
whoa!
He's at 30% HP, topping himself off. He gets so close. I feel like every time he gets this window where he starts topping himself off, but the pressure never stops just because of that Fire Mage and the sub-rogue mobility on him. He's at 20% HP, and the Sun Arrows are going to come out very, very soon. So there's a very likely chance that they are just going to die here. And now, yep, there's that full kidney. Caught him into human form. Uses the Vark skin. They have a double fear hitting Walrick and Looney, and now there's a half cheap shot. Triple cheap shot goes out onto Looney, but he is going to stabilize himself with that bear form. But still, so much damage has come out, and all they need to do is just survive because at this point, Lizzie is He's spamming his presence all game on. 5% HP, 1% HP. Are you gonna die? 4% in bear form. Ursoc, come on. 12%. I can't believe he lived. Look at that, Mythic Ursoc. They're failing on the mechanics. And there's the full kidney at 20% HP. He's the Thorns on himself, trying to mitigate some of that
There
damage.
we go.
That's a dead bear.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that was quite a will he, won't he type scenario, right? He was hovering at quite low HP for a little while there. And Jangles was doing such a brilliant job though. He was Pacifier QT. Like the reason that Looney lived on such low HP for such a long time is because the mage literally could not connect forever and ever. Like Jangles had him like gripped, and then he had him stunned.
Cross killing.
Oh, they might kill him because he's and they do get the cross kill, and now Bubs is getting turned to. The thing is, they're playing the super all-in strategy where they're spamming Purgers, they're playing the Dark Archangel, so eventually Lizzie doesn't really have his healing output. I do like them stopping that Fire Mage, but now we do have this kidney shot being used onto Jingles. I mean, there's potential that they are just going to get the kill on him anyways here. They have the AMZ being used, but Jingles is still 5% HP. Bubs should be able to finish him off. Looks like he's topping himself a little bit with that core shield being used, trying to spam those death strikes, and now there's that full Axos on the Bubs with the fear onto Lizzie. They can't burst him down here. No, they have another Axos. I don't believe they have a filler left, and there's the Cloak of Shadows being used, but Jingles is at 50% HP. Can't keep himself topped off, and now there's a kidney onto Walrick, so this should secure the kill for them. Where's the HP? And yeah, there's that blind being used, but
Walrick's maybe? No, he's not going to even try.
He is. He's going for it.
Wait, his team.
He's going for the 1v2.
He's going for it. Walrick is hungry. He does not want to lose this game, but it seems as if Bubs is stopping himself. DRs are coming off. He uses the wall. 30% HP.
I was quite amazed they even managed to bring it back to the 2v2, to be honest. It took them like a good minute after Looney died, after Killer died.
Yeah, wow. Definitely. I mean, I think they've just recognized it again. With the strategy that boys have, it's just super all-in, where the Priest is just going to spam Purge all game and then play that Dark Archangel, so he's eventually going to fall behind. But I do think that instead of actually swapping to Fire Mage probably made a lot more sense, just having that very high consistent damage, and it can't get shut down as easily because, I mean, if you watch it, even as Fire, Jingles is doing a great job shutting him down, which is how Looney was able to live so long at that low HP, but I mean, they were obviously able to secure that kill.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how this series does play out. I mean, such a close game, and credit to Ultimate Trash taking it right down to the wire there, but the boys, Lizzie, Radapai, on that Priest with some pretty unconventional strategies, I have to say. The Dark Archangel, certainly something you do not see in your regular 3v3 match.
Yeah, like usually
it certainly
that's
helped
something
out
you play
there.
in like 1 or 2 matchups, you know, like you play it as more of a gimmick, but I mean, I think that they just figured in a specific matchup it's probably the best thing for them to do and just try to be very offensive. But I think this could come down to the map pick here, right? Even if both teams say the same strategy, because Looney's team, they did win the first game, so if they pick a bigger map, maybe he has more window to survive over, say, Ruins of Lordaeron, where it's that small map.
Sorry, there's one other thing I wanted to touch on as well. Like, you were saying Jangles did a great job of peeling the Fire Mage, right? From Looney?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you see the damage that Lizzie did compared to the mage?
Lizzie.
He literally did almost the same damage. It was 8 million to 11 million. They were peeling the Fire Mage, sure, but Lizzie was going ham that game. Yeah. He actually just tunneled like every penance on Looney, every single bit of damage. Lights Wrath for 300,000, which was like higher than any ability that Jangles did in the game as well.
Yeah, I need to pick up this Priest, man. Definitely seems like he could follow suit with me running at healing. This guy. Yeah,
this is the one you want. This is the one.
Exactly. Like, I don't need Joxy, I don't need Eflex, like I need, this is the European Priest I need, the one that just maximum balls.
Oh, you run through European healers. That's a good strategy, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so the series is going to be tied 1-1 here, guys, with Certainly some very interesting gameplay coming out of these two teams. We'll have to see. Ultimate Trash, they didn't change up their comp. Of course, they have Zeepai sitting on the bench. He is quite an incredible elemental shaman or rogue, but they're choosing not to bring him out just yet. Still favoring this bigger map. Yes.
Yeah, I think the map pick is what's going to help them out in this matchup, because I was saying earlier, I think if they just pick a bigger map, they could probably survive. Where that last map, Looney obviously ended up dying. But it's because Runes is so small, so it's actually a lot easier for the suburb to kind of have that very high uptime onto him just with the shadow striking, because it has like that 20-yard range. But on Runes, you're so close, like you'll never really get away. But there is potential that if you blink behind a pillar on Tolvaron, you'll never really end up getting back into range of him. So he has more of a chance to actually stop that damage that's just crushing him all game long. And he can also line the Disc Priest easier, who will have a hard time chasing after a Resto Druid on such a big map.
Jangles crossing the map, getting combat with that Chains of Ice. Walrick's now sending his pet in, so there will be no saps going out this match. Pacifier Cutie now out of stealth as well. Seems to just be attacking the Death Knight Jangles, trying to get some cross pressure as Bubs goes after that Resto Druid Looney. Once again, this team of boys are going to be playing hyper aggressive, trying to go for that healer rush down. They've got him caught in the stun. They're basically killing him through Barkskin. There's so much damage coming through from this team. One more cheap shot follows it up. Frenzy Regeneration heals him up. He blinks away to safety for now. He needs to line of sight that Disciplined Priest incoming purges. Lizzie shackles the gargoyle. Good awareness from the priest. Getting that gargoyle out of the fight's going to reduce a lot of pressure here. They need to be careful of Pacifier. Walrus wants to set up that Fell Lord, and he is low on health. They use the life grip before the Fell Lord. Walrus might look to punish that.
Yeah, I do like that they just use the instant paints up too, just to keep them offensive, because obviously Lizzie isn't going to be able to do as much healing as he wants to, using that Rapture, trying to spam their shields on the Pacifier to keep him alive. But now he was getting bursted very hard, and they're using the combustion now because they actually were able to hold it in the opener. So they split up the Shadow Blades and the combustion, getting so much damage onto Looney. But this is going to force the AMZ and the Tree Form. So getting both of those together with one combustion, that's very good. They're not going to have too many defensive cooldowns left. They do have the Iron Bark available still, and I think for the next stun that comes out, they will have a Bark Skin, but still, they're kind of whittling Looney down to the point that if they can consistently get setups, they will kill him. But they're not having that nonstop pressure that they had the last game, where he wasn't able to top himself. Like, he's at this point where he's topped off. He maybe at 60% mana, but he's going to be okay because he's not able to purge as much. He's being kited the entire game. So I feel like the map pick is really starting to work out very well for Ultimate Trash. And now we have another full kidney, getting the Meteor onto Looney, getting out 50% HP. He does get the Iron Bark on himself, just going to top himself casually. He should be okay here, using the gateway to run away, blink behind the pillar, and now it looks like the Rogue Mage isn't going to be able to connect. And at this point, they're getting Pacifier pretty low. He's at 50% HP, and Lizzie's at 20% mana, so he can't really keep Pacifier offensive for very long. He does have an Ice Block available, but it's only just that one block. So if Ultimate Trash is just able to keep breaking up the setups like they have been on this map, it is going to be where Boys eventually just runs out of steam and they lose.
Yeah, Pacifier Cutie caught into an axe toss. A lot of wild imps have been summoned. A full fear secured onto Lizzie, and this is easily going to have to be an ice block. Pacifier Cutie's trying to hold on to it as he gets gripped back. Lizzie caught into a stun, forcing the ice block. Jangles now switching his attention to Bubs, getting him down to about half HP. Lizzie's mana is at 18%. His all-in strategy is running out of steam. He drops the barrier as the last line of defense. They set up some swap opportunity here to the Death Knight. He's caught into the stun. Icebound Fortitude, Force Shield, and AMS all used at the same time. If they can punish that here, they might be able to keep going, but Pacifier Cutie's on hypo. Cauterized procs. There's nothing left. Lizzie caught into the full fear, and Pacifier Cutie's trying to get the cross kill. Jangles down at 10, but it's not enough to find it. And Ultimate Trash lead the series 2-1.
I mean, I think that was definitely a good window for them to go for that swap. Probably they would have had to go for that earlier in the game, just because of how well Looney is able to kite here. So maybe they committed too much. Where if they did go for a swap like that earlier on, it probably could have helped them out. But like you said, Pacifier eventually just falls so far behind that it is hard for him to just stay in that game. Maybe they could have let the Cauterize proc before block, so try to trade it that way. I don't know if that would have really extended much though, like the cooldown usage. But again, that's where the map just seems to have a big impact on them. So now that it's the boys' pick, I think that they'll probably take something like Dalaran Sewers, and on a Dalaran Sewers choice, they probably have again another advantage. But again, winning that first game makes it so that Looney's team will probably be able to win the series. If things just go like as far as predictions would it be, then they go Dalaran Sewers, maybe Boys wins, and then after that, Looney's team, they pick Blaze Edge or something similar to that, have enough room to kite, and then the RMP loses eventually with that strategy.
Interestingly, Pacifier actually top damage in this game compared to
What?
the last game where he didn't do anything, but this time he just absolutely destroyed it. And I mean, this series so far has been the absolute closest games. I mean, the first game, Looney lives on 2% on the rest of Dread. The second game, we have a cross kill, like a actual cross kill, and then in game 3 it's like Jangles is hitting away at Pacifier whilst also on 10%, and it's really a case of whoever gets the most damaging abilities at the very end there wins the game. So all 3 games have been the most cutthroat ever, and that is absolutely awesome. And like this, neither of these teams are really playing meta comps. I mean, you do see a fair bit of Rogue Mage still. Perhaps I think certainly on NA ladders there's a few more sub Rogue perhaps as well.
Mage, not a meta comp. Healingstat 2017.
okay. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but still, it's not the meta specs of the comp, like playing with the Disc Priest, playing with the sub Rogue, and then you have a DK Warlock, which again it's pretty strong, but it's not like the very top meta comp. So these two teams like kind of battling it out with their picks for each other.
Well, I think it's because these aren't things that you could probably blind queue to ladder. Like you probably wouldn't play Fire sub blind on ladder, right? Maybe just playing Outlaw and a Frost, probably in general, like a lot more consistent. And the same thing, you could probably play something like a Demon Hunter Demo or LA Demo or things like that. But I think in these specific matchups, like these are the times where we will whip out these compositions. Because it's not necessarily that they're even bad. It's just they might not just do well versus a bunch of other comps that they totally have, very solid synergies with each other on both ends. So.
Someone in chat said I'm not allowed to hang posters on my wall. Feels bad, man. No, this is just the look I go for, I just I want the calm.
First, Twitch chat makes fun of you. Then they try and control your life. Then they tell you what posters you can have in your room. Man, Twitch chat is brutal.
What should I have? If I could have a poster back there, what would you suggest? Maybe Illidan? Overwatch? Nah, we're not about that life.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a classic poster to have, even if you don't even
actually play it. You know one like really good. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for saying this, and people are gonna call me really nerdy and stuff. But the wallpaper they had, like the background for this 7.2 announcement with Illidan and his ridiculously large wings, etc. That looked really cool. Do you think I should get that as a poster? You think that would be good? No?
Yeah, get it.
Maybe I'll have it for the next broadcast.
Twitch is gonna bully you.
I feel like we should bully you
before they bully you, because if that happens, like they don't even win,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Like they can't have the fun of exposing me if I do it myself, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe I should paint my walls. That's what our admin's saying. Paint my walls with Illidan. I don't know.
Look, they're just copying what you said. They're just saying nerd. But it's not because they actually think you are one. They're just copying.
Yeah. Of course.
You won.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, getting back into the series here, guys. 2-1 in favor of Ultimate Trash. Radapai, aka Lizzie, and his boys need to come up with something. So you think?
What did you say?
Rat Poppy.
Radapai.
Oh my god.
All right, so. What do they need to do to bring this series, tie it back up, and take us to a game 5? You think maybe just the small map?
Yeah. I think the small map is definitely the best thing to go for. I mean, I would definitely predict Dalaran Sewers. Like, I mean, as a person who plays compositions where they have the exact same strategy that this RMP has, aka running down the healer, I definitely would pick Dalaran Sewers in this situation. But instead they're going to go for the Tiger's Peak. And I mean, it's not like Tiger's Peak is bad either.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a neutral map, just like Magrant, so I'm not going to hate on it too much.
Someone said, stream goal painting with Healingstat. Perhaps, yeah. No, probably not. Anyways, so we are going to load up into the game here, guys. Tiger's Peak, yep, like you say, map choice a little bit more neutral. But we'll have to see if it is the correct choice. The boys not facing elimination, of course, since we are running that double elimination bracket on our main tournament. But
well, maybe Dalaran Sewers, actually. It could have been bad for them, right? Because if they kind of just sit behind the boxes with like a Fell Lord down, they probably can't go as offensive as they'd want to. So maybe picking Tiger's Peak actually was the best map choice for them.
Oh, I like that move. I was actually looking at Looney's talents, and he was running Thorns, and I'm thinking to myself, they've never even come close to killing the Rogue, so I think Drew to the Claw would be better. Then if he's getting purged, his hots are also getting refreshed when the rogue gets a critical strike. So I think Drew to Claw is actually going to make Looney way more tanky in this match.
Yeah, Drew to the Claw does seem like a better decision in this specific matchup for sure. Have to see like what they're going to do here. Instead they're trying to use that Death Coil into an asphyxia on a Lizzie. They do use a little bit of an overlap there. It's not really forcing too much. I actually would have expected for boys to be the ones going offensive first, but it looks like Ultimate Trash are the ones going offensive onto them. And instead, Pacifier is just falling super far behind. They're already having to use that pain suppression. They are using that Dark Archangel. Instead, it looks like their kill target is going to be Jangles at this point. Maybe they're going to go for a swap onto Looney. Oh, they do have that full kidney onto him. And it looks like they are using some damage onto Looney. So yeah, again, half cheap shots go onto him. And now triple DR cheap shot, forcing out Iron Bark and the tree form. So I think maybe the strategy boys has here is they're going to try to pressure Jangles and Looney instead of going one or the other, which probably will work out a lot better for them. And now they're just going to blind him on that tree form, go onto Jangles, get the IDF, maybe go for that half sap out of that on the tree form. Yep, they do get that full sap. Pacifier getting coiled here though, not going to be able to get anything to follow that up. It looks like he's going to go for the resap and it breaks from the ignite spread. Fortunately, not going to get too much here. And now they swap again with a cheap shot into a kidney shot onto Looney, just keeping such a long CC chain on him. He hasn't played his character at all, but it does seem like he's going to keep himself topped off.
The crowd controlled the entire duration of the tree form, but
yeah,
he still is. Oh, right, he's got full hots. He's out of line of sight of Lizzie. He needs to avoid that Discipline Priest, purging all of his heal over time effects. Pacifier, though, getting punished as he's trying to move in, down to 18%, forced into the ice block before the cauterize once again. So he will have that as a last line of defense. Bub's now getting swapped over to Dark Archangel actually activated as they set up a kill on Jangles. AMS at 19%.
Oh, full fear!
On the Looney.
You can't go for a cheaper fear.
They need to get me out of it.
Oh my god, he can't get the sheep.
He got
axe
on it. And axe toss to deny it. Now Pacifier Cutie's going to be on the back foot, gets life gripped away. Jangles Wraith walks after him to reconnect, stunning up Lizzie. Lizzie trinkets out to spam heal Pacifier Cutie. He knows he doesn't have block available. Bubs is moving in to try and pressure Looney away from the fight as Pacifier looks to work down Jangles' HP. I would imagine he after Jangles. Kidney shot into Ring of Frost. Oh, he missed it. No, he didn't get it. Oh, they deny it. That could have been the kill.
Every single time Ultimate Trash, they're making sure to just barely stop these setups because, again, if they get one of these, like that's the game over. And now we have that full Gnaw being used on the Pacifier Cutie to have Axe Toss, getting very low. Curse of Fragility being used on the Pacifier. He has lower maximum HP, and this could eventually end up just killing him here. He's at 40%. He has these Necro stacks. It's going to be so hard for Lizzie to top him off. And he still has more Necros, 3%. Cauterize procs. It is going to clear the Necros, but again, I mean, he's just barely getting topped off here. They get a full sheep onto Looney. I don't know if they can get a resheep, though. There's so much pressure onto Pacifier. And yeah, they're not going to be able to get the resheep. Go for the kidney instead. Looks like they're maybe swapping onto Looney. No, they go for the half ring out of that, but they just have no damage in this window. Now they have asphyxiate into a full fear. Pacifier is very likely to just go down here, and that's going to be the series for Ultimate Trash.
Yep, a pretty quick conclusion. That was certainly the most convincing of the three games. I mean, you could definitely see boys had the potential if they could just land a little bit more CC onto Kilba. But that is going to secure it. These guys looking very strong. Ultimate Trash with, again, like perhaps not the most conventional comp, but that's going to be a 3-1 in favor of them.
Yeah, damage them. What?
I mean, I think that the thing is they do have this super all-in strategy as the RMP, which totally, it definitely was doing very well the first few games. So I feel eventually they just realized exactly how they had to play. Like, they got a lot more comfortable with the damage, and like you saw, they went through to call it, things like that to just avoid being bursted down and making sure that they will be ready for any setup windows, because anytime there was one of those setup windows that could have won the game, they instead were saving things like axe tosses and grips, where I think in the previous games they might have been using those more offensively, and instead just going for that more defensive playstyle does just lead to the win for them, because as long as they don't lose, they win.
They win. Yes, brilliant.
Yeah, exactly.
Great analysis. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Okay, it's so hard to explain it.
Yeah, I know. We've all been there.
Yeah, when you have the dampener, and then you have the guy that's trying to win the fast game. As long as you don't let the guy win the fast game, they just lose by default. Like they don't get their setups. That's the game.
There's as it said, there's the play to win and the play to live, right? The two different types of comps. But yeah, anyways, let's have a little look over at the brackets to see how they play out. Of course, the Ultimate Trash do advance to the upper bracket semi-finals. And we're not saying goodbye to any teams just yet. Everyone will play 2 series today, guys. So no team is eliminated from our double elimination bracket just yet. But we will see that boys going down to this lower bracket here, they will be facing the loser of Boomkin or Lose or PogChamp Gaming, which is of course going to be our next series. we can see actually every series, even though they've been quite close, we haven't got to Game 5 just yet. That was another 3-1 victory. We can see who's pinning up to be some of our higher teams in this bracket so far. So Boomkin or Lose versus PogChamp Gaming. Let's have a little look. What are these teams?
Boomkin or Lose, that's Cervantes' team, and I believe he
yes.
also has...
He's playing with Luxia and Nerdrage, right? So they're the TSG,
Okay.
I think, actually,
Yeah,
they might
they
be... Cervantes plays Demon Hunter these days as well, right?
Does he?
Yeah, I
He
think...
might.
I think he's very high on his Demon Hunters. They might even be running Demon Hunter, Warrior, Resto Druid, or just the TSG. And then...
I think TSG probably be better. Overall, I'm pretty sure TSG's a better comp. It's probably something that they would use as like a backup comp, but I don't think they would probably play it in the first game. I believe I was told that Arcasia was Warlock. I think that's what he was.
Well, so on the other team of PogChamp Gaming, we have Zhrei, who is someone that really goes back in the history of GCDEU because he used to be playing the Kiddie Cleave with DJ Flappers, and we had a lot of entertainment with those guys. Yeah. And then he's playing with Aristros, who's one of these new he got very highest destruction. I don't know if he plays the demo spec so much, but I've certainly seen him. And then they have Back Alpha and Rierhurst, I think, on their team. So that's, again, I'm not entirely sure if Back Alpha plays Death Knight for them or if he's an enhancement. I can't remember. But I think he might be an enhancement, so maybe these guys have Turbo Cleave available to them, actually, which would be quite interesting.
Did someone say Turbo?
Sid suddenly, perks up. Did his picture move, guys? I didn't see. Maybe his ears, popped out. I know, he's still looking at me. Okay, that's good. But yes. So maybe it could be a Turbo versus a TSG. I feel like TSG has the edge in that matchup if that happens, don't you think?
Yeah, I think TSG's probably a safer comp. Turbo is more okay, we have a lot of bursts you down, maybe you live, then we're kind of screwed, because Turbo's not the same way it was in Water, where it was a lot more consistent pressure and just super disruptive. Instead, now they rely a lot more on those windows where they have the Bloodlust and Battle Cry and just burst you down very, very hard. So, I mean, I think TSG could probably just do what they can to live. VGA still has things like Corpse Shield that could help them survive. Obviously, they probably burst down his pad very hard, but still, I feel like it's enough to live through that heroism window. And then having Disarm and Duel from a warrior on your own team should be able to keep you from dying in those situations.
I see in chat people pointing out this is of course going to be Nerdrage versus Zhrei, so there aren't many warriors in these tournaments these days, and I think these are actually the only two kind of main warriors in the whole tournament, I think I'm correct in saying, so it's going to be quite an interesting one to see who comes out on top, because I'm fairly sure they're both going to be playing their warriors in this game. I don't think either of them are going to be benched.
He's not a main warrior?
No. Well, yeah, I guess he is kind of. I think of him as a rogue because he played rogue so much at the start of the expansion. But I guess he's also playing warrior.
When you play everything, it doesn't even. You can't even.
Yeah, you can't say this is his main. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a little different. Anyways, let's.
And then you can always be like, whatever, you lost to my ult.
Yeah,
dude, that's
for
sure.
The
best part of multi-classing. You can just say, LOL, lose to my ult.
I guess it's a good excuse to have, right? Since anyways,
exactly.
Whilst we wait for these two teams to queue up, let's just have a little look over at our match arena once again. As I said earlier in the broadcast, guys, unfortunately, it is really unfortunate because I wish this wasn't the case, but we can't look at our Streamlabs right now, so I can't see donations to that, and I can't see subscribers, which is it really sucks, but I'm hoping we're going to have it fixed as soon as possible. It's very much out of our hands right now. But we do still have our Match Arena page. You can see all these lovely people who have head over with their Twitch accounts to type in the code GCDTV3, and they've donated $1 for free to the prize pool. And as we can see, just going over to the payouts here, 100% of that money goes, and we have our estimated first prize of $300 pretty much, and second and third as well. So thank you so much for everyone who's done that already, and anything more we do appreciate going towards these players and their winnings for the tournament. So thank you very much for that. We should be ready to get into the game momentarily. Oop, didn't want to go to that one. There we go. Back to the lovely cameras. And we're just waiting on one team's blind pick, and then we should be ready to get into this one. So any predictions from you guys before we head into Grand Arena?
Blind pick, definitely expect TSG from Cervantes' team. I feel like that's what they're going to be most known for, or definitely feel a lot more confident in. So, likely see the TSG from them. The other team, like you said, probably the Turbo, right? Because they have that available to them. So I think, we see instead, Destro, Mage, Rested Druid versus TSG.
Wow, you're ruining the surprise. We hadn't got into it yet.
Oh, dude, what?
Let's see. There we go. Ooh, yeah. Oh, it's Shrey on the Mage.
Oh, dude, and he gave the wave. He gave the wave in the starting room, knowing that the casters were what?
They knew they were watching. Wow. Let's see Shrey's Mage. Oh, he's playing Frost as well. That's nice. Let's have a little look. How's the transmog? I imagine Shrey Mage having a good transmog. Yeah, it's pink. It's nice. It's okay. I've seen better.
I think Aritos, it's got the good male human mog going on. Very rarely do I say that a male human has a good mog, but this guy knows what's up.
What?
This is going to be interesting. This is the This is the official debut.
Do I say a male human has a good mog?
Yeah, most mogs look actually really, really bad on them. Like, I'm not gonna like. I guess the cloth warlock, like, he looks swagging. Like, looks like he's gonna come in, smack you up. Look at him with his staff, like, doing work.
All right, Frozen Orb dropped onto Cervantes.
Gargoyle.
Flurry connects as well. Iron Bark out from Linné to deflect that as they lead the charge onto Airstros. Overlap, unending resolve, and Iron Bark, but maybe a necessary overlap. He's taking quite a bit of punishment. Ryu caught into a stun. Looks like Cervantes is going to switch his attention to him. Cervantes is a master of training Resto Druids after thousands of 2v2 matches. I would imagine that he's very comfortable doing that. Nerd Rage is still going after Airstros after that cooldown overlap. He's going to need to be very careful. We may need to see some spam polymorphs here soon.
Oh, Big Eagle
pulled out from
though.
Zray with the flurry comboed onto Cervantes. Fell Fissure is down as well. If Airstros can position himself in those Fell Fissures, it's going to be hard for Linné to heal through it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just going to use the Thorns there, just trying to stop some of that melee damage coming out there, because it also has that 20% physical damage reduction onto it. On top of that, obviously counter pressure just from hitting into it, and Cervantes is kind of getting really low here. Surveillance has that orb available to him, I believe, so if they do get a CC setup onto Lexia, they can just start bursting down either Cervantes or Nerd Rage very hard, and I think just kind of trying to stabilize, just getting full asphyxiates onto Ryu, so it looks like both teams aren't able to get too much CC out on each other, and more of kind of just a PvE matchup from both teams, it seems like.
Airstros has got 3 Chaos Bolts in a row. Linné's trying to recover through that with the Tranquility, but Cervantes got cloned at low HP, denying a lot of that income healing. Nerd Rage is chasing down Zray. It looks like they're switching their attention to the Frost Mage. They want to shut him out, but if they shut him out, they can't shut out the Destro Lock, who's just free casting on them, raining down Wizard Bolts of Destruction. Zray, though, is getting pressured, blinks back to the middle of the map, forced to Ice Block. They did manage to get that out of the way. Iron Bark available for Ryu in another 10 seconds. They switch their attention to Airstros. Looks like Cervantes wants to stun Ryu, or maybe just move over, put a disease.
Oh, I am with a drive-by bash, though, onto Aritos. Now there's going to force the Thorns onto him, trying to get pressure onto both Cervantes and Nerd Rage. They don't have the AMS. They don't have the Spell Reflection available, so a lot of this Wizard damage is going to be very, very scary for them. They are free casting these Chaos Bolts. Can't do too much about it, because when you have these 2 Wizards here, makes this kind of comp so strong. Do you stop the Frost Mage or do you stop the Destro Lock, both with very high priority spells to interrupt in multiple schools on the same time?
Ooh, double Mortal Coil up from this Destro Warlock. Zray trying to run away and get a better position, but Nerd Rage blinks, or Heroic Leap charges his blink once again. Cervantes reconnects. Zray blinks again to try and escape to safety. Ryu needs to pick him back up.
Double shock
artifact to boost him back up. Nerd Rage and Cervantes are still very dangerously low on HP. Linné has a lot of work ahead of him. These Chaos Bolts are just flying over and over and over. He's looking for a fear. He doesn't manage to sneak that in. Zray getting counter pressured, blinks away with the Iron Bark, spamming out the Frost Bolts, trying to counter pressure Nerd Rage away, but Nerd Rage ignores the pain, just chasing after him. A full bash onto Ryu, maybe a potential clone. No, Linné doesn't want to risk it. Spell Reflect on that Chaos Bolt back onto Airstros. Airstros activating the Nether Portals, trying to get more pressure towards Cervantes. Linné in a good position behind this pillar to avoid any CC. He's actually getting a lot of mana. Zray stops him with that Cone of Cold. Good awareness from him to prevent that. Mana's going to be his lead moving into this match. PogChamp Gaming has Frozen Orb. They activate the Icy Veins, but he gets Shockwaved. Airstros might be able to solo Cervantes. They activate the AMZ, and Zray actually can't escape it. He drops the Frozen Orb into the AMZ. A bit of a questionable move. I don't think it's going to be able to punch through that much damage reduction. They toss out the Flurry. They're trying to finish off Cervantes. If they'd saved that Frozen Orb for right now, I feel like Cervantes would be dead.
Yeah, definitely. I think he could have died there. Maybe he just used it a bit too early. Potentially thought that it was going to end because it was like a second too early that he used it, right? But now they're forcing the AMS onto Cervantes. He's at 30% HP. Nerd is very low at 30% HP as well. So PogChamp Gaming, not getting as much CC as you would probably think that would happen from a double wizard comp like this. But instead, they're just both able to just keep spamming this damage, and it's very hard for Lexia to just keep his teammates alive. Like he's at 40% mana, whereas Ryo is at 78%. And you kind of would expect the team that's playing against an Holy DK as a Rested Druid would have a much harder time keeping their team, offensive. Just so much damage coming out just from that Desperate Warlock and the Frost Mage.
Oh, Cervantes trying to get back behind the pillar with that Wraith Lock. Lene has a lot of work ahead of him to heal him back up. Zray is going to tab target over to Nerd Rage, toss out some Frost Bolts, build up some Icicles. Aristross getting some Soul Shards as well for some incoming Chaos Bolts. Double Mortal Coil. I would imagine he's going to look to set up those Chaos Bolts here shortly. Frozen Orb is available. Zray could drop that Frozen Orb on the entire team here if he needs to. He's actually playing Splitting Ice, so his Ice Lance hit 2 targets. He's doing massive amounts of damage as a result, which is why Lene is so low on mana. Double Chaos Bolts, Incinerates flying. They're just hiding behind the pillar. The TSG, the melee cleave, just quivering for their own lives.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them to do anything. Like, they're able to get kited all the time from Zray. It feels like they can't really go onto Aritos because then Zray will actually do way more than he's already doing. But then at the same time, it's like they have the Chaos Bolts coming out, the Fell Fishers there, and being these 2 melee that aren't really the most mobile in a sense, that they're just going to have all that extra healing that Lexia has to go through. Like, he's trying to get these strings constantly. He does get them, but he's barely able to get mana with them. He always has to cancel them, or he gets broken out from it. And we could just see that Ryo is at 90% mana compared to the 11%, and we're only in 3% dampening. So it feels like eventually in this game, Cervantes' team I don't really see them winning or being able to recover unless something is done soon.
Yep, they're just getting decimated. Lene can find no opportunity to drink. There's too much pressure. Ironbark used on Zray on that Sharpened Blade that will deny some incoming pressure as a result. Ryo just spam healing through it. Their team needs to just spam cast. I feel at this point if they just do damage, Lene won't be able to handle it as we move into dampening. They actually polymorph Nerd Rage. They end up breaking it with the Chaos Bolts. The Fell Fissures are down. Full Fear over onto Ryo. They're trying to set up a kill on Zray. Zray sees it coming. He polymorphs the Warrior away. Ryo safely comes out of that. They're looking for the
Big Evil Ball comes out.
And with a Chaos Bolt towards Cervantes, immediately crushing him down to 26%. He just Wraith walks into the fight. He doesn't care. He's trying to ignore it and trying to push through, but the double Chaos Bolts just keep flying out. Zray is low.
They're trying to get the kill before the blocks are up.
Will they finish it? Double blinks away. He gets gripped back, and they might be able to finish him. Still at 50%. Chaos Bolts keep coming out from Aristross to try and force them away from Zray. Zray's Frozen Orb now crushing them. Nerd Rage down to 20%. AMZ gets popped. He needs to get into it. He's so slow. He just can't get into the AMZ. He barely gets into it in time, but Lene has 2% mana. Healing Touch is the only spell he can basically use. Innervate just came up. He needs to get a lot of heals with this Innervate if he wants to recover and have any hope of playing into the rest of this match.
And I feel like that was their kill window. They popped the Gargo, they popped the Avatar, used everything on his Ray, and he didn't have the Ice Box left, but now he has an Ice Block back, and it seems that with him being at 2% mana, 1% mana, 12% dampening, it seems like there's almost no way for them to recover. Like, they have so little mobility. They use all their defensive cooldowns offensively to try to finish them off there, and I don't see any way for them to end up recovering or just scoring a kill at this point.
Infernal Stuns. Ray got a lot of Blizzard ticks. I would imagine Frozen Orb is up, drops the Frozen Orb Comet Storm combo, and Lene has nothing to deal with it. Zray is on a rampage. Aristross is free casting in the midfield. These Harry Potter wizards are having a field day. Chaos Bolt gets Death Grip. Cervantes is trying to break up the pressure as much as possible. Lene looks like he's trying to sneak away for a drink, but he can't get away. The pet's just chasing him down. He's never going to leave combat. We're at 16% dampening. They actually polymorph Nerd Rage. They're trying to get a single kill on Cervantes. Ironbark might be enough to keep him alive. Flurry connects, and it's not. PogChamp Gaming, PogChamps in chat, going to take 1-0 in favor. I don't know if Boomkin or Lose were actually expecting this composition out from them. We haven't seen MLD really since Wrath of the Lich King, so...
I love that. Yeah. I love that coming out of PogChamp Gaming. They must have clearly read that the TSG was coming out, and the Zray Lance debut comes out with 50 million damage.
Yeah,
that was.
I think
incredible.
That it was totally a good pickup in that matchup because normally in Holy DKs again do really well versus Rested Druids because of the Crypt Fever, and they can be really disruptive for a setup style mage composition like versus Rogue Mage. It might be really hard for them to do too much versus DK with all their stops. But when they're playing something like the Desert Frost Mage, like we can always just see both the casters kind of just kiting and just playing for damage, and with the Warlock just having the Havoc everywhere and getting these Spell Fishers down just from spamming these Chaos Bolts, on top of having to worry about the mage who's actually getting this really scary damage out with those Even Bolts and getting a Frozen Orb. It just seems so hard for them to ever have this window where they can go offensive enough to just kill this Frost Mage. On top of it, just the, the poor mobility of an Unholy DK compared to a Frost Mage.
Oh god, chat loves that. I can see so many pug jams and stuff coming out of that. God, that was such a... I really like that though. It actually reminds me of when Joe Fernandez was playing with Zepai Thunder in an event like this back in... I can't remember if it was WAD or MOP. I think it might have been WAD, perhaps? He was playing with Zepai and then they surprised everyone by bringing out Joe Mage for one series, and then Joe Mage just destroyed everyone, went 3-0, and then never logged in ever again. So it was quite nice. It's really nice to see Dre Lance. I mean, it also would have been kind of nice to see him go, warrior v warrior, mano v mano, to see what would have happened there. But you did? Nice. On Mage?
On my Mage.
Yeah, my Mage has beaten no life for once as well, actually. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
There's something about these old mages. They're good.
Exactly. All mages are legendary.
I agree. But Dre Lance here, he was really legendary. I mean, there was the one question over the orb at one point that Sid brought up, that maybe orbing into the AMZ wasn't that good, but it just seemed like his game plan was to just keep up that Cone of Cold slow, use it on cooldown, and you could see, like, I spent a lot of time watching Cervantes POV in this game, and he was just, it looked not fun at all. Unless he had his Wraith Walk up, he was just crippled the entire time.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I mean, what do you do if you're blinking or lose? I think Cervantes can swap over to the Demon Hunter. Maybe that's actually the answer if they're going to run this MLD again. I was a little surprised. I thought Aratros would run Demonology in this comp just to make it even harder, but whenever they tunneled him, he just seemed to be completely tanky anyways as Destro.
Yeah, I think Destro's probably better just because you have like the Fellfishers constantly, and he can definitely survive with a mage or with a Frost Mage and a Resto Druid on his team, right? Like he doesn't need that extra help, and maybe they can have better burst windows playing the Demo Lock and maybe better control overall. But I think if they are playing for that control, that's where the TSG probably would have a better chance against them, right? But when they're just kind of playing for this PvE them down and just kiting them, that's where the TSG is going to have a really hard time, because if you think about it, when they have to go for CC setups, the mage has to be blinking more offensively or more aggressively to get a polymorph on a Resto Druid, right? But if they're just playing for just damage, the mage can always use his mobility to only just kite, and having that Destro Lock who can assist in that kind of playstyle of just free pumping damage makes it really hard for that melee cleave to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what they can come up with for this next game. I mean, yeah, like you say, it's just difficult for the melee cleaves, but there are some melees that can definitely deal with it better, right? I mean, Nerd Rage had definitely good uptime on his warrior playing that double charge spec. He didn't have perfect uptime, but it was better than Cervantes, and maybe if you swap over to that Demon Hunter, high mobility, it could be the answer. We'll have to see what they do come up with. Of course, this is what we're... that's what we have to wait and see, right? What's going to happen with this next match? Because like that's why we're having this delay. Of course, they're deciding, and they only have 3 people on their roster. So I was just like the reason I paused my talking just now is because I was thinking, who do they like? What can they do? I don't know if they have much other than that Demon Hunter for Binkin or these.
Yeah, I don't know what they would really pick. It seems like that is like the one common. That's the thing that sucks when you have a 3-man roster and you run into something like this. It's like, okay, well, I guess we just lose. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I've been in that situation with the 3-man roster. You just fight something that you just really can't beat. I mean, even if you play it thousands of times, like maybe there's just not a strat that's going to work out. And it's even worse when it's something that probably does well versus you and you haven't played against it thousands of times, because maybe you eventually develop a strategy, right? Like if say like a rogue mage beats you and rogue mage is bottom, maybe you play versus it a million times and you find a way to barely be able to beat it if it counters you, or especially if they make a mistake. But then you fight something like that and you never play against it, and then it also is doing well against you. Like you don't have the time to just spam play these games and figure out every little strategy that you could possibly try or anything you can do differently to play this matchup better.
Yep. Well, anyways, we will hopefully be getting into this one momentarily. We do have the comps locked in now, guys, and Dalaran Suez is going to be the map, unsurprisingly, for the melee cleave. Should be able to get into this one right now, and we'll have to see what compositions do get picked up for the side of Boomkin or lose. I mean, one good thing. There's the flute. We missed it. One good thing is that Boomkin or lose, their team name's kind of false so far because they're meeting a Moonkin and then losing. Okay, this is going to be really confusing because the Elemental Shaman is also called Lian. But I'm guessing...
Yeah, that's not Lexia.
I'm guessing that's Mayland? What?
Well, maybe it is Lexia, and then... I don't know, because there was also the Ryu... You see the Ryu here? Okay, so... Let's just think about this matchup. I think if they went for the Destro Mage on this map, right, it wouldn't have done as well, because the TSG can kind of play behind pillars a lot more, while it's also a smaller map. So they can force the Destro Mage to kind of play their own game and have a lot more uptime on them and also prevent a lot of that damage. So I think instead playing something like Demo Ellie with the Mistweaver would instead let them have that same kind of situation that they want, something that's very tanky and that the TSG is going to have a hard time killing, but also pushing in against, which is, I feel is a very, very good choice in this situation.
I mean, Ellie Shaman and Demo Lock also bring a lot of zone control with Earthquake and Fell Lord, so
Exactly.
a map is really good for them. Nice Thunderstorm on that Shockwave. Cervantes trying to reconnect. Fell Lord gets dropped, and that's when they maybe need to retreat. They actually go for the Blade Storm pressure instead, sort of getting counter pressured by this Ellie Shaman for now as he drops the Stormbringer. Ryu positioned right on top of his team, actually, trying to use that Fell Lord as effectively as possible. It's kind of denying the Death Knight from going after him. Linné, in the meantime, healing himself back up. He gets bashed by the other Linné. This is going to get confusing. Now caught into a clone. He triggers out of that clone to try and punish Linné back. Aristross, in the meantime, just building up a legion of imps. He's using that Demon's Wrath to generate soul shards, then looking for Hand to Go Dance to summon more imps, and it's just an infinite cycle, especially against a pet class like an Unholy Death Knight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the thing you were bringing up earlier, the zone control, is going to be super important in this matchup. Like, it's going to be very hard for the TSG to push in. They ideally would want to be able to either have very high uptime or just counter dampen their opponent. But then when their opponent's playing a composition like Demo LA, they can't counter dampen them, and they also can't push into them to play really offensive. So it seems it's going to be very hard for them to get a kill here. I think they're probably going to have to use Lian as the main kill target on the Elemental Shaman or the Demonology Warlock, just trying to get as many Necro Strikes and eventually getting a kill. We see the double Shockwaves constantly coming out, and he's going to have that shorter Shockwave cooldown just because all those pets are there, and he's going to always have multiple targets to hit with that. But still, you could see the early drain coming out by Lexia, just trying to make sure that he can keep his mana up high.
Yeah, it looks like Cervantes and Nerd Rage are under fire. Linné, the Resto Druid, at the pillar, trying to pick them back up. Fell Lord is going to be coming up here very shortly off cooldown, and when that comes up off cooldown, it's going to be curtains, I think, for Boomkin or lose. They're trying to set up a swap onto the Mistweaver Monk. They get him caught into that asphyxiate. He immediately miswalks to safety, going back to his defensive pillar. Linné, the Ellie Shaman, getting bashed by Linné, the Resto Druid, trying to set up some damage out of the triple Shockwave as well. Axos on Nerd Rage. He trinkets out of that. He expects the Fell Lord, and he's trying to punish Aristross, actually. Life Cocoon Force with the Unending Resolve. A big cooldown overlap from PogChamp Gaming. Fortunately, that Fell Lord's still up, protecting Aristross. They're not able to pursue. They swap over to the Ellie Shaman instead. Ryu slowly rotting down. They need to try and get that Vim and Vigor off. Cervantes is constantly looking over to him, using that Outbreak, applying diseases to try and force that down. He's doing a good job keeping Vim and Vigor off of that Mistweaver, and they might be able to win on the Mana War if they can keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, too, I really like is just how disruptive the TSG is being, just keeping themselves in a position where they can maybe win the Mana War, because Mistweavers aren't the most efficient healer. It's pretty well known at this point. And even though the Resto Druid has so much to heal through, I feel like they're going to be a lot more, they'll probably be able to be a lot ahead in this matchup. And then at the same time, having these Shockwaves from Nerd Rage when they have the Demonology Warlock, always hitting those pets, getting that short cooldown, it makes it super hard for them to get these setups. That I think maybe there's more of a possibility of them able to score this kill in the longer game. So I think this is a pretty good choice by them.
Yeah, and Nerd Rage getting Axe Toss there. The Ring of Peace is protecting Aristross. The Ring of Peace and the Fell Lord, a lot of zone control to deny this melee cleaves pressure. And PogChamp Gaming just brought all of the right compositions to tear them apart. Cervantes dangerously low, activates the anti-magic zone. He's going to have to stay in that for the full duration. He's foul-killing the Warrior now, trying to swap some pressure over to him. Ryu activates that Revival to heal his whole team back up. Well-timed Revival. Gets a lot of effective healing as a result. Nerd Rage reconnecting. the one thing the Arms Warrior could be doing is trying to slay some pets every once in a while and getting some victory rushes to heal himself back up. And here comes the Fel Lord setup, but Aristos is actually the one in trouble. He's trying to hide behind the Fel Daddy, but the Life Cocoon is forced out regardless. Mana seems to be in favor of Boomkin or lose. Potentially maybe this Mistweaver Monk, not the best option. Maybe the Resto Druid would have been better for them if they wanted to play this long dampening style.
Yeah, but the one thing that has been pretty nice to see from the Monk is he's been able to push in a lot and get these saps that have been pretty potent. Like every time he gets a sap on the land, that's where they've had a lot of pressure onto either Cervantes or Nerd Rage here. And now we do see a lot of damage coming out here. They do have the Thorns being used. I assume probably just for the demo pets, just as that extra little damage reduction. But now, you know, they're swapping between both Cervantes and Nerd Rage. And anytime he uses the Iron Bark on one of them, he can't really top them off with that Iron Bark, and he has to start focusing some of his healing output on a Nerd Rage. Now we see that full Axos being used onto Lexia here. He does get half feared out of that. Nerd Rage is going at 40% HP, has to use his Spell Reflect there. Now we see that sap coming out again for the Mistweaver, which is, again, proving really, really strong. Every time they get these really long CC chains, just a little extra bit. I feel like if it goes into higher dampening, it could be harder for Lion to keep them topped off. But then at the same time, they are winning that mana war too. So it's a real back and forth matchup at this point.
Yep, they're going after the Elemental Shaman for now. He still has his major defensive cooldown, Astral Shift, available, so he will be able to easily deflect some damage so long as he activates that in time. Ryu trying to sit down for a drink. He's trying to get some mana here. They trade out the Astral Shift, but he doesn't get any mana with it. Nerd Rage leaps over, lands the full fear. Ryu actually adaptations out of that, so maybe a misplay. I don't know if there's anything to force it. Cervantes low on health, AMS traded out, but Ice Fury is up. Stormkeeper is up, and this Elemental Shaman's about to blow him apart. Activates the Icebound Fortitude to try and protect himself. They drop the Fel Lord. They might just be able to kill through it. If they can connect any CC onto the Resto Druid. Ryu's taking the time to drink. This is an offensive drink. Cervantes and Nerd Rage, if they chase after him to stop it, they could easily die. It's a smart maneuver from this Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the only thing that seemed unfortunate for PogChamp Gaming there was I think they missed the Fel Lord Sun onto Cervantes. They might have used it when IBF was still up, but he's still getting chunked so low, has to use that AMZ on top of that Iron Bark, trying to keep himself alive, trying to make sure that Lexia can keep him as offensive as possible. But again, in 10 seconds they have another Sky Fury, and that's going to be another window where they use the Sky Fury, they use the Stormkeeper, try to get that very strong burst onto either Nerd Rage or Cervantes here. And I mean, we have dampening already at 7%, so I feel like both healers are going to have a very hard time keeping up with this damage. Eventually the Necrotic Strike Stacks that Cervantes is able to get are going to be really hard to heal through with the higher dampening, but at the same time, these long CC chains that PogChamp Gaming has been getting on top of the very high damage onto both melee just from that zone control with the Earth Shocks and the Fel Lord, it seems like it's going to be very scary.
Yeah, Ryu maintaining his mana well, but Lene managed to get full mana. That's critical for them to pull off a victory as they move into dampening, but they're looking for a setup kill with Burst. Nerd Rage trades out his Trinket, die by the sword to reduce the incoming pressure. Lene should be able to pick him up now as a result. He's still low on health. The Elemental Shaman is kind of zoning him out. I wouldn't be surprised to see him move in maybe for an Earthshock stun and knock him away. Nerd Rage is still getting pressure. He's fully hotted, but that's basically it. Lene has Iron Bark available. He's opting to not use it just yet. He activates it right before the Paralyze. That could have been the end of the match if he didn't get that out. Airstros now getting counter pressured down to half. Life Cocoon trades out. The Resto Druid blinks in towards the Mistweaver. He miswalks away, instantly avoiding the bash. Nice play from the Mistweaver Monk. The Fel Lord is counter pressuring hard here. AMS traded out from Cervantes as they chase down the Elemental Shaman who's activating his Ice Fury. That Ice Fury could be a huge amount of burst onto the Warrior. They're going to Axe Toss the Warrior. He trinkets out of that, leaves back towards the Warlock to try and deny the Thal kills. They deny it. Ring of Peace, though.
Ring of Peace.
Warlock and the Warrior's locked downstairs. Nerd Rage trying to reconnect. Cervantes stuns the Elemental Shaman, and these Wizards once again having a field day.
I mean, they force the Cocoon there, but they're actually at the point in dampening where the Cocoons just break instantly. So I think that as long as Cervantes' team can stay alive, I think just a couple more setups for them or a couple more windows where they can have Avatar or they have Valor Cry and they just get solid bursts onto them, I think they have this possibility of winning. We have a Sapping Ease onto land, but they're not like getting pressured too hard. It seems that it's going more and more in favor of Boomkin and lose. All they need is a couple more setups, and I don't think there's going to be any way for Ryu to keep them topped off. The Mistweaver heals just end up getting so ineffective at this point. We're using Iron Barks over and over, but really just not too much is going to be able to happen from PogChamp Gaming. It seems like they can't really finish the target off, and mostly it's not direct healing that's stopping a lot of the damage. It's just all the damage reductions that they have available from AMC, AMS, the Iron Bark, Spell Reflect. So I think it's just looking a little bit more one-sided at this point.
Yeah, Dampening's at 21%. They set up the kill onto the Warrior with the Axe Toss. Crackling Jade Lightning. AMZ just in time to save Nerd Rage with the Spell Reflect. He's still at 15% HP. Dampening is so high, the rest of the Druid struggling to pick him back up. Double Shockwave to pause the damage. Charge immediately on that, but the Fell Lord gets dropped and Nerd Rage is in trouble. He Blade Storms out of it. He fears the Elemental Shaman, giving him a second of breathing room. Will that second be enough to get him picked back up? He drops down below to line of sight the Wizards. The Monk moves in for the Paralyzed to finish the job, but Nerd Rage is already out of line of sight. PogChamp Gaming, they're trying to chase after him. That could be a mistake. The Elemental Shaman overextended out of line of sight of his Monk, jumps back up, controlling the Warrior, but he heroic leaps in pursuit to finish the job. The Mistweaver Monk out of position, trying to pick him back up, and that overextension could cost them the match.
Yeah, it totally can. I mean, they're using the Sharpened Blade. Now they're going offensive. They did just use the Battle Cry as well, but it seems like it's going to be super hard for Lion to get himself topped off. He does have to use his Dwarf Rachel right there, trying to keep himself just a little bit okay. They use the Cocoon, but it barely absorbs anything, and they're able to break through it very quickly. Ryu's going to have a very hard time keeping him alive, and at this point, they need to get a very quick kill onto Boomkin or lose because the pressure completely turned around onto them at this point.
Yep, no life cocoon for 3 minutes. Ryu's at 20% mana. This is actually looking to be more in favor of Boomkin or lose. Linné, the Ellie Shaman, jumps down below to try and force the melee out of line of sight of the Resto Druid, but the Resto Druid moves in. They Axe Toss Nerd Rage, but he was able to jump down on the Axe Toss. He trinkets out. Linné tries to jump back up, but he gets Death Grip down. He Thunderstorms them away. Ring of Peace deflects the Warrior back and forth. Gap closers over and over. Cervantes isn't able to reconnect. Ryu Chi Torpedoes away from the Death Knight. He's created space, but the Warrior's just soloing the Warlock. He's down to 20%. Nerd Rage is ripping into him. Airstros escapes with the Mortal Coil. Everyone in danger at this point. The entire team, PogChamp Gaming, in trouble. Ryu's got no mana remaining. What is he going to do? He goes for the Shayloon's Gift. Gets one big heal out of that. In the meantime, though, Linné, the Resto Druid, is falling behind. They drop the Fell Lord. They need to be careful. The Elemental Shaman getting charged. He's taking so much pressure. Cervantes tried to grip him out of it, but he wasn't able to actually get it. Cervantes in trouble. The Elemental Shaman in trouble. Icebound 42 saves the Death Knight, and the Ellie Shaman goes down on his jump. Boomkin or lose. Persevere into the late stages of the match, punishing a critical overextension and taking the match.
Yeah, definitely. The total turning point of that game was when they overextended, because the Mistweaver's heals, they just eventually start being really ineffective. And then again, they have all the CC that they can use to get these kind of scary setups onto Cervantes' team, but it's not like they can really keep pressuring them. It seemed like they weren't able to finish anyone off ever, just with all the damage reductions they had available, and both the melee were able to kind of pull back out of line of sight. Where on the other hand, as the higher dampening went on, it was really hard for the Mistweaver to keep his team topped off because they don't really have as much damage reduction, and they have the life cocoon, which eventually just gets broken pretty much instantly. So then when you have these very high necrotic tracks, you have the Sharpened Blade being used by the Warrior, and then Battle Cries being used constantly. It's just so hard for them to eventually heal through. So just any minor overextension like they had there will just put them completely behind in that game.
Yeah, I don't know. It was again like a reasonably close game. I think. I wonder what stopped Cervantes' death grip at the end there. Did Lian vortex him maybe? That was really weird because it looked like they were just going to secure the kill with that grip down on the Shaman, but he just popped straight back up again and ended up backfiring.
He used the Gust of Wind like the same time that he...
maybe. That was a good play from him then.
So they just cancel it.
And just to clarify...
These similar things.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because obviously it can be quite confusing if you're a new viewer and these players have the same names. Like, Lian is actually the Restoration Druid playing on the side of the TSG, and the Shaman, the Elemental, is actually, I think that's Back Power, actually. So, Back Power playing on the Elemental. And we haven't really seen him play Ellie before. We've only seen his enhancement, but suddenly it was a good game. And the other thing that really struck me in this one is how frustrating it looks to be a melee in the current meta. I mean, he has to... Like, first game, they had to deal with this Frost Mage, which they might have to deal with again in Game 3. The second game, they have to deal with Fell Lord. And they also had to deal with, what's the Destro thing on the ground, the little puddles?
The Fellfisher.
Fellfisher, exactly. So Fellfisher, and then this game they have Fell Lord and Ring of Peace. Like, it's just so annoying if you're a melee in these games. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, but what do you think? The series is tied 1-1 now. What do you think Jure's team need to do to push ahead in the series? Do you think they bring out that mage? And if that's the case, do you think Cervantes should preempt that with the Demon Hunter?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He probably would try to whip out the Demon Hunter, because I'm thinking what Dre's team will do, or wait, yeah, okay, yeah, they're gonna try to bring out the Destro Destro Frost Mage on maybe something like Tolvaron or Blade's Edge, a map where they're going to be really out in the open, where they can really tee off damage. Whereas anytime they get a small map, I think that that's going to be their composition of choice with the Ellie Shaman and the Demo Warlock, which didn't really work out too well for them, but probably still works out a lot better than having that Frost Mage Destro Warlock will. So I think probably expect that in the next game, and instead Serrantes probably have to whip out the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they do bring out that Demon Hunter or not. Of course, that is basically the only, as far as we know at least, that's the only option that they have for comps.
Yeah.
We're just, we're waiting for it right now to see if, okay, there's just one thing that we have. But yes, I think we should be ready to get into Game 3 momentarily, and we will see what exactly is happening with this one. And of course, this is the thing, like all these series, the reason that they're quite long is because they're so incredibly close, right? So all these teams are like, we have to make the absolute right decision. One of the things that I thought that the ABC perhaps were guilty of is I would like to see them go back over to the KFC in one of the earlier series, and these guys want to make sure they get it absolutely right. I really think that Savant springing out the Demon Hunter might be intelligent here, just to preempt that Frost Mage pick.
Yeah, the other thing too is okay, so I think that like when they have those maps, like the last one, where it's gonna be like really small, it seems like I feel like the Wizards just they have to just make sure that they keep all that momentum, because like you said, that one time that they overextend and put themselves behind, it's really hard to recover, because that game could have gone on a lot longer, I feel like. But as soon as they make a mistake, or any team makes a mistake like that, where they start to fall behind in momentum, one of them's going to win. Just because both of these teams are kind of trying to dampen each other. But when you're playing to dampen, like whoever makes that mistake when the game is going on for such a long time, you just can't really recover it. So the time that Elemental Shaman goes too far in for that kill, he just gives them this window where they can just stay offensive onto the Shaman, and he can't just keep that good kiting on them the entire game. Whereas if he just kept it up, they probably would have just had no opportunity to get a kill onto them, and the game could have gone on much longer, and maybe Serrantes' team would have made the mistake in return, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we'll have to see anyways. I see some people in chat a little frustrated over the fact we're not able to get into the games. We should be able to momentarily, guys. We're just clearing a couple of things up, and the teams are locking in their picks. Of course, we do give them a couple of minutes, and the losing team will always get the map advantage and comp advantage, so give them a few minutes to decide that one. I want to take the time whilst we wait for these guys to do it, to just talk a little bit about the road to BlizzCon. Of course, it got announced a couple of weeks ago, actually just before our North American event, which was quite an awesome event in itself. And all these teams, of course, they now know, certainly perhaps not in Europe because we haven't had the first cup announced just yet, but in North America, that the cups will be starting in April, guys. So just next month. In fact, the North American Cup got announced at the very start of April, so I think it's even 2 weeks away, which is absolutely incredible, that broadcast. So super hyped for that. But it looks like we are ready now to get into Game 3 of the series. Tolvaron Arena being the map choice from these Wizards, unsurprisingly, and we are going to see Zhre Lance re-enter the arena. I saw a couple of people in chat were unbenched Zhre, and I am happy to say they have done so.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the right comp to pick, especially on the big map. So TSG won't be able to do too much. They're going to get kited the entire time, because that's basically their whole goal as this Destro Mage. They make it so scary for the TSG to ever get a kill opportunity. They can kite so long. They have these, the gateway that's going to be a great opportunity for them to kite, on top of just all that mage damage and Destro Warlock damage that will just constantly be counter or forcing the TSG defensive. And I think that it's just going to be such a struggle for them, just like it was on that Nagrin game, except only worse because they have Tolvaron, so it's much bigger, much better gateway positions.
Good luck moving is what I'm going to say.
Exactly. Good luck moving. Wait, so what happens when a warrior, by the way, Bladestorm's the Demo Warlock's pet Bladestorming? Is it like Beyblades and they like
bounce off each other?
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen it, so I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Looks like they tried to set up a kill on the Resto Druid Ryu, but he got out of it very easily. Trades out some defensive cooldowns onto Aristros to make him play more offensive and keep him alive at the same time. Chaos Bolt's going out towards Cervantes. Lene actually displacered into the Blizzard and got rooted there. He wanted to bash the Warlock. He gets the bash. Didn't really get punished for that blink at all, but Cervantes and Nerd Rage are getting crushed on damage. They're both down to half. Have to trade out the anti-magic zone. In the meantime, though, Airstras has burned through a lot of his defensives, so Ryu is going to need to spam heal through. He was preparing for it with that Innervate. That saved him quite a lot of mana. It was good awareness by him. He knows that they're far behind. They may need to just start spamming polymorphs here shortly if they can't keep themselves stable. He seems stable for now. Chaos Bolts go flying out towards Nerd Rage. He tried to spell reflect one of them. I don't think he managed to get it. Airstras now still getting bursted down to half. Ryu gets Death Grip, but he displaced instantly on it, but he gets followed up into the stun. Airstras gates away. Cervantes unable to reconnect. He's just rooted by the Frozen Orb. He uses the Corpse Shield, Iron Bark, and IBF. A huge overlap, but Airstras is getting soloed by Nerd Rage. Will he be able to solo him in time? Down into Execute Rage. He's just crushing him by himself. This Warrior wants to smash this Warlock. He's trying to reconnect. He Storm Bolts the Polymorph. Zray actually Ice Blocks out of the Storm Bolt. Looks for a Polymorph, a clone out of Lene as well. And they should be able to recover, I hope, here shortly. Airstras stabilizing back to full.
I think Cervantes' team strat is a lot better because this game they were playing Stormbolt, and the first game on Nagran, they actually had the Shockwave when they were playing against the Dust Warlock. So now with the Stormbolt, they're able to focus on the Warlock and throw these Stormbolts on the Mage to stop him when they need to. And using that full bash on the area, 8% HP, he's going to die. Pop that Avatar, pop the Battle Cry. They're able to just burst him down, but just rushing down the Warlock the entire game just seemed to work out so much better for them instead of just going after that Mage where they're just never going to move. But instead playing the Stormbolt to keep themselves safer, to avoid maybe an even bolt setup that's going to kill them.
Yeah,
the strategy.
That's why that's why I thought it would happen in game one. Actually, this is I think he should be Demo, not Destro. Don't you agree? Just because then he would be more tanky.
Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe he should be.
Because they can't kill the Mage. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, so maybe it's just the first game they messed up because it was just a talent choice, right? Because he had Shockwave the first game, and the Shockwave, you can't really get any double Shockwaves, and it's just a Destro and a Mage. But having a Stormbolt or just, maybe he thought it was a demo, or like the first game actually. It's just like, oh, what do I do?
Yeah, well anyways, that's going to be the series 2-1 in favor of Bunkin or lose. And they've come back from this kind of slight disadvantage. We'll have to see if PogChamp Gaming can come up with a solution. I would really like to see though. We already saw Aratros looked so strong on that demo spec in game 2. I think if he goes back to demo, like he'd probably do a little bit more damage. If anything, his damage was quite low in this game, obviously being tunneled by a TSG and having to cast a lot as Destro. And then also the Frost Mage is kind of hard to kill as well. So it was going to be interesting to see what they choose anyways to try tie this one back up. What do you think? Do you think there's any disadvantage to going demo? Like, can you see a reason why he wouldn't want it done?
I mean, I guess if they go on the demo, I mean, there's the Fill Lord, which is that disruption, so maybe you just get stunned and then the Mage can actually burst you down really hard, so I guess that could be one disadvantage. But at the same time, when they had that LA demo comp they were just fighting, it seemed like they were still eventually able to kill the demo Warlock, so probably a good target, I guess. It's very hard to say because this isn't a matchup you see very often, right? It's kind of more of those compositions that you just pick out in a tournament setting and trying to counter back and forth. So it's really hard to really decipher who's going to be the best in this matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen.
Well,
sorry,
one of the teams that plays on the NA ladder, they play Mistweaver, Demo, Frost Mage, and
Right.
they constantly look for setup one-shots on healers. They've shown they have the Mistweaver Monk. I think that it's possible they could play that as well, and they just constantly set up swaps to the Druid, try and burst him down with incapacitates into Fell Lords and triple stuns and just hold him in one spot. I don't think it's something that they would be ready for because I don't think any other team really plays that setup and plays it that way. Obviously, they would need to know what they're doing. If they've never done that before, then it might be difficult to say that they can just pull it out against one of the best teams in the game, but I think that should be a considered option for them. I think Demo might be just better, especially on the smaller maps, which are basically the only maps left.
Yeah. Although, do they have... they do have Blaze, but I mean, it's still like a smaller in proximity. It's just you're out in the open versus Wizards. But Demo on Blaze Edge probably be really, really strong though, because you are caught in the middle of this Fell Lord, so it's extra disruptive.
Do you think the Mistweaver would be stronger with that, or do you think the Rest of Druid's the right choice on?
I actually think the Rest of Druid is probably the best, especially versus the melee cleave. Like, maybe the Mistweaver is okay, and it works for that one team, but it seems like in the best case scenario, I feel like a Rest of Druid would probably be best. Just they're a lot safer, a lot more consistent of a healer. Mistweavers just have these issues where if the game's going too long, they just can't really keep their teams alive, where Restagers are a lot more versatile.
Yep. Well, I have to see what's being chosen. We're just waiting on the comps right now from the teams. Not entirely sure if the what the choices are going to be. I think honestly we're likely to see similar comps, perhaps like Demon Lock for Aristros being the only change. We'll have to see what they do come up with. Of course, guys, this is our last game of the first round of the brackets. So once we have this, we will know who has gone into the upper bracket and lower bracket. No one's been eliminated just yet, but all the series have been actually incredibly close. I think we've had 1-3-0, which was, okay, that was kind of a one-sided series, but aside from that, every series really could have gone either way so far, so that's really awesome to see. Just waiting to see on these teams. Of course, they do have a fair bit of delay time. So
I think after this. Oh, sorry, you want to go ahead? I was just thinking probably after like this first few rounds, the series probably be a lot more closer, right? Because usually the first bracket is generally the one that's the most
possibly.
Messy.
I think they'll be more contested for sure. Probably. I was thinking like the series already have been like insanely contested. I think that's one of the other things about the 4-player roster is everyone has an answer for everything people play. So it's like every single series is going to be super close, you know. Whereas perhaps if you have a 3-man versus a 3-man, there's more chance of having a team that just kind of counters another team a little harder.
Yeah, that's definitely a big thing, and that's what it seems like Cervantes' TSG is kind of disadvantaged just by only having the TSG right now instead of having their 4th man. So when you're limited on comps, when everyone in your entire tournament has like an answer for everything, like they already showed that this team has multiple comps that they can play. So it's just like, even if they figure out one thing doesn't work, they can constantly swap to another strategy, which is a lot less frustrating, I feel like, than just only having that one comp and then, losing and then, okay, well, what do I do now? I just lost. I can't swap our comps, so like, is it a counter or do we play bad? And that's always just so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, so we have to see. Of course, we are still waiting 30 seconds and then we should have the games, hopefully, by the looks of things. Tiger's Peak is going to be the map choice coming out of course, Jure's team. I guess that's just like one of the biggest remaining maps. One other thing, I started talking a little bit before this game rather about the road to this one. Oh, and as I say this, we have our comps locked in, so I think we should be ready to get into this one momentarily. It is going to be that Unholy Death Knight, Warrior, Rista Druid going up against the Destro Arms again. So they actually didn't. Oh wait. Well, they did swap something.
Yeah, instead of the mage.
So Jure is bringing out his main. Finally, we're going to get that Warrior versus Warrior we were looking forward to. That's something I hadn't even considered, to be honest. But I guess Arms Warriors in this current patch, they have so much utility, right, to peel.
Yeah, and they're disruptive versus other melee too. So like, I mean, I'm thinking like, isn't it scary to still have the Deathrock with just a melee to peel them? But I mean, you do have the duel, you do have the disarm, both of them on very short cooldowns. So you have the 30-second windows on that. And since it's a double melee, you probably be able to get very frequent shockwaves, just hitting Holy DK, hitting the warrior, hitting his pet. But still, it seems like that probably could be riskier than playing the Demo Frost Mage, like we were thinking.
Yeah.
Not too sure.
All right, guys, we should be ready to get into this one right now. Yep, the games are loaded up, so let's have a little hop into them right now. Tiger's Peak, of course, is the map choice. And this is potentially the final game of the series, actually, so PogChamp Gaming really need to win this one. Jure logging his main. This reminds me of a certain phrase that people like to float around on US, queue up something, so queue up main. Yes, Jure does bring it out. And we'll have to see if Jure Storm can be the answer that this team really needs, because they are one game away, not from being eliminated, of course, just being dropped into that lower bracket.
Right.
Who do you think has the edge? Who do you think is going to win this one? I've got to give it to Boomkin or lose, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because on paper, you just have a melee cleave on the Jester Warlock, and he has even less peels because he doesn't have the Frost Mage. But then at the same time, maybe just having the Arms Warrior, he probably feels a lot more confident with that, and he thinks that maybe just having the duel and disarm will be enough to peel the melee cleave off of his Destruction Warlock. So it's going to be difficult to say until the game actually plays itself out. Again, when do you see these matchups? Like, I love how creative so many of these teams are. Like, these are things that you won't ever really be playing on ladder. And again, he's going for that double shockwave, getting a lot of pressure onto Cervantes instead, immediately using the duel on him, getting the Iron Bark Force out, and the AMS. So getting early cooldowns popped by Lyan and Cervantes. So I think the pressure that they have right now is pretty good, but Arteritos is getting very low. They do have to use the Iron Bark. They did not use, or they also had to use the wall too with that full asphyxiate onto Ryu. So a bit of an overlap on cooldowns. Both teams kind of using everything, but another double shockwave comes out, and all these times they get these double shockwaves, it lets Arteritos get just a couple of casts off, maybe some Chaos Bolts, getting those Phil Fishers down on top of the duel that's constantly being used from Zray onto Cervantes, stopping all that damage that they have available onto Arteritos, which I really, really like that strategy.
Yeah, but a big triple shockwave coming out from Nerd Rage, actually. That's going to be huge, and Aristros has already used his Woo and his Dark Pack, so he's in a lot of trouble here, dropping down to 20%. Thorns comes out from Ryerhurst, reversing a little bit of that pressure. Cervantes needs to be careful, and you can see those green puddles on the floor, the Fellfisher. That's a 50% casting and healing reduction down there, so huge problem if they can't get out of it. Cervantes has to drop the AMZ, grips in Ryerhurst to another triple shockwave. Beautiful play from this TSG.
The counter double shockwave comes out. There's shockwaves everywhere. They're finally getting the Chaos Bolts off, and now a lot of pressure is going to go on. He does get one of those reflected by Nerd Rage, I believe, but Cervantes still is taking a decent amount of pressure. They do have that Sharpened Blade available backup for Zray. I think they're just going to wait for another stun window, using that duel onto Cervantes, trying to stop some of that damage. He is going to have to pop that AMS, going to go for the full bash on Arito, seeing if both melee can connect here. But instead we see that double shockwave by Zray, just peeling both of these melee, and we're at this point where Aritos isn't taking too much damage. Full asphyxiate goes on to Ryu. They're going to try to pressure him, but he's still sitting at 100% HP with that Dark Pack up on himself. 40% HP onto Cervantes, going very low, 30%. If he goes into that execute range, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Sharpened Blade is used. Gets disarmed actually by Nerd Rage, so both warriors having that disarm on each other. Now the avatars being popped by Nerd Rage, and they're actually not getting anything by Aritos. I have no idea what happened to the pressure that they had from the beginning of the game, but it seems like now Aritrost's HP, it's not moving at all. Cervantes is getting very low. He's at 30% HP. There's the Thorns on him right now. He's going into 30%. Iron Bark's being used by Lyan, and he's still getting lower and lower, and Aritos is just able to cast so much more than he was initially, using that full fear, forcing the adaptation, but again, it seems like they're not able to do too much here.
Yeah, Zray's doing such a good job with the shockwaves, the disarm, the duel. He just has so many tools to keep Aritros alive, but at the same time, a full cyclone onto Ryo. Aritros doesn't really have anything left. He gets the wool, the mortal coil, of course, 2 coils going out. That's going to be a big 30% heal for him, and he should be able to stabilize with that. But a lot of cooldowns exchanged there thanks to Lian with his pressure. Now he's caught up in the cyclone, no adaptation of own. Double shockwave onto Nerd Rage. He's in trouble. Dueled as well as the Thorns on him. Full bash. This could potentially be it. He has to trade out the parry. He should be fine with that cooldown though.
So it looks like they started swapping some of the pressure in the setups. Instead of going on to Cervantes, they started going on to Nerd Rage. I mean, I'm not completely sure why. Maybe they just don't want to go through the AMS as much, and they'd rather... I mean, they got the parry, they got the spell reflection, so maybe they just think those are better clones to go through. And another double shockwave pre-AMZ by Cervantes onto that, though, stopping a lot of the Death Locks damage. He's going to have that window to cast, going for this Chaos Bolt cast, trying to just freely cast as much as he can, but the reflects are also being used by Nerd Rage, just trying to keep himself kind of safe here. He paused the Avatar, though. Looks like a lot of damage is going to go out, but immediately on the Avatar gets Death Coiled. Aritos gets charged too, double shockwave with the asphyxiate onto Ryu. They have the Soul Reaper onto him, trying to get a lot of damage, 40% HP. They have Iron Bark available, but there's a full fear. He has no out of that. He has to sit this. They have Thorns on him, and he's going to pop the wall. And now there's a half bash, going for the full clone. Full clone, half clone goes out into Ryu, and Aritos is so low, 9%, 3% HP, tops himself off barely, 11% HP. I don't think they're going to be able to keep going on the setup. They reconnect to him, uses the gateway, 8% HP, barely hanging on to life. They have the blind charge, and gets clone low. Very beautiful clone here, but now we have the defensive warrior fear on his
the execute, the finish. Beautiful stuff from Nerd Rage, and that was a great kill as well. Lian with that cyclone.
There was a super long period of time where Boomkin or Luz seemed like they were kind of behind. Like, they were getting their setups, they were getting CC, and for some reason, like, Aritos wasn't taking any damage. And then eventually they got to this point where they finally started connecting their damage together. I don't know what it was. And then they started getting a really good CC chain and clones by Lexia, getting the triple clone onto their Rested Druid, and then eventually rotating them offensively, letting them get that execute, and taking a nice 3-1 series.
Yeah, look at the damages coming out of Zray as well. Like, despite that damage, it was unfortunately not going to be enough for them, and that's incredible. I don't know, I guess it's just the pets and the DK that he's cleaving or something, but that's still a fair bit of damage coming out of Zray. I'm happy he looked his main and tried it out. It was almost enough for them to prevail on Nerd Rage, dropping so low a couple of times, but I think what we were saying at the start, if Arisros plays the Demonology, it's going to be just a little bit harder for the TSG to take him out, perhaps, but that is going to be the series, unfortunately. PogChamp Gaming will be dropping down to our lower bracket, and we can have a little look over here at those brackets in Uno Momento, as we do see. Yep, so that's going to be no teams eliminated just yet, but we do have, it's not just updated just yet, but there we go. Boomkin or Lose advance to face Ultimate Trash, whereas, of course, the boys and PogChamp Gaming will be fighting for elimination shortly in this tournament. But we are now going to be moving up into that upper bracket. Sleep at 10 going up against Northern Gaming Blue in our next series, and both these teams of course looked very strong. Sleep at 10 especially completely demolishing the Eddie Murphy fan club in our first series of the day, and now they get to face off against Northern Gaming Blue, who are also running one of these Moonkin PV comps. I think one of the things that's super interesting about this matchup is that Sleep at 10 are running the Moonkin Elemental, right? And we already saw ABC attempt that comp into Northern Gaming, be it with a different healer. So do you think Sleep at 10 might just be able to play it slightly better, or do you think they're going to have to try something different? Because Northern Gaming already trumped that comp one time.
Yeah, I actually think that Sleep at 10 will probably stay with that. That seems to be their main composition, seems that they're the most comfortable with. And while other people are probably playing it, I don't think anyone's going to play it at that same level. Because even though you have like the multi-classing potential from ABC, maybe they don't have as much synergy, like, or just that extra perfection that they need to win that matchup. So I definitely would put a lot of the favor initially into Corky's team, and I'll definitely be surprised if Northern Gaming is able to still win that matchup against them. But definitely, I think they'll be giving a much better matchup.
Yeah, I would like to clarify, because one guy did call me out. It is Un Momento, not Uno Momento. But Uno Momento sounds so cool, you know? Don't you think? Like, it rolls off the tongue, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, no, you are right. It is Un Momento. I am very sad that you are correct, but yes. So anyways, someone said donations, goody, but unfortunately we do not have the Streamlabs available. We can talk about our Matcherino though, of course. I know everybody does love that, so let's just have a little look over. I don't think we need to look at it. We are stacking up quite nicely, but thank you everyone who has been donating that $1. Of course, it is completely free, just the code GCDTV3. And actually, we did get a donation just now from Technically PvP. He's been, or they've been supporting us quite a few times. Definitely go and check them out. And he donated $25. Great job, tournament. Last of 7.1.5. Love the EU comps. Thank you so much for that support. That's going to take our, as you can see in the top right, to $499. One more dollar, and we will get a 500 goal, which is going to be absolutely awesome. Of course, all that money does go towards the prize pool that these players are playing for. So thank you very much for that one, Technically PvP. And yeah, I mean, he ties us in perfectly to my next topic, which I wanted to go into, which is of course 7.2, which was announced just a few days ago. Did you guys get to catch that announcement? I think it was on the latest Q&A. I really like the Q&As from Blizzard right now as well. I think it's way better than the kind of less communication that we've had over previous years.
Yeah, definitely. I feel the same exact way. It is always nice just to know things, like,
to know things,
if it's
exactly.
not what you want to hear. Yeah, I mean, even if it's not what you want to hear, I'd rather hear.
You know what to complain about. You know what to praise. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So
my class sucks. Please buff me.
Okay. Right, PvP is here. So there's a lot of exciting PvE stuff in 7.2, but they also announced a fair few class changes. Perhaps I'd love to hear Sid's take on this one, because he's one of the guys getting nerfed quite significantly, I would say.
Oh, thanks.
So how do you feel about the 7.2 changes, Sid?
Down with Boomkins, dude.
I mean, my resto weapon's level 54, if that says anything.
Well, as soon as Boomkins are gone, like, I won't have too much homework to do, so I should be good to go, you know?
Yeah, well, that's true. Are they doing anything?
Exactly.
One of the things they're doing is they're making a lot of changes to Warlocks. I know I've been watching chat, guys. I do watch what you say. Some of you are pretty mean to me. Some of you are pretty nice to me. It's something I've come accustomed to. But one of the things I've seen is a lot of people talking about Affliction Warlocks, and they are actually reverting a fair bit from the. Like, in the current meta, we see a lot of Demo, we see a lot of Destro, but actually buffing Affliction, nerfing the other two specs. Do you think that? I think that's pretty cool, right? That's probably good for the game.
I think so.
Good, yep.
I like it.
Okay.
I like a lot of the new artifact rates for, like, some classes.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
you play with a Feral Druid, you would say you like them.
No, I like the Priest one more.
It's gonna be. That's the thing. It's really hard to predict how because I guess all those artifact traits are going to be unlocked for the, I'm not entirely sure, for the tournament, because of course the first BlizzCon event is in 2 weeks time, and that's going to be in 7.2, so it's going to be really exciting to see how that one plays out. But we are ready to get into our first game of the upper bracket semi-finals, everybody. It's going to be Nagrand Arena, of course. Let's see what comps these two teams have come up with.
Oh, they're going for the... Oh, okay, so just going for the Outlaw Rogue Mage?
Ooh, it is! They bring out the Rogue Mage. It's going to be Raikou! We haven't seen him yet this event, but... Oh, and he's not loading for some reason. Let's just... We'll hop back to our cameras and see if we can fix that one. 1 second. Finally, Raikou enters the game and then he doesn't load on my UI. Oh, this is not ideal.
Nobody wants to watch Raikou anyway.
Yeah, I mean... Is he gonna load for us now?
I wanted to see his Demon Hunter.
You want to see his...
No, I
don't want to see this mage.
No, I was just kidding. I don't want to see Demon Hunter, Boomkin, Restager. That's the last thing I want to see. So, I'm praying that they stay with the Rogue Mage Druid. I definitely rather have that than another quadruple Druid game, rather.
Okay, well, we'll have to just play without Raikou, I suppose. But anyways, continue.
Okay, so I mean, I like the Outlaw pick. I think it's pretty underrated, but having the Tricks of Trade available for that extra damage, I mean, they still have really high stun potential, right? Because the cooldown reduction buff still works on the Between the Eyes, correct? So they're able to get stuns on multiple targets just like you would be able to with the Sub Rogue, but it seems like they have better damage, plus the Tricks of the Trade buff, which helps out. And the coin buff is really strong too.
Alright, so Raikou's adaptation was forced by the Solar Beam. He was already cycloned early in the match. They've got the Druid caught into a Gouge stun combo. They're looking for the one-shot kill in the opener towards him. Down to 40%, trades on the Barskin, but that will not be enough. He barely escapes the stun. Shadow melts the incoming Phoenix Flame and blinks to safety. A close call for Unleash LOL, but he escapes with that greedy play, which means his team will be ahead.
And they still have that Plunder Armor cooldown available for Wise, so that's still going to be another chunk of damage, and they can get another setup like that, but they are getting rotted pretty low. They have a full clone on him, and Poiki is at half HP, and now Wise is getting chunked down here. He might have to use his Cloak of Shadows. He does use the Gouge onto Hot EU. They do have that full blind onto Unleash, and they're going to swap him out of that. There is the Between the Eyes. He's going to pop that Plunder Armor, getting the big damage on Unleash. He has to Iron Bark himself there. He doesn't have the advantage available, though, for a half Chief Shot, so it looks like he's going to be able to keep himself alive. But, I mean, another one of those close setups, and it could be the game for them. Now, Poiki is kind of rotting, trying to keep himself topped off, casting a couple of regrows, and things like looks like they're going to be able to stabilize himself.
Yeah, Unleash LOL positioning far away from the fight. Raikou getting blasted down to half. Actually, Unleash LOL moving in. This might be a mistake if Waz can catch him out off guard again. They're going to gouge up the Boomkin, try and slow down his pressure. Raikou blinking in for the Dragon's Breath Polymorph as they make a swap over to the Elemental Shaman. They don't get the Polymorph, they go for the Bash instead, but he gets cloned. He can't follow it up with the Ring of Frost. Minpoike goes for the clone, but he gets bashed out. They deny the setup, and now Waz is in trouble, down to 37%. Minpoike getting swapped to. Barskin's at 30. Star Surge connects. Minpoike needs to get out of line of sight of this big crit chicken. He manages to escape, but Waz is rotting down low too. Polymorphs onto the Ellie Shaman, gouge into the Boomkin, buying his team a little bit of time to get this Tranquility off.
And now they have a full clone, and Wise is caught. Oh, very low. They did use the Earthshock. Maybe could have bursted, and they got Minpoike to trinket that clone, but then they cloned Wise on it immediately. So that was such a sick clone. I mean, they knew that Minpoike was going to trinket, tried to top off Wise, and right there, I believe they even got him to overgrowth into that. So that was going to put Minpoike so behind. Wise has to play very defensive. He does have his Cloak of Shadows back up now, though, so he should be able to be safe. He does have the coin buff, and they have a combustion available, too. So another setup onto Unleash is probably going to happen very, very soon. So just have to watch out for that.
Yeah, Waz is fully hotted by Minpoike, gets cloned at low health. Minpoike clones up hotted EU. Raikou now is getting tabbed over to. He's going to be the focus target. Minpoike gets Solar Beam there. He might have actually fake casted it. I believe he did. He displaces in. They make the swap to the Resto Druid, Unleash LOL, but he pre-bear farmed it. He's prepared and ready. You're not going to get through that bear skin. Waz now forced to retreat away. It looks like he wants to go over towards the Elemental Shaman for a swap, but Raikou's caught into a clone, and these constant cyclone disruptions are preventing any of these swaps from being too devastating. They're going to fully blind the Resto Druid, but the Elemental Shaman trades out his trinket, gets his Astral Shift up, and now Waz is caught into a clone, and Poike caught into a stun. They can't really follow that up with anything. They're just trying to get control of the fight, re-stabilize, and then work down Minpoike's mana bar to the point where he has nothing and then can't recover.
Yeah, Waz is definitely looking for this position where he can try to get this set up, and they still have that Plunder Armor. They have the combustion there. Oh, they do finally get the Between the Eyes, trying to maybe set up on the Unleash, and they're not going to be able to do this. Instead, they're going to go into Spec Bomb, going very hard on Combust, and the Between the Eyes are being used. Oh, it's so low. There's the Plunder Armor too. He's 2% HP. He's going to go down.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, he didn't have the wall. There's no reason why he should survive there. And
They
the
2v3'd
Rogue Mage got
them!
it. Yep, Northern Gaming with the 2 versus 3. No, of course not. Reiki, you can see him hopping around on our screen there. He's here. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Relentless, I guess, being used from Unleash, so the second they get that CC chain, it's super scary, because they try to use a Combustor Plunder earlier, and they just ended up holding it for a while, so then finally just getting that CC.
He loaded! Oh no! Now he loads, there we go. I guess someone leaving is all that was needed. It was rigged, yeah. Raikou joining the game after Waz and Poike finished the job, so well played by Northern Gaming. That was a very back and forth game though. Can you see his damage?
As much damage as the Boomkin.
Oh really?
It's actually crazy.
I can't see. What was his damage?
Yeah, you know, they did 240 million. Both of them did.
Wait, is that 24 million or 240 million?
No,
240 million.
Yeah, no, not
That would be.
sorry.
I mean, I could believe it. Like Raikou does say he's 10 times any other player, so if he's doing 10 times the damage, that would justify it, I guess. But yes. Well, anyways. Yes, so that's going to be game 1 in favor of Northern Gaming, and I mean it was a pretty close one. Do you think? I mean, do you think maybe they expected the Moonkin Shadow Priest out of the gates? Because I feel like if they knew Rogue Mage was coming, they could have played the Paladin into it. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sure they probably expected that just because they had played in the other series, and then they instead just went for a really strong comfort pick, which I like that. They did very well with it too. The Owl Rogue damage too, with just having the coin buff, having the combustion together, it's so scary. And then they have the fact that Druid has like no trinkets, so anytime they actually use those together, it's gonna be super scary for them. He got bursted down so quickly in that CC chain.
Yeah, I mean, do you think they should swap up their comp? Of course, now that they're 1-0 down in this series.
Yeah, I feel like bringing the Holy Paladin could be good, but at the same time, they can really shut down the Holy Paladin too on his melee range, just because they have the reach from the rest of Druid. They have a lot more ways to kite him so that he can't really get as much uptime. So it's hard to say. Definitely offensively, they probably do better with the Holy Paladin, but maybe not as well defensively. Just with the rest of Druid, they're able to avoid cheaps for a long time too.
Yeah, and also, of course, just reading chat, just to clarify to everyone again, of course, Hodded EU is going to be Hodded playing on that Moonkin. No, it's Corky, guys, the guy who's been very high on Moonkin for quite a while in Europe, and he's playing with Procket on the Shaman. Of course, these guys do have slightly odd names. I really wish that people would just call themselves their main name, because it's like, it helps you so much. Like,
so
these players, this is like your career, or perhaps not for everyone, but like it's it's kind of important to like have your name out there. People love it. Like suddenly when I was competing, I used to love hear people say my name. It was like, it was so fun. Like I would always have all my characters be like that, but I guess it's not for everyone, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lexia, both people on your team have the same name.
Yeah, right.
On an A, you have like Rosie's Scary Monster. Like I swear he name changes like once every 2 weeks.
It makes it so confusing to follow this. Like, imagine if you're trying to keep up and you just like you tune into WoW Esports every month or something, and you're just like, who on earth are these guys? They're like the same names. I see it in other esports as well, but it's far rarer. I feel like. But yeah.
Speaking of name changes, you can currently get discounted name changes in the Blizzard store.
How much are they paying you for that one? That was good.
I'm not being paid at all.
I just
think it's a great deal.
Yep. Of course, I mean, they announced the season end on Tuesday if you guys want to make the transfer. Actually, I noticed in North America, the titles are pretty even, right? Between Horde and Alliance. That's cool. I think that's what they wanted to go for. So that's awesome that it's actually tended to that. I guess like the number of people transferred to balance it out nicely.
Like there's not a lot of like the really high rated people playing on Alliance, but definitely like Gladiator level and below, there's a lot of people playing on Alliance. I feel like I actually think Alliance probably has more people on NA than it does on Horde, but it's like on the lower end where you still have the top end players. A lot of them are still playing Horde, so it's like kind of weird. But I'm pretty sure that's like you said, that's what they wanted with the system. But I think it seems like it's still in balance, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a little bit of variance for sure. I choose my words carefully. But yes, it looks like we are going to be loading up into Dalaran Sewers. This is going to be game 2 of our series. Northern Gaming Blue looking incredibly strong to take this one all the way up to the grand finals, in fact. Let's see if Raikou has loaded! Oh my goodness, Raikou is in this game. we'll have to
Waz
see.
changes transmog in
Uh,
between that game.
yeah, actually, you remember Jim? He used to do that. Like he would have his transmog mount and he would change it every game. Let's see. Can you stop moving, Waz? I can't follow him. Oh my god, he's jumping so much. His APM is out of this world. Okay, there we go. He's not moving. Let's see his transmog. Yeah, maybe. I didn't see what his was. It actually looks kind of like Minpoike's old transmog, honestly. Don't you think? You remember the one he used to have with the...
Yeah, but now
Do you think
Minpoike's
Waz is a
tier
Minpoike
3 sellout.
fanboy?
You think he's a fanboy?
Yeah. Do you think he's
Do you
like
think he
copying
keeps a picture of
Minpoike's ones
Minpoike?
in
Yeah,
his
what if he
room?
keeps a picture of Minpoike on his bedstand?
I could believe that. Anyways, we should be able to get into the game, and we can see the only change that's actually happened here is they've swapped over to Alliance, the team sleep of 10. So, or they've swapped their Moonkin out. So, have they actually? Is that even true?
Oh.
No, it looks like they're Horde actually. Okay, they've just swapped Moonkin. Horde EU has been replaced by Ko.
Dalaran pipe!
Oh
He
dear.
got piped out. He got pumped out of the pipe. He stayed under it for too long, and now he's caught into his sap. That's a scary thing to have happen against a rogue mage that wants to open on you. And they are going to go after Unleashed, catching him in that between the eyes, but he was in bear form, ready and waiting for the assault. That bear form should be enough to buy him time to survive the initial aggression. Waz held on to his plunder armor, so he's got that for the next setup. He's trying to bait more cooldowns by sticking onto him, but Unleashed is not falling for the bait.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once again, as long as they just get these clean setups where they pop that between the eyes, we saw it already happen in the last game, so that's definitely what they're going to be looking for. So now they're on Sundiar, I think both teams are just going to try to turtle. Like, there's no reason for Waz's team to go offensive here, but now they do have that between the eyes being used. Maybe setting up onto Pocket like we saw last time. And Corky's just doing a good job getting clones out of Raikou, shutting him down. Like, he's at 809k HP, has a blink away, trying to keep himself topped off. They want to get a setup very soon, but it just seems like they're doing a good job kind of keeping them spaced out on this map.
Yep, and with that Orc Shaman rather than the Draenei, it means that all the stuns are much shorter, allowing Procket to sit through a lot more CC chains. He's a lot less susceptible to getting swapped to. It looks like they're actually trying their hand at going after the Boomkin. If he gets into that bear form, it's going to negate so much of that mage's pressure, so I wouldn't imagine they're going to stay on him too long as they switch back to Procket. Unleashed X, in the meantime, is trying to keep both members hotted. He's trying to figure out their plan. If Northern Gaming can keep switching targets and keep Unleashed X on his toes, they could catch a swap like this.
Oh, and now there's
Gouge into the full stun, out of bear form. He's not skinning. He skins just a little bit too late, but he gets some awesome peels with a bash on Waz and a clone on Raikou, completely denying the swap.
Yeah, definitely. I really like when the rogue gets the CDR buff, like he's trying to get as many sounds onto multiple people. That time that I think that they hit the Boomkin without maybe swapping to him, I think they just did that so he could just hit him with that stun and go for a clone. If they don't get the clone, they just gouge him into the clone, so they're able to control the Boomkin really easily like that. I don't see the Boomkin being a kill target ever though, but now they have another swap onto Unleashed. They have the Plunder Armor debuff being used onto him. He's at 900k HP, 600k, 200k, half keep shot, and he's gonna go down.
Raikou!
Wait, and Raikou's goes down too, so... Oh no, he gets the block, okay. Very
Almost goes down.
close.
Yeah. That's the thing with this Outlaw Rogue, right? Like you play Relentless against him, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel like Relentless isn't the right choice because you can just die right through that. I feel like.
Yeah, I think Relentless can't be the best option just because you get stun there, but at the same time, they have so many windows that they can get frequent CC. So I could definitely respect why you'd want to take it, right? Because maybe they can just keep stunning you over and over and over again. So you turn it one time, you die the next.
Apparently it's Borug's bedtime, and that's why he can't play anymore.
Oh,
Wait,
that's sad.
on
I'm not sure if I believe that to be true, but yes. Anyways, we'll have to see. I mean, I don't even know if a paladin would be better though, because like if you're a rogue mage, you can just tunnel the pally, right, and just CC the DPS. Or what do you think?
yeah, I actually don't know. What do you think, Sid?
I mean, I don't know how easily Fire Mage Outlaw kills Holy Paladin. I've never seen that happen. I know Holy Paladins are really weak to being trained, so it could work that the Paladin is just too weak to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him do it with Frost. But I mean, they could also just kite him pretty hard too, right? On the melee wings. Like, they can just use roots on him. They could just use Chiefs. I feel like they'd have an easier time controlling him. But at the same time, they could just kill him pretty easily too, I feel like. There has to be the potential to kill the Holy Paladin.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. I think rest of druids are quite tanky, so I mean, like, if he can get a few more preemptive bear forms off... We saw Looney doing it, right? And he was doing it against an RMP that had also Dark Archangel and all these things to make even more damage towards him, and he was... as long as he preemptive bear formed, I mean, they tunneled him into the ground and he could still survive, so... definitely I think the rest of the Druid can do it. It's just a little bit more difficult with the Outlaw because the Outlaw Rogue has Gouge as well, right? So he can gouge into the stuns, and that was what we saw Waz do a few times. He would just try and catch the blind, catch the gouge outside of bear form, and then Raikou blinks over and gets the damage out on those stuns.
Yeah, the gouge just seems super useful. Plus, even when they're just trying to, delay the game, I guess, and wait for another setup to happen, like there's times where you gouge the Boomkin, try to go for a clone, you get kicked, okay, fine, then I just between the eyes you, and then you stun, and then you get a free clone anyway. So it's like always seems to be a way that they can get the setup onto them easily. Just having that gouge is so much for them, especially with 2 druids, because obviously you need to polymorph.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen with this next game. I think Blade's Edge is actually going to be the map choice. The series 2-0 in favor of Northern Gaming, who have been looking so strong. I think this is one of the cool things as well. Like Northern Gaming, they had their sub last week, but week in week, they're the only team that are like this consistent. They have reached every single final of the year in terms of tournaments so far. Like every single time there's been a European tournament, Northern Gaming have made it to the top 2. But regrettably, maybe the Zunyaki curse is paying a little bit here because they haven't actually won one yet. So they're probably looking to turn that around. Yeah, at some point it should, hopefully.
Yeah, remember Snuts had the same curse too, and then he eventually won BlizzCon.
Not last year, unfortunately.
Wait, how many BlizzCons did it take for Snuts before he won? Was it the third one?
It was 4, right?
It was 4. It was 4.
Was it 4?
I think so, because I think the third one was the time that Junya came around.
Junkrat came around, disengaging all over Blade's Edge, taking the series.
No, the one after the Jungyup one, that was the one that he won, because then it was the one that was early.
I'm fairly sure it was the 4th one, yeah. Because it was the one against Zunyaki in the final. It was another Zunyaki. Like, that was the thing, right? What it took for Snuts to win BlizzCon is he had to go up against someone who was equally second place, so.
So, if Zunyaki goes against, like, Sidu and Snuts, then who wins?
I don't know, we'll have to see.
Both of them need that BlizzCon wins.
Anyways, we'll have to see if Northern Gaming can make it into that that upper bracket grand final once again. They are 1 game away.
Oh, there's the full sap.
Ooh.
Getting that sap on him in cap form can actually be really huge. Yeah, they're going to use the blind and open immediately onto Unleash. They have that cheap shot on him and going to 64% HP immediately.
He triggered air!
Oh, no, he got half between the eyes out of that. But again, so much pressure there. Jeez, this is going to put him so far behind. They still have the Plunder armor and the Combust, so just getting that opener, I feel like this is just game. One setup is all it's going to take.
I'm 95% sure he got cheap shotted. Waz waited a second to stun again, and Unleashed like immediately trinketed, and he trinketed nothing. So now he has no trinket. He's caught into a gouge out of bear form. This could be the end of the matchup. Fully stunned. Plunder armor committing for the kill. Raikou moving in as well. Phoenix flames are being dished out. He's down to 20%. He's not gonna. He's barely hanging on 19%. He overgrows. He's desperately trying to get back into bear form. Kleptomania takes all those hots back towards Raikou. Unleashed trying to recover through the pressure. Dispels Procket out of that polymorph. Trying to keep his team's counter pressure going at the same time. Jumps back into bear form. Was catching Unleashed X off balance and almost taking him down.
How is he able to survive that? I'm actually so surprised because he had only Bark Skin, got caught in human form, got between the eyes into half cheap shot into half between the eyes with Combust and Plunder. Like that was actually really crazy that he lived there, but man, leaving that setup actually is so huge for them because now he'll have Trinket the next time. There's going to be a scary window for them. So being able to get them to use both of those and live, it's going to help them out so much at this point. And now, again, another between the eyes being used onto Unleash, but they're going onto Procket, get the full clone onto Unleash out of that. Procket's going to 50% HP. Going to have to use that wall there. DB's being used onto Corky. Trying to go for a clone, gets stopped on it, but now they're swapping the damage onto Minpoike. He gets the beam onto him. Minpoike has to displace her away. Raikou's at 40% HP. Trying to keep each other topped off at this point. But they have another between the eyes stun up very soon, I'm pretty sure, and they'll be able to go for a setup off that.
Yep. Minpoike's mana is looking good. He's playing that
full bash.
Nourish build again. Waz getting set up on. Minpoike seems ready for it, already just channeling out some heals. Waz gets knocked down below, but he grapples back up, tries to make a swap to Unleash, but he doesn't find it in bear form, so they're going to go for the Ring of Frost instead and switch their damage to Procket. It looks like they aren't following too much damage. Procket tried to juke Waz off the side, but Waz didn't fall for the juke. Full blind onto Unleash, and Procket is in trouble. He has no Astral Shift available. Unleash opts to trinket out of that blind to save him, knowing he's very vulnerable. Unleashed will have Bark Skin available for a swap to him later on. He's jumping into bear form, constantly afraid of these swaps. Waz getting stunned in the back line. He's getting bashed now as well. And Poike trying to pick him back up, but he doesn't want to get interrupted. He's in danger here. He's down to 50. He gets dispelled. Now going to be perfectly fine as he gets topped off.
Okay, well now they have the Combustion and the Plunder armor backup. The last time, Unleashed was able to live. I don't know if anything different would happen. Like maybe they could just try to go him again and he just dies, but instead they're swapping onto Corki, getting him very low, forcing the Bark Skin on him, getting him 50% HP. Didn't really use any cooldowns or much CC onto Unleashed, but now they have a full clone onto Unleashed, swapping the damage over onto Procket. They get the cheap shot onto him with that vanish, get the gouge onto Corki, getting another clone onto Unleashed. Mpoike can't get this reclone onto Corki low because he gets Earth Shock by Procket, so good job breaking up the CC. But now Between the Eyes onto Unleashed, swapping onto him. I don't think they're going to use the Between the Eyes. Not too much damage being used. Still trying to hold on to those offensive cooldowns, I guess, and trying to see if they can maybe force either a Bark Skin or an Iron Bark without using anything. But I feel like at a certain point, you kind of just have to force them, right?
I mean, yeah, that attempt got cloned on his stun, so Corki was ready and peeled for Unleashed. So unless they can cross CC that or deny the clones, he's going to be feeling pretty safe with that. He should probably try and go for a Hex, but he gets gouged. Waz just building up some combo points, re-rolling. He activates the tricks of the trade. As they try to land a Ring of Frost, they don't manage to find it, though. Unleashed is going to escape that. Waz getting bursted, Cloak's down at 30%. Now Raikou getting swapped to tons of damage. Coming out from sleep at 10 with the Celestial Alignment.
Gouge into human form.
Corki, and this could be the kill through Barskin potentially. Waz gets knocked away. He grapples back up, but he grapples into a Cyclone. Unleashed survives, only trading out the Barskin. Now Corki trying to line up a full moon. Not able to find it just yet, opting to peel instead. He's trying to play it safe as the Elemental Shaman Boomkin. You're always playing safe versus composition, trying to survive and make sure the setups are stopped.
They still have their cooldowns. Like they went this entire window where Unleashed had no trinket with just having to combust and plunder. So I mean, I think getting that Bark Skin, maybe if they can force Unleashed Trinket here, they actually have this potential to get a kill, right? They use a full blind setup onto Corki maybe, and then just get the swap on him. I think this is what Northern Gaming is playing around, just trying to be really patient with both of his first ones, because they know that if they use them both together, they're going to be able to get a kill very quickly on this comp. It's just all about finding that right window, trying to get consistent CCs and opening themselves up for that. But they're getting peeled a lot and disrupted so much by Corki and Procket, trying to prevent them from getting any of these windows. Now that Between the Eyes gets used on Procket, Unleashed is sitting in bear form, trying to avoid getting polymorph or swap to here. And now we see the full bash goes out into Unleashed. Mpoike tries to go for a clone. He does get the full clone here. Corki's going to get cheap shot here. Gouge onto Procket, trying to cast these off heals onto his teammates. He has that wall being used on himself that's also fading right here. And Corki's at about 60% HP. Unleashed still has that trinket available. And I don't know if Wise's team is going to try to go for a swap on him off this. But they have a cloak available too. So I think Northern Gaming should be safe.
Yeah, unless they can burst him down before the bash ends, I don't think they're going to find a kill. Unleashed actually getting polymorphed. Corki could be in trouble. He's already down to half. He may need to jump into bear form as they swapped him in Poike. They're trying to punish him for pushing in. If he's playing that Nourish build, he's a very easy target to burst down. They need to look for those opportunities more often. Now Poike struggling to pick his team back up. Raikou gets cloned up at low HP. Procket's still at 50% with no wall. The next setup could be the end of Procket. They gouge Unleashed. I would imagine they're not going to swap to him. They're going to look for CC. They're going to stun him and go back towards the Elemental Shaman. But with no stuns, he's going to easily recover. Mpoike fake casts the Solar Beam, lands the clone out of the stun. Well done from Mpoike. Now Procket has nothing. Plunder armor to finish the job, down to 20%. They need to stop the offense. They stun it again. They clone it again, and Northern Gaming clean up the series 3-0.
That was actually like an interesting kill opportunity, just because they didn't have the wall left for the Ellie Shaman, but then at the same time, they have the trinket still for the Resto Druid, but they're just using micro CCs. Like they're using a gouge. You don't want to trinket a gouge. They use the Between the Eyes stun when he's in bear form. Like they're not really going to want to trinket that, and then they're just going for these clones. So they go through all that CC chain, pop all their cooldowns, but no trinket gets used because I mean if he trinkets one thing, he's just going to get re-CC'd on it instantly. Like he can't trinket that clone. He just has the clone waiting for him. So I mean that's such a clean setup from Northern Gaming. I think they're just trying to be really patient and wait for that to happen.
Yeah, and credit, of course, to Mpoike at the end of that one, because, like Super said, if he hadn't duked that Solar Beam at the end, they wouldn't have had any of that micro CC you were talking about, and of course they wouldn't have got the kill. So great job by Mpoike in the end, securing that kill for his team. And that's going to be a 3-0, actually. Our number 1 seed, Sleep at 10, being eliminated. And I think, I just realized that joke we made about him having to go to Sleep at 10 is probably based off of their team name, right? Like, it's probably actually not true. I hope. Well, I mean, it is what it is either way, but they're not going to be out of it. We won't see them again today, either of these teams, unfortunately, since they will be moving forward to tomorrow. Neither of these teams are eliminated just yet, and we can go over and have a little look at how that bracket looks in a second here. So we can see, of course, Northern Gaming Blue will be the first team to advance into our grand final, whereas Sleep at 10, we can see them just down at the bottom here. They have dropped down into our lower bracket. They will be fighting the winner of PogChamp Gaming versus the boys. But our next series is going to be Ultimate Trash, who are a number 2 seed, who have looked incredibly strong off of their series against those boys, and they're going up against Boomkin or Lose, who we also saw come out with that TSG composition. So this is going to be another one of those melee cleaves, most likely against caster cleaves, I would guess, on the side of Ultimate Trash. What's your take on this? Who do you like? What comps do you expect to come out of this one?
Well, I mean, they'll have the Boomkin Wizard Cleave over, I guess, having the Desterlock Wizard Cleave, so maybe that does better. I think my prediction would be that the Boomkin team would be able to win, because also versus Unholy DKs, they're going to be able to kill their pet constantly just with all that AoE from Starfall. That could really put the Unholy DK behind and have a hard time, utilizing things like Corpse Shield, or just being able to get Nonsense or Dark Transformation interrupts. So I would put my money on the team with the Boomkin.
Okay. But no, wait. Do either team have a Boomkin in this game?
No. That's why they have their team name is Boomkin or Lose for survival.
Yeah. Okay. So you think the TSG is gonna be able to take this one?
I don't.
Wait.
I don't think the TSG will win. Yeah, I think that the chicken will win.
Where's the chicken?
The chicken is on the team the TSG is playing against.
They don't have a chicken.
Right.
I'm confused.
Wait, don't they? No.
No. They have Zepai, Warwicks, and Jangles, and Looney.
I thought that they had a Boomkin too.
No, they have a Death Knight, a DK, a Death King, a Jangle,
yeah,
a Jing Jangle.
There's so many. Okay, so.
so many teams, help me!
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I know. It's intimidating.
Yeah, it's actually very easy to lose track of who's who. Everyone has all the random names, and then you just. Everyone's playing all these damn thing comps.
You know what? Chicken? Is it fried?
I mean, I'm apparently fried.
Someone goes a chicken. Oh yeah, we need to say Radapai.
Oh my god, I put it down.
There we go. Alright.
Dude, I dropped the ball there, man.
It's okay. We all have one. You'll be all over Reddit. No, I don't think you have to worry about that.
Exactly.
Alrighty. It looks like we have the blind picks for these teams. Nagrand Arena. Of course, blind pick at the start of the series on Nagrand. We do follow that standard Blizzard format that we've had for several a year right now.
Dude, what if they play Boomkin? Oh man.
What if they play Boomkin? If they play Moonkin, then I don't know. We have to do something. Maybe I have to stare at Sid for the rest of the broadcast in that case.
There's too many Kibas.
There's too many Kibas?
Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, Cervantes didn't load for me.
You blame me.
Yeah, okay. I want to clarify for everyone going into this. Cuba, the Resto Druid is Looney. We will, of course, try to call them by their names to make it as less confusing as possible. And Kiba, the Elemental Shaman, is, of course, going to be Zepai, who we saw benched in the other series, actually. And, this is the same composition that the TSG already beat, right? They already beat the Elemental Windwalker. Yeah, Shrey played this, right?
It was a
in one game. Though. Yeah, that's true. But they had the Resto Druid available and they chose not to use it. So this is interesting.
Yeah, so I guess maybe they do have a chance of winning this.
Alright, let's see what they can get done. Cervantes getting rooted, gets dispelled right away, good dispel. The Warrior and the Death Knight never want to stack up when they're running across the map against an Ellie Shaman, they both get rooted, so that was good awareness from them. They're trying to connect to Walrix. Walrix is kind of trolling them, jumping away from them. Cervantes is trying to catch up. Demon's Wrath already being channeled. Walrix is going to get a lot of hand dance from that early pressure. He blinks away from the stun, but now they swap their attention to Looney. He's down to half, struggling to deal with the pressure. Walrix drops the Fell Lord in reverse to try and counter pressure. Both Cervantes and Nerd Rage down to half. Walrix is just decimating.
Yeah. And if you saw there, they grouped Looney, blinks away, and he actually got Vortex on the displacer. So I mean, that was really nice. But now Walrix taking so much damage. I think it was Iron Bark on him, and then there was a full fear onto Looney, 50% HP underwater, gonna be able to top himself alive. Actually pretty surprised he was able to just go up in that whole CC chain, but the Iron Bark is ending. Now we see another double shockwave coming out, hitting Walrix very hard still. I do believe he should have a sharpened blade up soon, which could again put more pressure onto Walrix.
Yeah, Walrix getting more hand dance out, but they're spread out. He's not able to Demon's Wrath. It's important to stay away from all the wild imps. The Demon's Wrath channels the AoE around them and gives him soul shards. So if they can stay away from the imps, he's going to reduce his soul shard generation quite a lot. Cervantes seems to be getting bursted down in midfield, down to half. Walrus trying to fake cast the incoming interrupts, fears away Nerd Rage. He zerkers out, but they're making a swap maybe onto Looney. They grip him into the shockwave. Colossus smashes up. I would imagine they want to commit to him, but he's able to blink away to safety for now. Cervantes in hot pursuit, though. He's going to switch his attention maybe to Z-Pi. Yeah, he's going to be going after Z-Pi, attacking him. Lian, in the meantime, tied on mana. We're only about a minute and a half into this match. Full axe toss into Hex. Nice CC chain and teamwork from Walrix and Z-Pi there. That might get them a lot of pressure here, and they actually force the anti-magic zone out from Cervantes.
Yeah, so I mean, they're getting a lot of pressure on both sides here, and now again, all these double shockwaves just really hurt. It seems like it's so effective versus these Demonology Warlocks, again, because of all these pets. You get the shorter shockwave cooldown, and it's able to just constantly stop them from doing anything. And I really like having that strategy, but again, now we have a full Axos onto Nerd Rage, getting him very low, 40% HP, and both Cervantes and Nerd Rage are rotting, and now we have another Axos into Fear onto Lion. So really good job by Walrix and Z-Pi just trying to take these opportunities together. Now we have more pressure going out into Nerd Rage. They have a full Hex here. Caught in that full Hex. Here's the Fuller, 9% HP. He has to pop that retail. He's trying to do what he can to survive it. He's barely going to get topped off by Lian there. I don't know if he can keep him topped off. He's still at 15% HP. Z-Pi and Walrix are doing all the damage they can. Walrix still getting kind of low, but so is Nerd Rage. He's still staying it. Barely gets up. Oh, the clone low at 10% HP by Looney, and now there's that full bash under Lian. It looks like Nerd Rage probably goes down here, but gets the Spell Reflect at the very end of that clone, stopping any of that wizard damage. Curse of Fragility, though, and full clone onto Lian. Is he going to go down here? They've been training this entire time, trying to finish him off. Another clone goes out onto Lian. Nerd Rage is just going up in HP somehow, and now the clones are rotating on Z-Pi. Earthshock's being used. And now another full Hex onto Lian. This is so bad. He got caught into the second full Hex off of this entire CC chain once again. And now, okay, there's the offensive. They actually have gotten so much CC here. I actually can't believe Nerd Rage is alive at this point.
I think they're trolling. A full fear now until Lian, and Nerd Rage gets stunned. This could be the end of the match. Nerd Rage trinkets out to pummel the hand of Gul'dan, saving himself for now. Iron Bark at 17%. Lian pulling off a miracle to save Nerd Rage. Now they're getting counter pressure towards Walrix, but Looney pre-Iron Bark to stun. He predicted that incoming pressure, saves Walrix. A lot of potential damage there. Cervantes building up some pressure still, trying to cut through the rest of that Iron Bark. Nerd Rage still down to half. Lian caught into a Roots, into a full fear from Walrix. Hand of Gul'dan connects. He's going to be looking to empower those imps very shortly. Actually looking to maybe get more. They grip them into the double shockwaves, but he knocks them away. Gripping an elemental shaman in is going to be a bit cheeky when you get knocked away off the stun. I don't think they're going to do that again. They look for the Hex. They get another full Hex over on the Lian, and Nerd Rage is forced to leap away, and these Hexes are constant from Z-Pi. Lian's going to need to be more aware, maybe play at a pillar to try and avoid these, or he's potentially going to throw the match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've kind of been so many full Hexes. Like, we saw the entire CC chain onto Nerd Rage. It was like a full Hex, triple clones, then triple clones onto Nerd Rage, and then full stuns, and then they had another full Hex out of it, like the entire window, and still weren't able to get a kill. But it still seems like Ultimate Trash is so dominant in this matchup, but yet Walrix is going very low. He's at 30% HP. Looks like the pressure's on him. They have big necrotic strikes. He's at 25% HP. Kiba trying to do what he can to top him off, gets the healing touches, and now Nerd Rage is being swapped to again, has that Fell Lord being used, getting to 27% HP with the Iron Bark and Spell Reflect up, so should be okay here, and now they're just putting that pressure back onto Walrix once again.
Yeah, just going after the Warlock, trying to stall out his pressure as long as possible. Looney gets stunned and gripped in. It looked like he wanted to maybe run away for a drink, but they're trying to deny it. He blinks away after the grip. Nerd Rage is under fire, goes back to the pillar, but he's charging back out. Lianis gets wind-sheared on his regrowth. This is going to be trouble for Nerd Rage. Ice Fury out from Z-Pi. He's looking to close the match, catches him in that stun, looking to finish the job, catches him into another stun, and there's really nothing to save him, 9%, and he falls. Ultimate Trash with some ultimate CC chains. You don't typically expect that from the Warlock Shaman, but they found a lot of opportunities and were able to execute the kill there.
I mean, it was like watching a Rogue Mage that game. Like Looney and Z-Pi, they completely controlled Lian and Nerd Rage for significant portions of this game. Z-Pi landing some bonkers hexes, some insane low clones as well, and they still couldn't land the kill.
Bonkers.
I mean, it was insane. Like, the CC chain shouldn't last that long. It was an elemental shaman. Like, how is he getting so much off? And what was even more insane is that Nerd Rage somehow managed to survive it. Just the self-healing and the reflect. Yeah.
It's all that time that Z-Pi spent playing that rogue that he has, right? Now he has just become a rogue mage player while on his elemental shaman. I mean, those two they've been playing Lock Ellie for so long together though. Like since MOP, I've always seen Z-Pi and Walrix together, and I mean they're just crushing it that game. They seem so dominant compared to the last team that was playing that composition. And I mean the rest of you also seem to be very strong too. Just having the amount of clone potential that Looney just brought. Like they were getting so many offensive clones, so many clones under the healer, constantly just putting them behind. Like, it was actually crazy to watch.
Yeah, it really was. So, I mean, this is like what I was expecting to see in the other series, actually. I thought, like, just tunnel the demonology war, like, can't really work for the TSG. Do you think there's anything they can really change up? Like, maybe they could chase Zeepai a little more, or do you think that's too difficult for them as well?
I mean, I think if they go on Zeepai, like, then you just let the demo warlock free cast too much. I'm not too sure. Also, if they go on the Ellie Shumble, they might not have as much potential to just lock him down as much, because when they are on the demo, like, at least just getting those shockwaves are really disruptive, right? But you won't be able to get that as much because Zeepai will be able to probably position himself differently. And then at the same time, you have, like, the rest of you is still going to be going out for all these cyclones, so it's really hard to say. I mean, maybe the strategy is, instead of just going one person, just kind of swap between two people, but it's really up to you, Sid. What do you think?
What do you think, Sid?
Yeah.
I mean, Elemental Shaman with Earth Grab, Root, and Gust of Wind can really kite quite effectively. I'm wondering if they could do any sort of split dampen strat, where you get the Warrior on one target, the Death Knight on another target, and try and play the mana game. They were getting close sometimes. Druid swaps is potential if they grip in, put Vortex down off the stun, try and catch him on his blink, do that over and over. But that's risky. I think the safer strat would be going with a split, but on Runes of Lordaeron for their map pick, definitely think they're going to be doing some healer things.
Yeah.
Some healer killing things, some smorking things.
I was thinking that if like they were going to split, like maybe they could just have Cervantes sit on the Druid, just like have Crypt Fever being really effective, and then just have the Warrior try to sit on the Demolock, and then just having Cervantes just put as many interrupts too as he can onto Water, just trying to stop them. But I mean, even then, that could still be a pretty risky strategy.
Yep, well, we'll have to see who's going to stick to their strategy the best. Of course, Ultimate Trash are one game up, and we've got the names correct now, guys, so it should be a little bit easier to follow, hopefully. Of course, that is a goal of ours, so we'll have to see if Looney, Zeepai, and Warwicks do get punished by this map. We can see he's put his portal up in the room. He's going to be able to get his gateway as well, so good start for Warwicks.
Yeah, exactly, and already just running an up the mount. Looks like Cervantes is trying to connect onto... Looks like he's hitting a Zeepai a bit. Nope, no, they're going to grip in. Asphyxiate Looney, going to hit him very hard. They do catch him in a human form. Force the Bark Skin immediately, though, and now they're going to pop that Fellor, trying to counter pressure them. Cervantes is going very low, being forced to pop that AMS super early there, so pretty much that entire swap to the Druid really just didn't end up doing too much. Now they use the Iron Bark onto Walrix as he gets at very low HP, gets the multi-shockwave down. So I think that Ultimate Trash is just not going to be able to die at this point.
Yep, Sharpened Blade used on Walrus there, but Cervantes is in so much danger, down to 20%. Trades out Icebound Fortitude and Anti-Magic Zone to negate the pressure incoming onto him. He will be able to recover, but that was a tremendous overlap of defensive cooldowns, which leaves him as an opening target moving into the match. I think we need to keep our eyes on Zeepai if he's able to find those hexes. It seems like Lene is able to line of sight pretty effectively on this tomb so far, but Zeepai just pumping Lava Burst after Lava Burst after Lava Burst into Cervantes, looking to close the match. Rallying Cry up from Nerd Rage saves him in the nick of time. They're getting counter pressure on Walrix. Both Walrix and Cervantes low, but Cervantes is retreating away. He gets cloned up at low health, denying that wild growth healing. The Rallying Cry falls in the Cyclone. They bash up Looney to try and get some counter pressure, but they're not finding it. Tranquility from Lene is the last line of defense. Cervantes grips Walrix, but the Vortex pulls him back. Not really too effective there. Walrix now portals away. He's going to be completely safe to free cast in the backline, and leaving that Warlock open is a scary moment here for Boomkin or Lose.
Yeah, definitely it's very scary now. Walrix being able to be free, gets that full fear onto land, and now the pressure's going out onto Nerdrig, being very low, popping that spell reflection, trying to avoid some damage gone to him. Now they're going back onto Walrix, knowing that they can't leave him alone, getting him to 60% HP. Now there's the double shockwave coming out. I don't believe they're going to be able to get too much, even with that avatar being popped off. Walrix is at full HP. Nerdrig is the one getting pressure here. He has the Iron Bark on himself, and it's just fading. He's at 30% HP. Gonna have to probably pull back here. Cervantes is also very low. They're trying to come back to the pillar. Looney's just going for a drink at this point, just knowing that he can just stay for this long game. And the D&D actually misses by Cervantes, letting Looney get to full HP. Nerd Rage going very low, 40% HP. And I mean, that's just such a good opportunity for Ultimate Trash just to get that drink off there, I feel like.
Yep, now they're in a perfect position to drag this game into the later stages. They grip Walrix behind the pillar, but Cervantes is the one that's dying. Zeepai's just tearing into him with those chain lightnings. Cervantes just can't leave the pillar. A double fear out from Nerd Rage is their only saving grace, but now they're caught into the Fell Lord. They're caught into the Infernal Stun, and Cervantes getting blown up, down at 20%. AMS barely saves him. Die by the sword out from Nerd Rage. Linan caught into a bash, into a clone, and Nerd Rage is in trouble. No rallying cry available. He's trying to avoid it. He's in so much danger. The anti-magic zone is the last line of defense, but he gets cycloned up, denying that damage reduction, and Looney is really on fire with these cyclones. He gets gripped from the follow-up. Lian needs to start healing his team back up here very quickly. He's starting to recover slowly but surely, but it looks like Zeepai is lining up chain lightning after chain lightning. Walrix not really able to support. They actually trade out the Iron Bark maybe to have a foothold and stay offensive here on top of Lian. Stun onto Cervantes. They're looking to burst him down, following it up with some lava bursts. Cervantes can line of sight with that cart. That's good positioning there from him. Avoids a little bit of damage. Lian trying to recover. Cervantes still low on health. How is Cervantes really going to pull through this? Corpse Shield comes up in about 8 more seconds. After that, though, he might be running on Fume, stun onto Nerd Rage. They make a swap on him potentially.
I mean, he has that IDF backup, but it just seems so hard. Like, Ultimate Trash seems to be always ahead. They know exactly what the THC is going to do, so they're just always positioned so that they can avoid setups. They can make sure that they can get setups onto them, break up any window of opportunity they have. I mean, they have a full bash onto Looney here. They're trying to pressure Zeepai a little bit, getting him at 60% HP, but now Looney's out of the HP, going to be able to keep him topped off. They do have some good Necro stacks here onto Zeepai, and also Walk's going pretty low too, so he's going to 50% HP. Pressure's on both of the wizards, but it just seems like not too much is going to be able to get forced. They have the drink coming out by Lian, and it does have to get interrupted. He's at 40% mana. Over to Looney, who's at 68%. So, I mean, they're winning this mana war. Zeepai is getting pretty low in this full fear, but I think he should be able to top himself. He just goes for the spear. Rigos are coming out from Looney. And, I mean, it just seems so hard for this TSG to end up finishing them. They get them low, they get some pressure, but at the same time, Ultimate Trash just ends up coming around with either good setups or just ways to pressure them whenever they try to come out from that pillar.
Yeah, Boomkin or Lose are focusing their attention on Zeepai for now. I think it's a smart decision. The sharpened blade is super effective against that Ellie Shaman self-healing. It looks like Cervantes, though, is going to get rooted inside of the room, and this is terrifying for him as the Death Knight. He's going to have such a long waddle back to his target, trying to make his way towards Walrix. It looks like they want to try and shut him down. And he just portals away, and Cervantes is caught running back and forth between his targets. It looks like they want to go after Zeepai. I think he's ultimately going to be the target that dies moving into dampening, so they want to get their momentum on him, force more cooldowns out towards his way. Mana definitely in favor of Looney as they grip him in for maybe a swap, but Cervantes is getting punished for that swap. Zeepai just unleashing lava burst battalions over his way. I don't know if that's actually a word. Cervantes down at half still, and Zeepai is relentless. He's constantly casting it over and over in his face. Anti-magic zone has been forced. Overlapped with the IBF. I feel like these cooldown overlaps are going to cost them the match sooner or later.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to put them super far behind. I mean, that was the Ascendance being used by Zeepai, but still, they're just doing so much damage. And they also have, like, the wizard positioning where you have, like, the deadly triangle. One wizard's in one corner of the map, the other wizard's in another corner of the map. So whoever you try to go on, you let both of them kind of free and able to just do whatever they want. And, I mean, the positioning just helps out so much for these setups that Ultimate Trash are able to get. Like, this melee thief, they're always brought into bad positioning, and it just sucks so much for them. They are getting this pressure onto Zeepai here, though, with the full fear, onto Looney, getting him at 50% HP. I don't believe they have the Sharpened Blade available for him. They have the Iron Bark being traded out there from Looney, but also Iron Bark's being used onto Cervantes, and both of them are at about half HP with those defensive cooldowns up. But still, I feel like they're doing such a good job from Ultimate Trash. There's the bash into a full clone onto Lian there from Looney there, and now Cervantes going very low, having to pop that AMS. Now there's another asphyxiate full onto Looney. Instead of the pressure trying to turn around onto both Looney and Zeepai, but still, I feel like every time they get one of these setups, nothing's done, and then there's the Earthshock swap onto Cervantes, having to pop that Corpse Shield, getting to 10% HP, 30% HP, trying to top himself off, and then he gets cloned low.
Yeah, that rallying cry is ticking. He's going to lose that bonus health here very shortly if they can clone him again. There goes the rallying cry. Walrus secures a full fear. The sneaky fear from Walrus followed up with the big damage. Cervantes barely surviving, line of sighting behind that cart. Linnaeus trying to punish Zeepai for jumping in. Walrus is low on health, and suddenly the pressure on Cervantes is being reversed. Walrus down to half. Looney trying to recover with his Innervate, spam casting those heals. That's going to buy him a lot of mana. Great Innervate, going to get him really far ahead into the rest of this match. Cervantes trying to line of sight with Nerd Rage, but they're stacked up in the Demon's Wrath, and Walrus is having a field day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was thinking that maybe just like that last series that we had where they had the same matchup when they forced the Wizards to push in, they started winning. But even in this situation, it seems like they were so behind that it really didn't end up doing too much. I mean, Looney's going for these clones, but nothing's going to happen off of those. And now we have a full Axe Toss onto Land with that fear coming out. There's the Iron Bark onto Cervantes, but Nerd Rage is also getting pressure. Ziva's just chunking him with the Lava Burst, casting these lightning bolts, just getting so much pressure onto them. And in this mana war, Lian is so far behind. He's at 15% mana. And then we have Looney, who's at 60% mana. It seems like they're so far ahead. We have 17% dampening. It's like they can't do anything to either team. But now there's a fear doesn't end up hitting Looney on that, and Walrus is getting pressure. Now we see a half bash going on onto Z-Pi, but still Walrus getting pretty low. Has the Iron Bark fading. I don't know if they can force a kill here. I mean, they're trying to push onto him. Walrus doing what he can to just keep himself alive, and now Lion's getting low HP. He's at 38% HP. Has almost nothing left for his teammates. Walrus very low. Now a double shockwave hits both Looney and Walrus. I don't know if they can get a kill off of this. There's 42% HP. Necrotic Strikes are stacking onto Looney, and still so much pressure here. And Walrus at 20% HP, almost an execute range. He is an execute range. Plus the wall, 2% HP. It looks like he's gonna go down, and Looney's gonna go down. They're both so low. 15% HP. He tops off Walrus. Oh my god, Looney's at 9% HP. Just lasers away. Has a Necrotic Strike, stacks, casting the Wild Arc, casting the regrowth. 8% HP. 1.8%. Gets charged on. I believe there's execution being used. Oh, 3%, 2%. Come on, is he gonna live? 5% HP. Full bash. He's surely gonna go down in that, and that's gonna be the game for Boomkin early. Holy crap.
Yeah.
So close there.
Let me see. I think I'm not sure why he was casting Healing Touches at the end of that one. That was a little weird. But yeah, I thought maybe he was running the Healing Touch back, but I'm fairly sure he wasn't. Perhaps it was just he was so far behind he needed to get heals off. Yeah, with the efficiency. But anyways, the series is going to tie it 1-1. I don't know. Like, do you think it was just the map that enabled them to hit Looney so much? Because I mean, Cervantes did such a good job of solo pressuring him throughout that game. Like, the damage is pretty even actually. Looking at it.
Yeah, I see. It seems so hard to notice like what are the windows that they end up just completely turning this game around, right? Because there's this point where it looks like the Demo Ellie is just completely in control of the game, and maybe it just is whenever they get really greedy and they push in. Eventually, I guess they put themselves in this position where they start falling behind. But it just seems so weird. It's like
right at the end of the game, they actually committed Fell Lord to swap to Lien.
Yeah, I saw that. Perhaps and
then they didn't have that for themselves to live, and I feel like that's where they maybe overcommitted, and then they became exposed as a result.
Yeah, exactly. I think the main thing is they always have to be playing defensive. Like, if they do try to like go too offensive, they just open up an opportunity that they can die, because both teams are reasonably tanky, and it's just that for the TSG they just don't have as much mobility or as much control. So if like one of them gets into a situation where, say, the Demo team, they open up this window where they can go offensive, that's where it's just going to be super hard for them.
Yeah, I don't know. So do you think? Well, actually, we do now have confirmation. It's going to be the same compositions. Asher Main's Fool will be the map, something slightly bigger. These guys are really aching to get into the next game. We do have a fair bit of delay time if they choose to use it, but both of them just rush back in. It's like same comp, let's get us straight into the game, and I can respect that. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's totally winnable for them. It like we've been saying, it could go either way. I feel like it's just all about that consistency and not being too greedy. Like the Demo Ellie team, they just have to be very patient. And I mean, these guys have played this composition for years, so they're very confident in themselves. I think if they play too offensively, they're just going to realize, okay, probably play too aggressive here. Let's just play a little bit more patient, try to dampen them a bit harder, and we should be safe. We just won't throw, and I mean, that should do it for them. Yeah,
I think you're right. And Sid really called it, right? It was the Fell Lord offensive like hurt them. Perhaps if they'd had that defensively, then that would have been enough for them to stay alive. We'll have to see if they can stabilize on this slightly bigger map. The series tied 1-1. This map choice from Ultimate Trash.
It's really fun watching this though, because this is arguably like the best TSG in the world and then the best LSD in the world. So really nice to watch two really good teams go against each other, even in such an early part of this tournament. And now we already have just clones going out into Nerd Rage, just showing that a little bit of offensive pressure. Now they use that Axos into him, so I think they're going to try to set up onto him. Not popping the Ascendants or any major cooldowns like that, so I guess both teams trying to stabilize and just poke each other a little bit.
Yeah, Cervantes stunning Z-Pi on his jump there. And it looks like they're going for that split strategy. So Nerd Rage is going to be training down the Warlock, and Cervantes is going to be training down the Elemental Shaman. They want to break up both of those players' pressure, force Looney on the back foot, and it's working so far. Looney's struggling to deal with the split strategy. He's going to have to expend a lot of mana. He sees that ahead of time, so he goes for his Innervate play to spam cast with free casting heals. This Innervate is critical for him to maintain the mana game later into the match, but his team is just falling behind. The split strategy is really tearing into them.
Yeah, and they went for the Stormbolt too, so they were really prepared for this. They just want to use the CC onto Looney instead of going for these double shockwaves like they were going earlier. They just want to use these Stormbolts and try to CC Looney as much as possible, and then just keep pressuring both Walrix and Ziba at the same time. So definitely a really strong strategy. Now Cervantes getting pressured very hard. Ooh, AMS and Ironbark overlap a little bit yucky. Half Asphyxia comes out with the Soul Reaper onto Walrix, getting very low. They do have an Ironbark available still. I think Looney's just trying to hold on to it, being very patient with that. Walrix at 40% HP, just keeping himself topped off. So I think Looney was very confident he was going to have to use Ironbark there. Very good. Sign of a nice Resto Druid. Very prepared for the damage incoming.
Yeah, Leanne seems to be falling behind right now. Opts to use that Overgrowth Tranquility to try and top his team, but Cervantes is forced to anti-magic zone regardless as that Curse of Fragility was popped. Now caught into the Elemental Stun, now cloned at low HP. Nice play from Looney, realizing they're not going to be able to kill through that defensive cooldown. Pauses health bar, blink in, bash Lene, rotate the clone over potentially. No, gets shut down. Nerd Rage shuts him down. Really good play from Nerd Rage, saving the day there. Cervantes could have easily gone down. Now Cervantes trying to pursue after Zepai, but that might be a mistake, pursuing after this Elemental Shaman. He's just getting blasted. Cervantes pulls back behind the pillar. Lene really far away from his team, though. How are they going to reconnect? Cervantes and Lene need to play this out carefully. He's trying to get back to him. He bashes Walrix on his way back to Cervantes. They should be able to pick him back up, though, after being on the pillar for so long.
Yeah, and I think they have another offensive setup coming up soon just because they have the Curse of Fragility back up for Walrix. So that's probably going to be another window where they try to burst him down, they use that Curse, and they get his maximum HP lowered. Therefore, out of the CC chain, he's still just going to be very low HP, making it very hard for Lion to top him off. And there, we see the Earthshock being used, so I feel like they're getting primed for the setup, but instead we see that Asphyxiate being used onto Looney, and then Lion just going for that little minor drink with the use of his Shadow Meld, and I feel like I guess they're going to be patient with that setup. They're able to force that AMS though too, so Cervantes could be in a lot of trouble here. They didn't really get any CC, got the AMS out, so this could be very good for them.
Yeah, Zepai setting up his Stormkeeper, tossing out a couple Thunderbolts towards Nerd Rage. He spell reflects towards the end to deny the kill. They switch over to Cervantes. Lene blocks it with the Iron Bark. Now Nerd Rage trying to get some counter pressure with his Battle Cry over onto Walrix, bursting him down to half. Zepai caught into a stun. Walrix caught into a stun. Sharpened Blade used there on the Iron Bark. That's going to prevent any bonus healing, really. Looney spamming out those regrowths, trying to stabilize, and he does so. Zepai, in the meantime, has just been kiting Cervantes away from Lene, and that drags Lene into the middle of the map, which means that Walrix can try and set up fears onto him. Zepai's kiting pattern in the circle around the map is really actually next level. It's constantly forcing Lene into an awkward position. He's caught into that Axe Toss. They can't follow it up, so instead they clone Cervantes low at health, and Zepai sneaks in the Hex. Still getting pressured by the Death Knight. He knows where to go. It still gets crowd control. Really the sign of a top-level player.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, he gets that Hex while he's being tunneled. I mean, he's definitely clutching out. Like, this is such a good team playing here. I mean, constantly, like, Zepai proving why he's arguably the best Elemental Shaman in the world, making plays nonstop. It's like, in this positioning that they have, just this triangle kind of formation, it's like the melee just always have this hard time trying to pressure them. And now we see another Asphyxiate onto Looney. It looks like they're going to pressure him a little bit. Doesn't look like it. Instead, they're going to go onto Walrix, getting him at half HP. Looney's going to have an okay time just topping Walrix off, but still, I feel like they're always getting these setups onto Boomkin or Luz, and it's just starting to get scarier and scarier just off of their positioning in general.
Yeah, and even though they're doing the split strategy, it's Looney that's ahead on mana.
Yeah.
So it's really not working in their favor. Cervantes is still chasing down the Elemental Shaman, now opts to switch back to Walrix. It looks like they're going to switch targets. I think it's smarter for Nerd Rage to be on the Ellie Shaman. That way the Mortal Strike reduces the self-healing, and for Cervantes to be on the Death Knight. But it looks like they're trying to go back away from that. Cervantes is behind the pillar. Leanne is trying to reconnect. Nerd Rage gets stunned in the middle of the map. Zepai trying to burst him down, denies it with the Spell Reflect. Nerd Rage has been getting a lot of good Spell Reflects. Right when he knows he's in that lethal range, he denies it with it. So really good awareness from him, but he's caught in the Fell Lord, taking quite a bit of Fell Cleave damage. Zeepai in a good position to just rain lava bursts and chain lightnings from above. He's really far away from the fight, and he has a lot of space to free cast, just constantly chaining them together. Cervantes and Nerd Rage in trouble, and Leanne can't keep this up forever. They're desperate. They're trying to get the kill onto Walrix. He's down to half. Looney has every cooldown to deny, so they're not going to find it. Stun on Leanne. Cervantes and Nerd Rage still low on health. Dampening is starting to mount. They grip Looney in desperation to find some opportunity there, but they're not going to. Curse of Fragility up, and Cervantes is getting bursted. Icebound's out of it with the AMS, saving himself at 20% HP.
Yeah, I mean, they use the Avatar here. They're getting the pressure onto Zeepai, which, like you said, I think that the Warrior being onto Zeepai is a lot better. He's going to have a lot more uptime on him than Cervantes will, but he's still so low. He's at 20% HP. He has a Reflect Up, using it almost like an AMS at this point, just very frequently. Has the Retail Pop, 14% HP. Full Axos onto Lian. He's at 15% HP, and there's the full Hex by Zeepai. I can't believe he's alive. He has the AMZ down. They have the Rallying Cry being used. Lian is trying to do what he can to keep him topped off, and Zeepai's just spamming these off heals, just keeping Walrig on the offensive. Now there's this low clone onto Nerd Rage. I feel like they can set up onto him out of that. They have the Curse of Fragility coming up just now. He's at 18% HP. He's so low here. He has the Spell Reflect up, 30% HP. Does have the Iron Bark being used onto him, and Lion will be able to top him off here, but he's at 20% mana. They're 9% dampening. Things are getting very scary for Boomkin or Lose. They need to find this window where they can force Ultimate Trash to play too offensive, and now Walk's getting pressured very hard, having to use that wall on himself, 29% HP. They use the Sharpened Blade as well, getting a lot of damage onto him. They had the Iron Bark available from Looney, but now there's a full Hex onto Land. Curse of Fragility onto Nerd Rage, 6% HP, surely will go down here, 1%, 2%, 20% HP? How is he top? That's incredible. Barely lived at 1% HP, and now pressure is looking to go back onto Zeepai instead at 70% HP. Walk's having to use that gateway just there. Full Stormbolt goes out onto Looney. Now Lian is just going in with that Displacer Bash onto Walrix, very short though. Gonna get that full fear instead onto Lian, punishing him for that short bash. Now Cervantes is very low HP, 40%, all alone, having to use that the Pet Shield or Corpse Shield there rather, and then 40% HP on Nerd Rage. I mean, all of Boomkin or Lose is just getting controlled here by Ultimate Trash.
Yeah, everyone is dying at this point. The Lock Shaman's pressure is really starting to sink in. Leanne got a nice innervate there to stabilize. Looney's going to gate away from the fight, doesn't want to throw the match, repositioning in that triangle positioning. Walrus seems to be the target for Nerd Rage. And they got his wall, so I imagine they'd want to punch through the Iron Bark and maybe finish him within the next 2 minutes. Looks like Cervantes is going after Zeepai. No, immediately switching back to Walrix. They are going to commit all their resources towards him. Zeepai looking for a Hex. Linnae shapeshifts it. He's not falling for those cheeky Hexes, but Zeepai still looking for it. He's forced to dash. He's just going to bash Zeepai, try and deny those Hexes and get some casted heals maybe here. But Zeepai constantly dead zoning them with these Hexes means that they're going to fall behind. They managed to land the pet kick on Zeepai. They're trying to force Zeepai away. They cannot play the match with Zeepai on top of their healer constantly harassing with those Hexes.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, we're at 20% dampening now, so this is going to be the point in the game where it's super scary. There's Necrotic Strikes are going to be super effective just because they're going to be that much harder to just heal through, on top of having the Warriors Sharpened Blade or just normal Mortal Strike in general. But now a filler is being used on a Nerd Rage, and they're going to get the half Axos on him out of that. He's at 40% HP, getting bursted down here pretty hard. They use the Curse of Fragility with a full bash onto Land. Looney goes for that full clone. He does get it onto Land, and the Bulwark takes again. 50% HP. AMC is being used. Nerd Rage once again being eliminated. A full Hex by Zeepai. There's no way he can live. There's an Earthshock, 18% HP. If he actually survives this, I'll be shocked. And there's another Iron Bark. He's at 22% HP. Trying to get some counter pressure, I guess, at this point. Walrus is just, trying to get in there. Nerd Rage just lying, charges back onto him, uses the Sharpened Blade, 40% HP onto Walrus. He's trying to keep himself top. Big Necrotic Strikes are coming out here. Now they use the full bash onto Walrus. There's an Iron Bark being used by Looney, but still the pressure is incredible from both teams here. It's going back and forth all the time.
Yeah, Nerd Rage is staying in it till the bitter end, trying to find an opportunity for victory, but Hand of Gul'dan connects. He charges over to Walrix. Walrix skates away to safety, and now the Wizards are in the middle of the map. These two melee are like hobbits marching onto the volcano, trying to get the ring in, but it's just not enough. They're melting. It's all melting. How are they going to hang in? He leaps back from the dash onto the bash. If Looney gets the clone, it's going to be the end of the match. He gets the full clone out of the bash, and Cervantes is surely going to go down. Stun on Nerd Rage. They swap their attention to him, but they're hanging on. 18% HP remaining, desperately trying to survive. Rallying Cry, 16%. Leanne has no mana left. Nerd Rage at 14%, trying to charge forward, but he just can't. 12%. Leanne blinks in to stun the Warlock, but Nerd Rage falls. And Ultimate Trash clean up what would have been a triple kill with that constant damage.
I mean, that was probably what we expected. They play that game so much more defensive, I guess. They just never went over aggressive. They made sure to just play very careful and not force those windows like they did that first game. Like they had him at 2% HP in the first game, or sorry, not the first game, but the last game we just saw. There's a potential that he would have just chased in after that, right? The Warrior gets at 2% HP, but instead they just stay. They realized they weren't going to get the kill, stayed back, and then just waited for another setup to eventually happen for them without putting themselves behind. So, I mean, both teams are just playing this so impressively, but Zeepai's definitely being the MVP, getting these clutch hexes onto the hand. It's not like he's a bad juror by any means. Like, he's one of the best rested jurors in the world as well. So, all these plays are incredible from both teams.
Yeah, for sure. And like they're coordinating as well. Like not all of them were tanks. Like it was often out of the axe toss or stuff like this. Even the elemental stun, like sometimes pressuring or stuff like. It's really difficult for Lian. And the fact that he can keep his team up 10 minutes against such pressure is definitely something suggesting that he is not in any way, shape, or form bad. So definitely well played by both sides in this game. And I mean,
you just get caught out. Like you get caught out in these moments where you actually like have to heal or you have to keep yourself up. And Zeepai's just super aware. Like it's like he really knows every window that he knows he's gonna have to be in human form and he can't shift out or he's gonna be on global. And I mean, that's what's really impressive because it's not like he's just randomly getting these hexes. Like he's very patiently waiting for every window he has.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I really like the references. Oh, run further, run, God. I swear, like Sid before he casts, he like comes up with these lines and it's just like waiting for that perfect moment. Yeah, I don't know. He's just human vocabulary. Or human dictionary, what I should say. I don't know. It's like one thing when I was thinking of the lines that I would have thought of as well. It's like Warwick was telling me earlier today that his guild finally downed 10 out of 10 mythic. So I was thinking like, does that mean that his hand of Gul'dan's have been empowered then? Perhaps? Do you think like he stole Gul'dan's energy now? He's killed him on mythic.
I mean, if he's able to beat Gul'dan, and I mean, he's just a better demon.
Yeah, he is the better warlock. He is the best warlock in Azeroth now.
Yeah, and he's able to defeat these Restigers too, right? Because I mean, if he's defeated Mythic Gul'dan, he's most likely done Mythic Ursoc, so he knows how to defeat the Mighty Bear. And I mean, that's the key to Arena. If you can defeat.
Wait, what? Did I miss something in chat or?
I don't know, dude.
Oh goodness, yeah. I mean, I was just gonna say congratulations to him, but I guess. God, okay, right. Let's just get into the game. Dala and Suez is gonna be the next map, guys. Oh wait, what happened?
Dude, I don't know. Sid's making me laugh, man. I can't help it.
This is a professional broadcast. We cannot laugh. No laughing.
Okay. All right. Straight face. Very serious game here right now. We have
super serious. Where's the super serious?
Vindictive Gladiator Glad Mount. We have Nerd Rage on his Vindictive Gladiator Glad Mount. Rank 1 players, top of their game. Zeepai sitting on his too, as this nice middle orc. Got his good old lightning shoulders going on with the little spikes. Very casual.
People are going to be able to fly on those things next patch too. Once they unlock it. That's going to be cool. Flying on your rank 1 mount again.
Gladiator Thunder Dragons?
Yeah.
Push your rating.
Humane got the...
Yeah, you need to get those mounts. If you don't get your Gladiator mount, you need to... I don't know. You're going to be able to fly around on them. It's going to be pretty cool.
Walk's going for the just a nice little gateway in the opener. Just staying in safe positioning. Looney has pretty interesting mog as this male Tauren. Looks like he's just chilling. And Land just coming in stealth right here. I guess he's probably just waiting for his team to open up at some point. I mean, they want to stay behind the pillar and grip Zeepai in for that asphyxia, getting pressure on him immediately, using that sharpened blade right off the bat, forcing the Iron Bark from Looney. So that's pretty good opening pressure from this TSG.
Yep, and Cervantes held on to his Apocalypse, so he still has that burst damage to follow up, and they might just play this pillar game. Obviously, they need dampening to find a kill. I don't think they're going to kill through the tankiness of a Demo Warlock, the self-heals and kitings of an Ellie Shaman, and the bear form swaps of Looney. So they're constantly just gripping Zipai in, bursting him down, and then hiding if they don't find the kill. I think this is definitely an interesting tactic, not one that I was really considering. You can see they grip him in, they burst him down, they can't get the kill, immediately hide behind the box. Lian is positioning very well as well. He's not on top of his partners. He's playing on the bottom of the stairs. That way he can avoid getting cleaved by the chain lightnings, while his team can stay up top and get free healed together.
I mean, yeah, that's a good positioning, and that's definitely why they chose this map. Like, if there's any map that they can play this playstyle, it's on this one. Other maps, they won't be able to do this, but on Dalaran Sewers, the way it works, you can constantly just be gripping him in for these asphyxiate, pressuring Zipai, and then if not, then they just keep running out. I mean, I feel like the longer this game goes on, eventually they're going to win. Like, what is this demo LA supposed to do? Or, like, if they run in there, they just lose the game, right? Because we saw before, anytime that they went over aggressive, that they just lost, and the TSG eventually just had too much uptime on them, and instead it had to be around the TSG getting kited all game. But now, with them just sitting behind the pillar, they're basically doing the same thing to them. So I feel like this is a very effective strategy and map choice for them.
Oh, Lian needs to get off of the box. If he's triple stacking on those earthquakes, it's not going to be good. He does have Innervate up right now, so free healing for him, trying to top his team off with the remainder of that. It looks like they're going after Walrix as he is the most forward wizard. They grip Looney in, they stun him, but he got into bear form right before it, so they're going to find no opportunity as a result. Servana is now getting bursted down by Zipai. He's in the middle of the map, Icebound, Fortitude forced. He goes for the Ice Fury. Zipai doesn't care about defensive cooldowns. He's just going to get everything from you, forcing that AMS now as well. Ice Fury is still lined up. He's ready to dish that out. Potentially maybe a swap on a Nerd Rage. They thunderstorm them away. Servana is unable to reconnect. Nerd Rage now getting bursted down. Stun onto Lian. Walrix follows up with a full fear. Nice CC chain. Handigo then connects. Servana is rotting down. Nerd Rage rotting down. Servana is trying to push out and forward. Lian with the Tranquility time there to keep his team offensive.
Yeah, they're going really offensive onto them, but I kind of feel like maybe they should just go back to that other strategy that they had. I think just sitting behind the boxes, eventually, like, I think they could do that for a lot longer period of time. I think they maybe just went aggressive a little bit too early, and that could probably put them behind at this point, because now we see the Lions getting cleaved down pretty hard. Surrounded is still at 40% HP. They are getting a lot of pressure onto Walrix, though. They do grip in Looney, try to get a CC set up on him, but don't really get anything off of that. So instead, yeah, both of them are going back behind the boxes. Serrano's kind of trying to chase Walrix, but I feel like they should just play by the pillar, let things happen. But now we see another double shockwave coming out onto both Zipai, and now there's the Fell Lord to counteract that push. They have the Axons also being used onto Cervantes, who is going to have to use that AMS there. So a lot of pressure coming out by Ultimate Trash, just preventing Boomkin or Loose from going into them.
Yeah, Cervantes caught in that Fell Lord Wombo combo, forced to jump off the side, but Lian isn't able to save him. He corpse shields at 5% to recover. Very close call for Cervantes. They're on their last leg. If they lose this match, they'll be knocked down to the loser's bracket. Stun on Lian, coil on Nerd Rage. They're swapping him to him. Full clone out of the coil. Nice teamwork between Walrix and Looney. And now he's following up with another clone. No, Lian dodges that out of line of sight. Nerd Rage, though, getting bursted down. Handigo Dan connects. Lian trades out the Iron Bark to recover, getting stunned. Unfortunately, it was DR'd, so maybe a bit of a misplay there from Walrix. They're trying to commit still for the kill, constantly empowering those imps. Double Demon's Wrath on Cervantes and Nerd Rage, but Walrix is actually getting pressured hard. Apocalypse down to 30%. Looney's Iron Bark needs to be enough to save him here. Looks like it's holding him on for now.
With Thorns being used too
as well, and those Thorns are going to force them to swap over onto Zipai. I think it's a good reaction. They can't afford to attack into all that free damage.
Yeah, definitely. Just giving that free damage would be very lethal, especially when they are letting Zipai free cast in that situation. Like, that's just asking yourself to get killed. So swapping to Zipai immediately in that situation, definitely the best thing they can do. And again, now we see an offensive coil being used onto Cervantes. Just can't really do too much. It looks like he's trying to kind of wraith walk away, just go behind that pillar, which I think is the best thing he can do. I think at this point, if they just kind of dampen and try to play a little bit safer, instead of just staying as offensive as they have been, where they're just kind of getting kited by this team LA, I think it'll benefit them a lot more.
Yeah, Walrus is just getting soloed by Nerd Rage right now, working away at his health bar, still down at half. Looney trying to recover. Lian repositioning, but he's out in the open. Walrus could get a pretty easy fear in this position. I think Zipai sees Lian in the open as well. He's going to thunderstorm them down, but they grip him down. Walrus now caught out of line of sight. Looney trying to get back in position to start healing him. They trade out the Iron Bark. That Blade Storm is devastating. Double stun overlapped on Looney. A huge misplay there from Cervantes and Lian. Now Lian getting caught into a Hex. These followed up misplays are going to ultimately maybe cost them the match here. Nerd Rage getting bursted. Spell Reflect at 20%. Bash now on Lian. Looney looking for a clone, but that clone might cost him the game. Walrus now in execute range. Unending Resolve is his last line to stay alive. It's enough. They drop the Fell Lord. They're looking for the kill in reverse. Clone on Nerd Rage at low HP, denying any Thorns. Interesting that Lian's actually playing Thorns. I guess he's trying to kill the Warlock pet with it. but Cervantes is still low. Nerd Rage is still low. Leanne trying to recover. If Zeepai sneaks in another Hex here, it could just be the end of the match. Zeepai is moving in, getting closer to Leanne, just focusing on damage for now. Fear on Walrus trying to deny the kill. AMS just gets shredded. Rallying Cry gets popped, but that Rallying Cry is going to fall in the Cyclone. If they get any CC on Leanne, and the Cyclone denies the Tranquility, Rallying Cry falls. Leanne Shadow Mode trying to avoid a stun. Corpse Shield at 20%. If Looney gets a clone here, it could be the end of the match. Leanne into the coil, into the clone. Cervantes at 45 and hanging on by the edge of his seat.
He is just doing everything he can to barely live, but Ultimate Trash is doing such a good job getting his CC chains. Unfortunately, Cervantes is using a DR to asphyxiate onto Looney. They're not going to be able to get anything to follow up. They do have this Sharpened Blade being used into Walrus, and they have the Iron Bar being forced. They're getting a lot of pressure on him, though. He's at 40% HP. They are getting him kind of low. He's trying to pull back a bit. But, I mean, I feel like Looney will be able to top him off here. Maybe not. He's at 20% HP. Execute range, 22% HP. If they have any CC from Boomkin or lose, I feel like he could go down. But no, there's the gateway. Lark's going to be able to kite them away. Now they have the Sky Fury being used. It's going to increase not only their damage effectiveness, but also the healing output, which is really strong. But now a full clone is being used by Lion onto Zeepai, getting a lot of pressure, or sorry, onto Looney, rather. Another clone comes out there. So Lion doing a good job getting clones onto the other team and another full bash here, but they really didn't get anything with that. Cervantes getting pressure and a full hex. Oh, so much damage there with that Curse of Fragility coming out onto Cervantes, and they break through the AMS. 20% HP, Fell Lord, 2% HP, 5% HP. He surely will go down here, maybe not, and he does.
Behold
the power.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it really was the power of the Legion on the side of Warwick at the end of that one. 3-1. I don't know if that's something I would have expected at the start of that series.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected either, but I mean, Zeepai and Walrus and Looney, their entire team played so well. I think that was a great series to watch there.
Yeah, and let's not forget, like, Jangles was the one who got them into that upper bracket beforehand on that Death Knight, performing so well. So this team is a real strong contender, and honestly, if we go over and have a little look at our brackets right now, there's no real surprises for me. I think Ultimate Trash and Northern Gaming Blue have both looked so strong in this competition so far, and they're going to be sitting in that upper bracket final right now, guys. We will see them again tomorrow. But our games, yeah, I really think that series is going to be incredible. I mean, the comps we've seen from both of them as well, it's just, there's so much versatility on both those sides. I can't wait to see it. Yeah.
Who do you think is, like, what are your predictions on that matchup?
I don't want to be the one who calls it. I don't know. I feel like Northern Gaming Blue do have that Minkin, which is pretty powerful. I think that's certainly something they've got going for them.
But I mean, at the same time, remember we did see that Rogue Mage Priest that did. I mean, they did very well versus Zeepai and Walrus team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you have Waz, Fraikum, and Poike, arguably like the best EU RMD. So I mean, maybe that is a good matchup for them. And Waz will play the Outlaw Rogue for sure, right? Instead of the other Rogue who's playing Subtlety. I mean, Waz is definitely really comfortable into that. So I feel like they'll have to play RMD, and I think it could do very well into that matchup. Yeah,
well, definitely. That's certainly something to see tomorrow, guys. I think we're really looking forward to that one. They have definitely been the best two performing teams in the tournament, and they're going to be battling it out early in tomorrow's rounds. But now we are going to go into our lower bracket. We have 2 series left for the day, and the first one is going to be ABC versus the Eddie Murphy fan club. These guys, we haven't seen them play for a few hours since, of course, they were the first 2 series of the day. The Eddie Murphy fan club got absolutely obliterated, I think, in our first series. It's fair to say they did not have a good one. Yes, it was a sad flute moment. But now they're going to have to.
Eddie Murphy movie is.
Yeah, I guess so. But I think they have a better shot in this matchup, right, against ABC.
I think we all know what my favorite Eddie Murphy movie is.
What is your favorite Eddie Murphy movie?
I actually forget the name of it.
You're googling right now.
This gets really awkward.
Oh no!
The Nutty Professor.
Yeah, dude, the Nutty Professor.
That's not surprising.
Mine's Dreamgirls.
Yours is Dreamgirls?
What is that one?
I don't think I've seen that yet. That's a Dilly special, I suppose.
I googled it.
Yeah, I see someone in chat saying something.
Oh, it's a musical.
I do want to clarify that the TSG is not eliminated. We will see them again tomorrow as well. Everyone is waiting to see all those teams tomorrow, guys. No one's been eliminated just yet, but that's about to change. These next 2 series will eliminate our first 2 teams. And of course, you don't want to do that. You don't want to go home in the first as the bottom seeds, especially when we have a few $100s on the prize pool line. But Wow, the games are ready to go already. Naggrand Arena, of course, will be our first
Very
blind
smooth.
pick map. Let's see what these
Whoa.
guys have for us.
Whoa.
These guys, ABC are full of surprises, I swear, every single time. Let's see. Everyone can
Okay,
have a
well,
little
this
look.
comp is really good, I think. I think this is a really smart pick.
And this is just this is another example of Nixie playing lots of classes, by the way, since he is the Death Knight in this team.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have seen him playing DK before. He played it in WoP too, didn't he? I'm pretty sure I used to see the name Nixie in the E ladder as a DK.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I'm
can
wrong.
imagine. I can't remember, but it's very
Oh,
plausible.
wait, are they leaving the game?
Oh no!
Is
I
there-
wonder what happened.
Aww.
Too bad. Oh, wow.
I do think that's a good matchup, though. I think.
Do you? I don't think it is.
You don't?
Really? I feel like,
Yeah.
I feel like DK Hunter with the marksman.
I don't know
I
if
know,
DK
I-
Hunter's that good into Resto Shaman, actually. I feel like Resto Shaman might be okay against them.
Yeah. I mean, I would have expected them to play it with the Rested Druid, though. Maybe for the more consistent healing output, where having the Disc Priest, they have to be a lot more offensive, I guess.
I think if they play the rest of Druid, they die in a minute.
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, I feel like they have the potential to win this. I have the faith.
Rest of Druid's definitely maybe like the most versatile healer, which is why we're seeing it so often. But I would definitely say Disc Priest is more specialized at
For-
healing
yeah,
from
for this-
Boomkin.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, these teams
They
should be
got that
ready to get
timer.
in. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the comps, right? So they don't have any more time. We should be able to get straight back into this one as soon as they are ready. One of the players had an issue, I'm being told, so we should be able to get straight back into the game. Let's see. Yep, there we go. So let's get straight
Someone
back in.
typed Disc Priest, Swift Rage, Salt, PJ Salt earlier, so
You think
there's a
that's what
Disc Priest
happened?
now. You can calm down.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Disc Priests, and actually, no, we've seen one, this guy, but yeah.
We've seen one.
No, we saw the other team that had.
Oh, yeah, no, the RMP, of course, yeah. So we've got two Disc
How
Priests.
Disc Priest?
Yeah.
Rat Poppy.
That's so many
Yeah,
Disc
whoa,
Priests.
wait. Who? What did you say?
It's Ratapie. I always think it's Rat Poppy, dude. Oh man.
Why did you think he was asking? Oh, goodness.
Wait, what are we even talking about, dude?
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, you just.
It's okay.
What?
That's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, once you've done enough
Wait,
of these, you know, like, this is just how it goes down.
As long as we keep
Don't
talking
question it.
about
Yeah.
something,
Well, look at the
chat
Hunter's
will think
pet.
that we know what we're doing, which
Look
is
at the Hunter's pet.
exactly what we want.
Let's,
I'm
what
out of the
happens
gates for a
then?
sec. Look.
Yeah, look at
Out of
the.
the gates,
Oh,
cheating.
is that a disqualification?
just-
We'll have
Wait,
to
what
ask
the heck?
Toxic
No,
after the game.
I think the patch they just bug out when you're like running at the. See, when you're running at it with the mount, they push through.
Wait, oh, okay. So it's not a bug.
Yeah.
Okay. Phew.
Yeah,
Phew.
It's
was a
just a
close
visual
one.
thing. Oh, and they're going out to Abolish immediately there, so popping the crows on them, gonna maybe use that gargoyle instantly. I don't think they're gonna use it, so they're actually holding on to the offensive cooldowns of both that true shot and the gargoyle from the DK, but still getting Abolish super low just with that crows onto him, getting him very low, interrupting him with that Nos stun, and then just interrupting almost every heal Abolish has. You have 40% HP. I feel like they wanted to force maybe an Earthen Shield Totem or maybe a Link or something without using that true shot, and that could have put so much pressure onto them, but now there's the gargoyle coming out onto him, trying to get as much damage as they can, but now they're also having to use that pain step onto Kara here, who's at 40% HP, and also Nixie's at 40% HP. So the Boomkin is starting to rot them a bit with these clones. He has to use that AMS, he gets to 60% HP. Very scary here. Popping that Rapture from Doge Priest, just trying to spam those Power Word Shields on everyone on his team, avoid some of that damage. Now they're swapping onto Abigod, getting those big necrotic strikes at 54% HP. They do have that Viper being used onto him, and asphyxiate onto Abolish, into a full trap here. Maybe gonna use the scatter onto Fiddy. Is that cross CC? I'm not too sure what they're gonna do with that, but they have the true shot out from Kara, just trying to get as much damage as he can onto this Boomkin, who is sitting in bear. There's the crows onto him, 48% HP. He is just sitting in that Boomkin form now, just casting a clone though onto Kara, but ooh, right as the true shot ended, so he didn't get the reset onto it.
Yeah, okay, so Kara still caught into Cyclones. Avigad sitting in that Earthen Shield Totem, basically taking no damage. Setting up a full moon over onto the Hunter. If he gets that full moon, it could be in
Oh,
the
Feign
match.
Death's
Feign
in.
Death into a clone. Stolen by the Death Knight. So well done. That breaks up the full moon. It buys the Hunter a little bit of time to stay alive here as they pursue after Abolish, but Abolish roots them all behind the pillar. You get stunned though. Everyone on top of him dogpiling with the Light's Wrath from the Disciplined Priest, getting in that extra bonus damage down to 30%. They need to interrupt these incoming heals. That stun forces the Spirit Link. They need to keep their pressure high. They mind freeze the next heal. If they can stop another heal, they might be able to take him down. They don't have the stop. They actually get it. They barely get it, and they clone up the Boomkin. Abolish trying to top himself back off with no more interrupts available. I think he should be able to, but the pressure is still looking like it's mounting more and more. Abolish trying to get out of line of sight, roots the entire team again, gets gripped back. If he can get out of line of sight of that Hunter, he should be fine to recover.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting so much pressure, and Nixie's coming in with these clutch Dark Sims, and so much pressure is going out onto Abolish. I mean, they have a True Shot coming up in about 2 minutes, which, I mean, that is a window where he doesn't have to be too scared, but still, every time he has that Crows and these Asphyxiates up, Abolish is in so much trouble here. And now a Fellow being used, just going to run a little bit away. Abolish trying to top himself off behind this pillar, but the Marksman Hunter is just non-stop damage onto him. Kara doing a great job. Big Necrotic Strikes are coming onto Abolish. He can't keep himself top off. He has that Viper Sting debuff on him with 6%, 3% HP. He's going to surely go down. No, going around the pillar with a Spirit Walker's Grace, barely being able to top himself. Another stolen clone by Nixie, literally stealing everything. It's actually insane, but Abolish is going to be safe here. He does not have really any defensive cooldowns here, though, now that the Necrotics are being stacked up. Once again, another Fear hits both Abolish and Avigad, interrupting the heals with that Fear, too. Gripping another heal, just doing everything they can to stop him. And now a Scatter Shot goes out onto Avigad. There's a Binding Shot coming out onto Abolish. He's at 26% HP. Using that wall just barely. Viper Sting, that last heal, reducing it a little bit. Now their Crows are back up. They can get another interrupt onto Abolish without that Calming Waters available, 20% HP. He's using every little interrupt onto him as they can. He has the Earthen Shield tone him down, but I mean, he's still just dying through that. They have the deterrence back up too for Kara, so he can't stay safe. A lot of damage coming out there, but okay, there's going to be the deterrence there, and I believe an Acceleration just got used. Now a full trap goes on Avigad, Fear onto Abolish, just interrupting him from healing. Necrotics is stacking
Necrotic is still on.
Gripping him again. Oh my god, if they get an interrupt or anything, Abolish is just going to go down. He cast it through those Necrotic stacks, but they're coming back up. Once again, he's at 40% HP, but the Fears onto Kara just really doing a great job, especially peeling him on that True Shot burst cooldown. I mean, this game is just so close back and forth. They do have no defensive left for Kara, and Dode Priest is so as long as Abolish can stay alive just a little bit longer, this team does have this opportunity to win. All they need to do is survive this Cleese onslaught, but a full asphyxiate onto him. 61% HP. Full clone on the Kara, though, should be safe here. He's at gonna be okay, and he has that Spirit Walker's Grace, or not Spirit Walker, Descendants, and the Spirit Link coming up very soon, and this Earthling Shield should keep him topped off until that point.
Abolish is ooming, though. Even though the Priest is at 8%, Abolish is catching up to him slowly. They've got him down at half. Avigad looking for a Cyclone. It does get Mind Frozen, which means he's looking for the full moon instead, and the Hunter's low in health. He feign deaths the full moon. He scatter shots the follow-up. They clone him at low HP instead. The Hunter's still dipping dangerously low here. If this full moon connects, it's surely going to be the end of the match. Avigad trying to get in line of sight. Abolish gates away. Solar Beam onto the entire team. Starfall crushing everyone. Cloning the Hunter at low HP. The Disciplined Priest is just screaming. He's got nothing left. Full moon out of the Cyclone. The Hunter, he's at 12%, barely staying alive. He's trying to res his pet. Desperately, he scatters the Boomkin to hang on to life, but they have no momentum. They have no mana. They cannot swing this back. If they swing it back, it's a miracle. Dash onto the Priest. He trinkets out. He connects the big heal, but he's still got 4% mana remaining. They're just attacking the Warlock because they have to. Bursting shot onto the Shaman. Full trap out. They're going after the Warlock with every last little bit of their mana, but I don't think they have time to finish him.
Yeah, there's no way they can finish him at this point. I mean, they're both dry when they have no defensive cooldowns. There's the Axos, and looks like Nixie's just gonna go down 1% HP, and that's gonna be the game. I mean, they were so close to winning that game, but I think the way Eddie Murphy Fan Club played it, like, essentially, like, you just have to last through that huge offensive pressure that the PHE is gonna have, and if they do survive that, they're just gonna win the game. As long as they can let the Priest himself and, you know, let them go through all their cooldowns, they will be safe. But I mean, it was still so scary for him. There's so many times he could have just died there.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a step back before we call that in any way, shape, or form a one-sided game and get some GCD Live Lords for Abolished in that game, because Abolished was an absolute Live Lord in that game. I cannot believe how many times he still had to deal with interrupts on about 20% HP, and he somehow got out of the woods every single time. I mean, of course, at the end of the game, it gets very one-sided by the time the momentum. Abolish has survived long enough. They're completely they're going to push in and secure the kill. But I mean, yeah, we haven't seen live lording like that since the days of DJ Flappers. I think it's been quite a
DJ
while
Flappers?
in these DJ, in these GCD events. So if anyone does have those GCD live lords, I think that would be the time. Abolish definitely has deserved a few of those over the course of these games. But
On
we'll
the
have to
PhD?
see. Like now that they lost the first game, I mean, I don't know. You just stick to the
With
PhD.
that-
I mean, you were so close to winning that game.
Wait, did you look at the scoreboard? The highest actual damage ability came from the priest on the PhD's team.
Oh, really?
287k Lice Wrath. And then the hunter got a 234k mark shot. And then the DK's was a 255k festering strike.
Yeah, so Abolish basically survived 3 DPS tunneling him then.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, well, we have to see what
He
they
almost did
decide
as
to
much
change.
damage as the priest.
Yeah, we'll have
That's
to
the
see
spirit link.
what they do decide to change up. Do you think they should? Because, I mean, ABC, we've seen they have a bunch of compositions available to them. Do you think maybe having the Warrior or something would be more beneficial? Because they played that against the other Moon King comp.
No, I actually think the DK is better. Like, having the necrotic strikes, having that extra interrupt potential, especially against the Resto Shaman, it seemed to be good. I mean, that seemed to be a case of Abolish being a live lord there. I mean, maybe they could have messed up something offensively. I'm not really too sure completely what it was, but maybe the PhD could have just won again. You know, it could have been a little bit sloppy. It's very hard to say, but Nixie was still doing a great job stealing so many cyclones.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wonder if he could have even used some of those cyclones low on Abolished rather than on the DPS. That would have been interesting.
Yeah,
To like
Yeah,
get the
that's
calming waters
probably
down a bit. Because he
he's
stole
stealing those
so
clones
many.
like everyone's stealing each other's names in these tourneys.
Nice. Yes, okay. Point taken. We do have some
Yeah.
pretty silly names. Speaking of names as well, the other thing that's really confusing is there's like these two warlocks. There's Aratros, who we saw playing on the side of... which team was he on? He was on one of the teams that we saw. It was Ray's team, right? I think.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and then we have Artosi on this team as well. And like I can't get my head around these two names because they have like the same... they both begin with A, they both have the same consonants in them. It's very confusing. They both play same class, but they're very different people. Atosi and Aratros, don't get them confused, for sure. But yes, we are waiting to see what the comp choice is going to be coming out of ABC. They did lose game 1, so they are slightly behind. They do get the map and the composition advantage because of that though, and Ruins of Lordaeron is going to be the map choice. So do you think that suggests DK Hunter once again?
Yeah, I think that definitely suggests DK Hunter once again. I mean, that's a really good matchup, or sorry, map for them to run down Resto Shamans. I mean, DK Hunter hasn't been too popular for a while, but I mean, when it was, that definitely was the map you pick when you're gonna train the blue.
Train the Blue. We haven't
Yeah.
seen Train the Blue as a strategy in a while because of the Earth Shield change. Like, now
Yeah.
Earth Shield's basically up all the time. It's a 15% damage reduction, so
I mean,
tunneling
yeah,
the blue.
that's all my strategy.
Maybe if we tune into Dilly Poo's stream, everyone, you can check him out and see it at the bottom of the thing.
Nah,
You see
that's-
some shaman training.
Nah, that's just because I don't want to waste my life going on a Boomkin or a Team Lock. I'd rather go on the Shaman and lose.
Makes
Go
sense,
on.
makes sense.
Go on the Ursoc or Gul'dan. I haven't downed them in Mythic yet, so I'm not ready.
What would the shaman boss be? Thrall, I guess. We
Well,
never
that's only
killed
for
Thrall.
element. That's only for elemental.
Dude.
That's basically Z-Pop.
What's the resto shaman then?
Wait,
Who-
Elemental Thrall's enhancement, isn't he?
No, is he?
He's
I don't know.
enhancement.
Yeah, surely
Well,
he's
dude,
enhancement. He's
Same thing. They're
with all the
DPS
elements.
shamans, man.
Oh, it's not the same thing, okay? Get your lore right. Can't
Okay.
take this
Well,
incompetence, man.
Sid,
Whatever.
since you're the expert, you tell us who's the resto shaman. Who would it be?
Yeah, who's it?
Is it?
Who is-
It's not Velen
no
because Velen's a
Resto
priest.
Shaman NPCs.
We need a resto shaman. This
Yes,
is
there
what
is. Isn't
maybe
there a Sea-Doo
maybe
NPC
maybe
in
Sea-Doo
Ashran?
should
So, like,
become
what are
one.
you
Yeah,
talking
exactly.
about, man? So get it together.
All right, we're ready. We're into the game. Ruins of Lordaeron is going to be the map post for ABC. Let's see if the smaller map is going to be enough to smork this blue down.
Hell yeah.
We haven't seen much smorking in chat. I'd love to see some smorking for this game because I mean, that we haven't seen it in a while. I feel like it's a treasured. It's a rare luxury these days to tunnel the blue.
Like onion.
Yes, sure. Like
What?
onion. All right, let's
Okay.
watch Abelish get trained.
All right, abolished. Let's see if you can handle this round 2.
Oh, wait.
He's actually got
Ding,
Ursula
ding,
and the
ding.
Warlock, so
Wait, what? They crozed him, but then they trapped it.
I don't know what they're doing.
That was a Dilly Poo drop right there. Wait, okay, so I can't tell. Okay, so are they going the... This is so confusing right here. Okay, so they're definitely going on the Warlock here now, using CC onto the Shaman. So maybe they think that that's going to be the best strategy for them. I mean, I could definitely respect that, getting a lot of pressure on him. They forced the wall already. They still have Urgent Shield Totem available, but now the Celestial Alignment's coming out from Abigail, getting a big full moon here. But it is going to be into that Ross and a Pain Suppression, so it's not going to be too much. It's a good cooldown trading from ABC, and now Abigail just goes for that clone onto Kara, just using that offensively. I believe he got it Dark Sim and did Dark Sim that clone, using it onto Abolish for that extra CC. And now Fiddy is just going pretty low, using that Fear full onto Abigail as well. Scatter into a half trap, goes out into Abolish. A lot of pressure going out at Fiddy. He has no wall available. They still do have that Spirit Link. They still do have the Ascendance, but they also just use that Earthen Shield Totem here. Now a lot of pressure's going to be able to keep Fiddy alive at this point.
That was a smart maneuver by the Death Knight. He actually death gripped a Warlock out of the Earthen Shield. If he had been able to do that sooner, they actually might have been able to kill him in the Scattered Trap. I would imagine he's going to set that up for the next attempt. Yeah, messes the Valkyl's consumption, but they actually interrupted, and now the Hunter's in trouble, getting stunned. Full Moon connects with Star Surge down to 19%. Aspect of the Turtle at 5%. The dots are ticking. He feigned us the dots off while in the Aspect of the Turtle. Well played from the Hunter. He's going to recover as a result. But the Priest is caught into a stun. He trinkets out to try and recover. Lots of pressure onto this Warlock. Scatter onto the Shaman. They need to land something out of it. They land the trap. They need the Fear. The Priest is running in for the Fear. Lands it. The Warlock's in trouble. Caught in the binding shot down to 30%. Abigail Cyclones the Hunter to deny the kill, but he steals the Cyclone, puts it on the Boomkin, trying to stop any more peels from incoming. Now with no more CC on the Shaman, though, he should be able to heal this Warlock back to full, spamming out those healing waves. Actually struggling a bit through the constant pressure. Fiddy trying to turn it around. His pet actually went down, so he's trying to res that. He gets Death Grip on the res cast. If they can keep the pet dead, maybe they can take him out.
They did get that Spirit Link off there. Ooh, and unfortunately gets the Scatter, but gets the trap so late that it ends up being able to get grounded from Abolish, and I feel like they're going to lose that window of opportunity for offensive pressure here, but still getting a good amount of damage here. I mean, he is just teeing off on this Warlock all game long, so maybe this is a better strategy for them, because even though they're not running at the rest of Shaman, he is able to just freely cast these aim shots onto the Warlock. Like he just won't be able to do that onto a Shaman. But the Shaman still does have the Ascendance available to him, which is going to be a big chunk of healing for his team. And now there's another Scatter into full trap here. I believe the wall should be up back for Fiddy right here. And now he's calling out full style 32% HP. Crows are on him. He's going very low. Ascendance probably has to get used by Abolish here. He does pop it. Going to use those healing waves to top Fiddy up. He's at 50% HP. Going to get him topped off here. So it looks like things should be fine, especially with those clones being used onto Nixie there. And just a little cheeky mind control being used onto the Boomkin as well.
I mean, at this point, though, I feel like it's Eddie Murphy fan club's game to lose. They steal a Cyclone. They fear the Boomkin. Good cross CC. If Kara, the Hunter, can get in there for Scatter Shot on the Shaman, maybe they can build more momentum. They actually get the Earthen Shield Totem. I would have actually liked them to save that. They go for the Scatter into the trap instead. If they had saved that a little bit longer, that CC chain, Earthen Shield Totem was still down. Fiddy now running circles to try and line of sight the Hunter. You definitely don't want to play in the open against a Marksman Hunter. You want to avoid all those hard-casted aim shots. And now he's actually just standing in front of the Hunter. It's just a race. Abigail looking for a full moon. They need to be careful. That full moon is getting lined up over onto the Hunter. Connects down to half. Immediately 5% and dead. Abigail taking the solo kill. Eddie Murphy fan club leading. Fan club. Leading the series 2-0.
Someone had to mess up that name at some point. It's too long not to do so.
He used the Exhilaration, topped himself to full with his Priest and CC, and he was like, yeah, I'm okay, and then he just died right after it. So it was like, goes to half HP, tops himself to full, and it just, I think maybe that was a Dalkiel. Yeah, I think it was a Dalkiel.
It was both. It was the full moon for sure. A 1.1 million full moon. And yes, that is. I mean, we were having it. We were saying that the 200k spells from the disc piece were quite good, but
yeah, it looks like Kara.
Half of someone's HP. He got mooned.
Abolished.
He got abolished. Ah. Okay. Well, I mean, the Sky Fury must have been down for that. It doesn't happen in Sky Fury. It's not down.
It's higher than the Apocalypse on the scoreboard.
Yes. True.
Poor Apocalypse. Look at that Death Knight, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, and the Mark shot.
Feels Death Knight.
Feels Death Knight, yeah. Yeah, okay. I think Dilly came up with the line of the night, the abolished. Beautiful. Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you prop that Sky Fury, it's so powerful when you play with the double casters, and then if you do get the crit on the Thalkias or on the full moon, it really is nights out.
Yeah, it's like you have the Sorcerer's Stone in your hand and you're just ready to go ham.
Yep, the Harry Potter references, we're not going to miss them either.
Yeah.
Right, so Dalaran Series is going to be the map choice from ABC. I'm surprised they haven't swapped their comp up yet. I really didn't think they would run to the cleave twice. Maybe they thought they could win with a different strategy, but I mean, honestly, tunneling Abolish seemed better than what happened in this game. This is the map for tunneling Shamans as well, if they were ever going to do it.
I think they need to swap. I don't think they can train any target. If they swapped around, I think it would be better for them. Like Scatter Trap, Asphyxiate, swap.
I think like if they just PvE.
Yeah, just attack. Do
Yeah,
more damage.
the way to beat this on Mythic, right? Is you just PvE, right? Like you're not trying to CC the boss. CC doesn't work on bosses. You just have to.
CC doesn't work on boss.
It doesn't, dude.
It depends. There was that boss in Shadow Champions that it used to work on, actually, if you remember, right?
Okay, but that was a PvP, like
Yeah,
even though it was
true,
PvE is
true.
PvP, like this arena is PvE, like I mean it's definitely you got the raid boss Gul'dan and you got Boomkin as Ursoc and also what was it? He's like the star from Mario. That's basically what Boomkin is. Is when you get Gul'dan, the Mario star, and they just start going ham on you.
All right. Well, let's just catch everyone up. Of course, ABC are one game away. These are the defending champions. I mean, sure, they are without Daisy Duke, who is, I think many people see him as kind of like the core of ABC. Like, he's been the one person that's been with them since they've started playing these tournaments for 2 years. He's the captain, and of course he isn't here today. Slightly unfortunate for them, but they're the defending champions, and they're one game away from being eliminated first from the competition.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I remember Fan Club definitely showing though that they are totally a good team. Like, just having that one bad matchup versus the highest seeded team, like, it doesn't really mean much. And now they have that silence immediately going on to Avigad, so it looks like they're going to be going on the Boomkin in this game. Now they have that asphyxiate into a full trap here, so getting a lot of pressure onto the Boomkin and Bosch going flying from the waterfall. That's the classic of Bosch. I always see him sitting right there on Dalaran sewers to get himself knocked, just going flying. And Avigad just getting pressure pretty hard here. He's going to send a Baron. There's that half here onto a Abolish, I believe. He's at 25% HP, and that's going to force the link right there. So, I mean, that's pretty strong. They didn't use the Earthen Shield totem. Maybe they could have used that before the link, but, I mean, that was all the Hunter's cooldown. So, trading the link for the for the True Shot really isn't too bad of a trade, I feel like.
Oh, full moon attempt from Avigad gets mind frozen by the Death Knight. They're trying to delay the full moon as long as they can here. It's obviously going to be targeted towards the Hunter, so Kara on the Hunter needs to be careful to avoid that full moon. If he's caught in the middle of the map, he could go down. He silences Avigad. They go for the stun on Abolish. They're looking to chain that into the trap. They get the full trap. Avigad already line of sighting on the pillar, hiding away from the Death Knight, avoiding quite a lot of pressure. He Wraith walks back, but the CC chain is basically over. Avigad gates back to his Shaman, gets gripped back off the gateway, silence over onto the Priest. Not really interrupting anything there, so the Solar Beam basically wasted, and Avigad actually in trouble. Earthen Shield Totem gets dropped, but he runs into the Earthen Shield. He needs to get back into that, down to 20%. And surprisingly enough, they've got a lot of pressure over on this Boomkin.
Yeah, I think going to Boomkin probably helps him out a lot because he was the one that was really doing the most. He's getting all these full moons, getting all these clones off, so maybe going him, pressuring him, at least forcing him into bear, even if they can't really kill him through it, it does so much damage, does so much to them. So I feel like that's probably the best strategy they could have at this point. They have the scatter onto Abolish, grinding does die, and then you get the half trap here, and Avigad is just getting pressured very hard. Full asphyxiate comes out onto Abolish, he's at 90% HP, they don't have that Spirit Link available. Half Beer comes out onto Abolish. Avigad doing what he can to try to cast these clones defensively. He does get gripped on it, sitting in Barry again, 5%, 3% HP, 10%, 5%. Barely good at Binding Shot, hits them all, 1% HP is gonna go down.
Wow, they've tried three.
Chicken.
They've tried three tactics now, and finally the chicken gets fried, I guess. But do you
Did you
think?
say fried chicken? Yum.
Yum.
Dude, I have not.
ABC needs some yum right now.
I am really hungry right now.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit peckish.
I mean, Avigad just died. I think he's free pickings if you want to cook him.
Shall we see?
Nice.
Have you ever had bear meat before?
It's been touched by all those
no.
DK diseases, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that
Just
sort of
kidding.
It's been
appealing to me.
touched by the disease. Oh my
Well,
god.
I mean, I'm right. Like he's made an unholy Death Knight. Unholy diseases at that. That doesn't sound very good to me. But yes, ABC pulling back the series 1-2. I don't know. Do you believe in the reverse sweep now that they're going to be tunneling down Avigad for the rest of these games? Can it happen?
Maybe. I mean, it seemed to do so much for them because by going onto that Boomkin again, just shutting him down on the full moons and clones really does work out well for them. So, I mean, they did try everything. Probably didn't play this matchup too much, but it's not like the games have been one-sided.
This is so unfair. You guys are talking like we mentioned food, fried chicken, and then like everyone in the admin chat is spamming what I'm having for dinner, KFC,
I want
Chipotle,
Chipotle
like
too, actually.
all these things that are
Yeah.
like available
Oh,
everywhere in the
we're
US,
missing
and I'm just
Chipotle.
sat here in my house. No sign of Chipotle until I go to the
Well,
other
I
side
mean,
of the
come
world.
here. You know, my girlfriend hates Mexican food, so I can never get Chipotle.
That's
Except the other day, we went to the one place
Mm.
that has
The one
Chipotle, and it's like an
acceptable
hour away.
Mexican food place.
Well, no, we like it's like an hour away from us too. So like the one
Ooh.
time we were by there, but it was
Exciting.
like 9 in the morning and I wasn't hungry, so that was my one shot.
Eating
at
chicken
Chipotle.
right now. Come on, so mean. We've been here all day. I just in and out. Ugh, it's so unfair. Like all these great places that just I do not have.
I mean,
I'm gonna have some ham and cheese.
I'm
I'll have you know after
and I have
this.
the
So.
fire truck, so I could cook Sid and we could eat him.
Wait, what?
Wait.
Yeah, you're a boomkin, you're a druid. I mean, I need that meat, man. I'm hungry.
The
Whoa,
boomkins
Kappa
are
Pride
gonna be
in
fresh
Kappa Pride
meat
in
next
chat.
patch. Next patch.
Wait, Adrian, you're a druid too. I mean, you're looking pretty tasty.
What the hell?
I mean,
Get this hunter out of the call, man. Protect the wild.
A hunter hunts, man. You gotta do what I gotta do.
Okay,
Wait,
we really
you're
need to
all
get into this
PvP.
next game now.
Okay,
This is-
I'm in it to win it.
You're in
I'm
it
not
to win
playing.
it.
I'm still in
You're
it to
in
win
it to win it, but you're on the caster bench. You're on the washed up bench.
Exactly. The washed up bench. What?
That is what
Alright.
this is, if you didn't know.
Yeah, that's
I mean-
like all of us like we just
I
get called
can't be
bad
washed
now.
if I was never good.
I guess
You can be washed if you were never good.
maybe.
No, that's not.
Think
wait,
think
what?
about it. When a piece of trash washes on the shore, it's washed up.
No.
You could be washed even if you weren't anyone.
No,
to begin
because
with.
you could have been a piece of trash born into the sewer, so you're already in water. Like if you wash up onto the shore, like you're still washed no matter what. Like,
Tolveron Arena is the map choice. Hello. Okay, I've silenced it. Whew. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So
These are
let's
bad
just
analogies.
take a deep breath and remember where we are.
Wait,
We are
wait,
one game away from
together,
eliminating.
together.
Okay.
Breathe in together, okay? So when I count down, you breathe in, then you breathe out. Okay, so 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Let's see if
Okay,
ABC
now we're
can
good.
survive the elimination that they face in this galley up there. Actually,
So leaving the game right there, maybe something messed up.
I guess. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
right, Colin.
maybe they were a little too relaxed by our deep breath there, actually. They did. Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll wait and see if what
I
happened
have
there,
some
and
chips
hopefully we
right
can
now.
have a solution to it as soon as possible.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a little curious as to what happened there. It looked like we were going to have an exciting game, an enthralling training of the Moonkin Avigard coming out from ABC, but unfortunately, yeah. Okay, they had a DC before the gates opened, so that's fine. We'll be able to replay that one. Not a
Out of
problem.
the three of us, nobody wants to get stranded on an island with Dilly Poo because he's gonna start eating people.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, it's like, who would you be stranded on Desert Island? Who would you want to be just stranded on Desert Island with?
One person out of all of the WoW community, who would you want to be stranded with on a desert island?
I don't know. Who's the most
I- you know,
wild?
I-
Who,
I
who,
would
who's
think-
who's got the
like-
survival skills? I don't know.
I go with my boy Junash.
I think I'd have Bajira if I could have anyone.
But you're, dude, that's a good choice.
I think
I like
him. Maybe Van. I'd feel
I don't
quite
know how
safe under
Truscus
Van.
would feel about that.
Well, no, because the thing is, if you want to be on that island with your girlfriend, then you're also forcing her into that situation, which is like really bad. You know, if you love your girl, then you don't want to put them in that stranded situation.
Okay, I was thinking about this a different way to some of you guys. I don't know. Like I see people in chat saying a couple of different. Oh god, I don't know. What have we started? The Radapai raiding room. Radapai will be up in the next series, guys. We just we have to get through this one first. We have to see if ABC can come back or not. Of course, since they are 2-1 down, and we will reload into this game. Okay, we need to. Yeah.
At this point, it's too hard to be mature. I don't wanna
When
be
we
an
get into
adult.
this game, it should be okay.
Yeah,
It's-
you're
It,
like dampened, Sid.
yeah, it's.
Damn.
Yeah.
You've been dampened by your own kind, your own Minkins.
Yeah, exactly. See, my kind would not dampen people like this.
I don't know. There's some hunters involved in this as well. Let's not have
You
let's
know,
not have our hearts. All right.
There's some dampener hunters.
So
I do not believe in them.
So we've got Tolva on map choice from Eddie Murphy Fan Club, who we saw not do so hot in the first series, but they're doing way better now. And Avigod has been the target of choice. Do you think? Is he running the Displacer Beast? Do you think that would be a good choice? He's actually using Renewal again.
No, he's still using that because I feel like he's gonna get they're gonna get uptime on him no matter what, right? So I think having the Renewal is probably the best. I mean, maybe I could be wrong. I think on this map, Displacer could be good. On smaller maps, probably doesn't really matter too much, right? Because the Marks and Hunters always can range it. Oh, instead they're gonna go into Abolished on this map, so I'm not sure why the strat's always changing, but I mean, maybe they're just always trying to catch him off guard. Nope. Looks like they're swapping onto Avigod. He's going to silence on him out of that binding shot, getting some pressure onto him. He's going to immediately go into bear form, this thing at 80% HP, and now there's a scatter going onto Abolish, getting a trap onto him. Oh, they hit him initially to get the Earth Shield on him. That was actually really smart. So now Avigod has no Earth Shield for that entire CC chain. So now there's a lot of pressure going into Avigod. Now Abolish does swap the Earth Shield onto him, and I mean, I actually like that. It was stolen clone too by Nixie onto Avigod, getting him clone. I mean, these are some good plays here, and then an asphyxiate right out of the clone, trying to keep him pressured as much as they can. They already forced that Renewal and Barkskin from Avigod, so it looks like ABC is in such a good position right here. I mean, they used all their cooldowns, but still getting so much from Abolish's team.
Yep. Avigod's still in trouble, though, down to 40%. Abolish caught into a trap. He needs to get into bear form. He needs to hug that bear button for the rest of his life here. Abolish coming out of the fear. Avigod silenced, not able to really follow up any counter pressure, down to 30%. Abolish uses that Earthen Shield Totem. Avigod looks for a clone. He fake casts the Mind Freeze, looking for another clone. Gets the clone over onto the Hunter, unable to Dark Sim that. The Priest just spamming out Shadow Mends, but he gets caught in a fear. He's out in the middle of the map. He premonitioned the fear, so he breaks himself out, actually. So his team's going to be completely fine. Now caught into a half fear. Cyclone over on the Death Knight. Avigod should be all right as he's setting up that full moon, the barrier to try and preempt it, but they don't actually go for it. They bash the Hunter anyway. They might just kill him through it. The Priest desperately trying to pick him back up. He gets cloned up at low HP. If they can queue a full moon out of that, he steals the clone, clones Avigod, forces his trinket actually. They scatter the Moonkin. They make the swap to the Shaman. The Shaman down to 30%. Trades out the Astral Shift, forced the Spirit Link as well. Nice swap from ABC. I'd like to see more of those going into this match if they want to bring back this series.
He used the full moon too, and the Hunter survival tactic did it. Is that how I say that? And I mean, just completely avoids the damage. So I mean, that's still really good, making him at least waste that entire full moon completely. So now he won't have that to just spam recast that. Now there's a full fear onto Abolish. The pressure is going back onto Avigod. I mean, the only cooldown they have left from Abolish is that Ascendance, which he's been holding on to for quite some time, but the pressure is still really high onto him. They do use that scatter, and as soon as they get out of that scatter, it looks like they're pressuring Abolish. He does use that Earthing Shield there, so they're going to try to get some damage through that. Maybe go back onto Avigod. Nope, they're going to use the trap onto Avigod. Stay onto Abolish that Earthing Shield. Get him to 10% HP. He has something left. He has the Ascendance up 70%. They have the Fell Lord down, trying to just get as much pressure as they can, or sorry, counter pressure as they can, but Abolish is still low, 20% HP. Big Necker stacks here. If he gets kicked here, he's pretty much going to die. He gets scattered on the heal, very low. They do get the kick on too. Fearing his heals, but he's going to end up topping himself off, and now there's a stolen clone onto Avigod. I mean, maybe they're going to go back onto him, back onto the Boomkin out of that, since they just used everything there on Abolished and didn't really get too much, or they'll just stay on him since he has no cooldown stuff. It's really hard to say, but the Mark Shot is back, the True Shot's back, and so much damage onto Abolished. They grip on the Spirit Walker's Grace, still keeping up all that damage onto him. He's trying to cast these heals. He does have the Calming Waters up, so not going to be able to get interrupted too much, but still, I mean, it feels like it's very hard for him to keep himself topped off versus this PhD team.
I mean, he's running circles now. He seems pretty comfortable. I think they need to swap targets. They fear Abolish. They're switching to Avigod. They bindy shot Abolish. They need to land a trap. They DR stun him. Avigod trying to clone. They land the trap, but the Death Knight got Cyclone. That's going to deny the pressure, unfortunately for them. Stun over onto the Hunter. The Hunter trinkets out of that. He doesn't want to get bursted down. Silences the Boomkin to deny the pressure. They got Barskin. They've got Earthshield. I like these swaps off Earthshield. Abolish falls behind. They could win on mana if they just constantly switch back and forth over and over. Abolish gets Mind Frozen on the heal, down to 29%, trades out that Astral Shift. Not on the next heal, goes for another one, connects that heal onto himself. He will recover. I'd really like to see them swap off. He gets feared on this Celestial Alignment. He's trying to get the full moon. He gets trapped on it, goes for it again. The Hunter's pen is actually dead. He's trying to run it, but he gets rooted. That full moon could just end the Hunter's life again if he's able to get it off. He goes for the full moon, lines it up, gets a bursting shot. Good shutdown from the Hunter, protecting himself there from that deadly Celestial Alignment full moon combo. Abolish seems to be all right. Reposition behind the pillar, swaps the Earth Shield to the Boomkin. I really want to see them just constantly swap if they can. I feel like they could actually win on mana.
Yeah, I like that. So what they did that entire time is they just wanted to CC the entire Celestial Alignment, and then they just swapped back to the Boomkin, and then they're just going back and forth. Every time they have the Earth Shield, it seems like it's very hard for Abolish to keep himself topped off because that they have an asphyxiate onto him, using the crows onto Abolish. Full Moon comes out onto Kara, I believe, and didn't really do too much damage there. So I guess very weak Full Moon, maybe didn't get good RNG with the Skyfarer or something similar to that, but Abolish is going to keep himself topped off here. They do have that True Shot and the Gargoyle coming up in about a minute, so I mean that's going to be very scary damage. They have to be really careful. They do have the Link coming back up, but again, Abolish is playing that Relentless, so I mean, if he just gets like DR stunned or he gets interrupted into a full stun, he could just die before he gets that Link off, especially with him being at 30% HP here. 20% HP, probably has to use his Link. Is that, oh, there we go. There's the Link, and they don't even use the True Shot yet, so I feel like this is going to be super scary for Abolish eventually. Using the trap onto Fiddy instead, and it looks like the damage is also going on to Avigad a little bit, or maybe he's just getting cleaved down and he's at 80% HP. But now Abolish caught in that full asphyxiate, trying to cast a heal here. Does get DR nod there. Hunter uses the Spider Sting onto Abolished there, just doesn't get him to use that silence, but still getting a lot of damage onto Abolished.
Oh, full moon attempt from Avigad. If he gets this full moon off onto the Hunter, it could be at the end of his life. They're trying to line it up. The Priest has no mana left. Everyone is in Starfall. Everyone is in dying. They're on their last legs. They need to find the kill. They pop the True Shot. They go for the Wind Burst. They grip him out of the Fell Lord. He jumps back in. He overjumps it. The Hunter right in his face. Aim shot after aim shot. Abolish answers, but he's got no mana. The Priest down at 20% needs to get out of line of sight. He's doing whatever he can to hang on. They're trying to pull off the victory. They need to stop these heals. They mind freeze the Healing Surge. They need to put the Scatter. They need to put everything into this, or he's going to top himself back off. The Hunter gets stunned. He trinkets out. He's desperately chasing them down. They fear the Boomkin, but the Hunter's at 4%. Powered Shield, last line. Will he be able to hang on? Abolish gates away, and with that gateway gust of wind, the Death Knight team has to be saying there's no way we can cross the map. If we go into midfield right now, we're just going to fall. They're just caught in the corner. They can't get away. They swap back to the Boomkin in desperation to get a kill there. He barkskins. Will that be enough? 19% caught in bear from the swap. Might find them victory. They switch the Earth Shield over. Abolish has no mana, but they connect the damage, and the Hunter falls. ABC playing it out valiantly to the bitter end, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, they almost managed to turn on Avigad at the end there, but unfortunately, that's going to be ABC eliminated from the competition. I mean, 3-1 in favor of Eddie Murphy Fan Club. They definitely earned that one as well.
Yeah, Kara was so close to living. I think he might have missed the survival tactics on the full moon because he got the full moon off and then he used the feign death. But I think the damage went through because he used it too late. So, if he was able to do that, they probably could have stayed a little bit more offensive because just getting him chunked down at that point when the Priest is it's just too much to deal with. I feel like. Yeah.
Yep, anyways, let's have a little look over at the brackets then. That is going to be our first team being eliminated, guys. ABC, the defending champions, unfortunately, being the first to bite the dust in our lower bracket. As we can see here, it should be updating momentarily. And we have one more series for you guys today, which is going to be PogChamp Gaming versus the boys. I know a lot of people in chat have been spamming Ratapai. And we'll see if we can get a flute reaction to that momentarily. Ratapai. There we go. Beautiful. I think I counted 3 though. I don't know. The Ratapai theme song, exactly. We can see there is going to be Eddie Murphy Fan Club advancing to fight Boomkin or Lose tomorrow. I think that will be our first series, so definitely stay tuned for that one. Then that's going to be at the same time as today, so 7 p.m. CET, unless you're American. If you're American, it will be 1 hour earlier because Europe goes through its daylight savings tomorrow night. Or tonight, rather, actually. But PogChamp Gaming versus the boys is going to be our next series. So it's going to be, of course, the RMP going up against PogChamp Gaming, who we saw... Who did they lose to, actually? So that was Boomkin or Lose, I think. Ooh. So...
I have an Alliance t-shirt on.
You have an Alliance t-shirt on? I have a Legion t-shirt on, actually.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
I play on the Alliance. Dog. I am loyal to the Alliance and to the King. To the King, dude.
The King?
Oh,
you're the King? Oh, you're for the King?
Yeah.
Ew.
You hating on my boy, dude.
Ugh.
Enjoy your non-night
Okay.
weird life.
I'm getting a request from Radipi right now, Sid. Would Supatease flute for us if we called our team the Flute next time? Or imagine if they called their
fluting
BlizzCon
for them
team the
already,
Flute
what?
after you. I'm assuming these guys are going to stick around
Literally,
for
I
that.
only play the flute when you say Ratapod.
Oh, okay, so you wouldn't?
Well,
It
you
would have to
said
be
it, though.
Radipi, right?
Yeah, I don't
It's for
count,
me.
I'm not
I
important.
get it, yeah, exactly. It's a personal privilege. Healingstat privilege. Yeah, so we're waiting for the teams. I mean, we're expecting the RMP to come out of the boys, right? So what do you think the answer's most likely going to be coming out of PogChamp Gaming? What comp did we see them running last time, actually? They ran the... Oh, they played MLD for a little bit, right? Dre was on Mage. And then we also saw WLD from them as well. And I think we also saw
No,
Black
they
Alpha
played-
come out on
yeah,
Elemental.
WLD.
So yeah, they've got a few compositions available. What do you think would be best against the Rogue Mage Priest?
I feel
probably?
against a rogue mage. I think that playing probably like the demo Ellie that they had could be good, or maybe just playing. I wonder how the Frost Duster does versus that. I mean, I'm kind of curious. I don't know how it does.
I feel like Dre played that knowing it was kind of a counter matchup as opposed to something he would
confidence in
do
playing
very
it.
often. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I wonder, how do you think something like Demo Warrior would be actually? Like Demo Warrior Druid or something really tanky.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you want versus to beat rogue mage. You want to be tanky and you want to be disruptive. So
yeah,
as long as you have that, that's probably the best thing. So I mean, that's the ideal, I suppose, or something that could potentially outcleave them. But I don't think they really have anything that can cleave them down. Like maybe a 100 cleave RMP or something similar to that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they come up with. I just want to, of course, one last time, this is going to be our last series of the day, guys, so I want to give us one more shout out to our Matcherino before we do get into the last series. So we have a little look over at it right now. And we've got to over $500, which is absolutely awesome for the prize pool. We do have our stretch calls, of course, the winner's interview at 700, and then Dilly's grand final breakdown at 1000. And then if by some act of God we made it to the 1500, we had a very interesting suggestion from Rich yesterday, which would be that if we can make it to 1500, of course this is just for the prize pool for the event, then Rich and Sid will do battle in something that I can only imagine Sid will win, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. So the one thing that I would ask anyone to do, since it is absolutely free, courtesy of our sponsors Matcherino for this event, is go over, log in via your Twitch page, press the donate button and type in the code GCDTV3. If you type in that code, it will donate $1 for free to the prize pool. So please do go ahead and do that, and we can see a number of people have already done that. Lots of notes. Dilly dates old women's. Thank you very much for that one. Chairlifts, keep it up, lads, etc. Very, very nice. Thank you very much for all the support so far, and it's absolutely awesome that we get that. Yes, you have to go through these notes, Dilly, and see what the people say. But it looks like we should be ready to get into our game. This is our last series of the day, as I was saying. It's going to be Nagran Arena for our blind pick.
What is that?
What? I told you, they play Turbo. That's actually their main comp.
No, the double mage.
No, I was not
Oh, wait,
expecting
what?
Turbo.
It didn't load for me. Oh my goodness, they're actually playing double mage. Okay, right.
Two mages?
Let me
Someone say
see.
2 mages?
2 mages?
Let me see. Maybe I can slash reload it. I hope so, because having 2 mages on the team is quite... Alright, let's see.
Yeah, you can one-shot one mage, but then the other mage one-shots you.
Ooh, did it work?
You can make them leave and redo it.
I think maybe I can get it to work. Let's try one more time.
Double mage. I feel like his turbo cleave's instantly dead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, unfortunately, we'll have to live without our second mage, but they are running double mage. Toxelino is the 4th member of their roster, actually, so I guess
whistling
they
a
have to...
Hogwarts song. Alright, looks like they're going to fear up Lizzie and immediately go after him with the Bloodlust Doom Winds. Lizzie in a bit of trouble, pain suppressions, trying to stay alive. He pops the Dark Archangel for a reverse kill, double frozen orb, just rotating around like Beyblades. These ice slices are flying!
Oh!
Damage! The boys take him down! Double mage, double trouble.
Those,
number 1.
what were those even bolts? That was, I must have been toxic. What did the other mage have for? I didn't see on my thing.
Dude, the Harry Potter things, I'm telling you, Voldemort came out, Avada Kedavra.
Oh goodness.
Slav the Warrior.
Oh wow. that is the power of double frost mage, I guess.
Exactly.
I don't think Shrey saw that coming. Like he even has reflect. Like maybe they baited it out or something at the start of that one, but that was absolutely bonkers damage. I cannot believe that he died that quickly. What on earth was that?
Is it the Dark Archangel double orb?
Yeah, actually, I bet it was. Dark Archangel must have been what happened there, right?
Well, double orb. I mean, a Frost Mage alone could almost kill someone with like, I feel like Dark Archangel, right? And then you have 2 Frost Mages with both of them popping Icy Veins, both of them with orbs down, and both of them getting even bolts off. I mean, that's some super scary damage, so that you could just kill through every defensive cooldown. I mean, he didn't have enough time to even get the life cocoon on his warrior. Like, the monk ended up life cocooning himself. That's how fast he died.
Yeah, I don't know. That was I don't really have words for that. I guess everyone in chat was waiting so long for Radapai that they stored up so much energy for him that he just became a god for that game. Like his team and
You're
him,
saying for that
just
game,
the boys.
as in he wasn't already.
We don't know beyond that, but the boys, they just like everything must have aligned perfectly there for that to happen. The double frozen orb, the Dark Archangel, all these things. I don't know.
I mean, that was probably overkill. I actually think because they just got all those casts off, like, if he actually did get the cocoon, they probably would have broken through it and killed him.
Did no one clip that? Literally no one in chat clipped that? You
I
guys
don't know if people, could have clipped that.
Yeah, where's the Windows 10 DVR replay? Like, that's what we need. That's my favorite. I actually love those.
Yeah,
I don't get that, by the way.
How do you get Windows 10 game DVR replay?
Yeah, because I have Windows 10, but
I ain't sponsored no more. I don't know.
Well, I actually want it. I mean, that was the sickest thing.
Okay, we might have a replay that we can link here. Courtesy of one of our fantastic viewers. Let's have a look. See if we can get this one in. Okay. Let's hop over to our browser source. This is unexperimented territory. Let's see if I can do this.
Close the stuff that you don't is inappropriate. Make sure it's not there first.
Oh, it's almost. Okay. This isn't gonna work out perfectly, is it? That's very unfortunate. Maybe I can probably edit it in the meantime. Talk about something. I'll be cool. I'll figure this out.
Talk about something. Okay, what are you gonna get at Chipotle, Dilly?
No, something not food. Something like nice.
I got Ruffles right now if you want some, Sid.
Wait, what do you have?
Ruffles.
Are those chips?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had
Okay, I got it.
Oh,
okay.
Wait, you put me on camera? I thought you were on the...
I was on the camera. Okay, I got it. Let's watch this. Let's see. Oh, we need to mute it. Okay. So, how quickly did Zray die? Because it's the Turbo who popped the cooldowns here, right? They pop their Bloodlust, and they're getting Lizzie so low. Okay, let's pause here. We can see Even Bolt being casted on Pacifier, Even Bolt being casted on Toxicity. Let's see how quickly they one-shot Zray. He's 80% right now, guys. Oh my. He even rallies. He actually even rallies. He uses every defensive. Oh no. He just had to get the reflect off, I guess. It's too bad.
He got sent to the shadow realm.
He really did.
Died through the rally, died through the retail. See, the thing is, if he actually cocoon, I actually think he would have still died through the cocoon anyways because of how much damage they still had left. Like, I'm pretty sure they still had enough ice lances to just keep pushing through with both those orbs down. So, I mean, just the Dark Angel burst that they have is actually really scary. I don't really know what they do about that except for just stopping one of the mages on that at least. Because if both of them get the...
He needs to save Reflect, right? The warrior. Like, he needs to respect that. I'm sure he will next time.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing is, too, is they went really offensive onto the Priest, which actually is probably the incorrect move. Like, it seems like, okay, yeah, well, we could burst the Priest down really fast, but leaving him alone actually, if it puts them in such a bad position, because then both the mages can just recast that. So I think if they just tunnel one of the mages, they'll probably have a lot better time of just breaking up that Even Bolt combo, because, I mean, if one mage gets off an Even Bolt, they'll be fine. It's just, when both of them get it at the same time with Dark Archangel down in both orbs and Icy Veins, there's no way you're going to live.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's the thing. Like, with this Frost Mage spec, Icy Veins is a 3-minute cooldown. It's one of the longest cooldowns in the game, and both of them pop them the exact same time. I mean, imagine if it was 2 Pharaohs popping in card. You'd scream and shout about that. It's really disrespectful to not anticipate
Well,
the damage
you
coming
know-
out from the mage
Wow,
side.
you're calling him disrespect, but I mean they used every defensive cooldown.
I guess.
I
All
played
right.
Yeah,
double Boomkin and popped double Full Moon.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you'll
yeah.
just-
It's yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm the fool because I died to double
Yeah.
Boomkin a lot of times yesterday.
you will simply just die. Like the thing is, like you can't use the defensive cooldown into that damage. You have to just interrupt that damage. Like,
Yeah.
that's the kind of
Well,
play.
then again,
It's
if
not
he
using-
did pre-parry, and I think he would have been okay, right? Don't you think? Maybe not.
No.
Maybe you're right.
No. The thing is, like, there's just so much damage. Like, I mean, that was really overkill. Like, they still had so much time in that orb. Like, it was just Icy Veins, get the even bolt off, and then the orb, and he just died like before they got all that Ice Lance flurry spam going on. So I actually think that even if they didn't use anything, like he was just dead at that point.
Yeah.
Which is why they just have to just stop like both the mages on that Icy Veins. Just stop one of them. Use a Warrior Fear when they pop an Icy Vein. Just use something and just hold it instead of just immediately going aggressive.
All right, looks like boys are actually going to swap back to the rogue Bubs. Maybe they were just trying to take that surprise victory, which they definitely succeeded in, and now
Yeah,
they're just
there's no
game
way
up in the
that's
series.
Maybe they don't want their comp nerfed.
Well, there's a patch in a few
Ratify?
days. I don't know.
Ratify doesn't have Dark Angel, and now I'm just sad. I wanted the Dark Archangel.
Does he not?
No, he has probably messed up his talents, but someone should tell him. He's just going for these cheeky MCs in the beginning and just going to get that Voodoo Totem on him immediately, but he's just going to walk out. So they're going to use that Temporal Shield. Gets a pre-temp on that full Storm Bolt and the Sharpened Blade on him. So I think that's a really good usage of that Temporal Shield. Now they have full Kidney onto Ryu on him. I don't think they're going to be able to get any follow-up though, so instead they just use the full blind. Instead, Pacifier probably going to go for that full sheep. Not going to be able to get it though, as he's getting damage. Has a block from the Heroism damage. Bugs does not end up being able to get that staff off of the blind either. So, I mean, all that CC they used for that setup just was not able to get follow-up just because of that very strong pressure from this Turbo Cleave. And already Bugs having to use his evasion, and they haven't even used their second avatar basically. So I mean, next time they get a setup, I feel like he's going to be in so much trouble.
Ooh, but they're getting a clean setup here on Zray with that Polymorph on Ryo into the full fear. Zray now down to half, but Pacifier's Stormbolted. He life grips him away from the Stormbolt. Zray heroic leaps after him. Both the Mage and the Warrior in a bit of trouble, but no CC on the Mistweaver should allow him to pick the Warrior back up here very shortly. Polymorph spam onto the Enhance, trying to buy the Mage a little bit of time. He's lining up an Ebon Bolt, gets knocked away by the Enhancement Shaman. They need to break up that Ebon Bolt, make sure that it doesn't go off. He's trying to get a Blizzard to reset his Frozen Orb. Maybe even line up a Polymorph on the Mistweaver, but the Mistweaver on the pillar, it's going to be rough. He blinks away, Frostbolt spamming away onto the Enhancement Shaman as they swap back to him. Mana definitely not in favor of Lizzie. There's the Stormbolt. They could pop the combo. Doom Winds comes out over onto Pacifier. Both the Rogue and the Mage getting destroyed with that Sharpened Blade down to 20%. Pacifier blinks away. Lizzie spam heals them back to full. Nice heals from Lizzie to deal with that pressure.
And there's another Kidney onto Ryu, but it just seems so hard for Pacifier to get these sheeps on him. I mean, he has this Orc Relentless, which is just making it so all these Kidneys are super short onto him, and on top of that, he has a Warrior and an Enhanced Shaman training him. He has no time to cast these, especially on this map with Downright Sewers, which is constantly able to port behind it, and he's just struggling this entire game to be able to get anything done. So, the Cerulean is doing a really good job at kind of putting them behind in this game, which is why I really think that first game giving them that advantage of just having that double mage gift will put them ahead in this series, because this seems very scary for them and very hard for them to do anything. They have another full Kidney into a blind, and I mean, he is going for the sheep. He is so far away from the melee though that he will be able to get that, and now they're setting up to Zray, getting him to 40% HP. Pacifier's trying to do as much damage as he possibly can, goes for the resheep, does get it. Zray's at 14% HP. They still have the Cocoon available, but he's at 4%, 1% HP.
Yeah, it seems like the Shaman might have DC'd, unfortunately, at the end of that one. But I mean, fair play. Yep.
Method way.
They win.
Yep. I mean, there's no rule
Nah, he
against
didn't
it. So.
DC. He was just an RMP CC still, right? Sid?
Maybe.
He was just
He was standing
Yeah.
there, but I mean, well, we'll have to see what exactly did transpire there. I think the result most likely will stand though, boys. 2-0 up in the series. They definitely have every right to play it out like that. And I mean, we've waited all this time for Lizzie, and now they're looking very strong in this series. We'll just have to get a little bit of clarification on that one. But I mean, two slightly unorthodox games so far coming out. What do you think could happen? One thing I did want to say, and I stand by this from how that game was going. I don't know if Frost is the best spec. I wonder if Fire would be better. What do you think?
Yeah, Fire has to be better, because Frost you can get interrupted so much, but I mean, it seems like he really prefers playing Frost. Like, a lot of their playstyle just really seems like they like getting these like big bursty kills on people. But yeah, I think that it could be better, but maybe not. I mean, Fire will have a lot more consistent pressure, but maybe they just won't have the damage to get the kill in the setup. And with Frost, they probably open up those opportunities to win the game for them more often. Like, there's probably the potential too on a different map to swap onto the Mistweaver Monk, right, with the Orb or for an even bullet and get a kill on him. Because I mean, I've even seen some of the NA RMPs do that versus Turbos. Laugh at me because I say NA. Okay.
No. So, someone in chat said maybe we gave Radify a bit too much energy. Yeah. No, but it's absolutely right that if a DC does occur once the gates open, then the rule is, of course, that the result will stand as long as the teams agree to it. So that's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Radipai's boys for this series so far, and we'll have to see if we can get the team back in. They do have the third member available to them if it is anything slightly more serious. So, should that be a problem, then I think they should be able to still compete with that. But of course, being 2-0 down in the series is far from ideal. And we'll have to see what's happening with that, whether they can come up with a solution for it. Rip indeed.
It's the end of the world as we know it, but we'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm just having some conversations right now to see what's going to happen with this team. We will wait. Of course, this is potentially our last game of the day, guys. We've been at it for quite a while now, and I was talking to some of the teams like Abolished, and he was messaging me that his team, in the meantime, whilst the tournament was happening, they managed to push all the way up to rank 1 on their team, on the ladder, whilst practicing. So that's pretty cool. But I guess it's kind of a tiring day of arena. Maybe that's just the standard day for the WoW player, you know? You start your tournament 5 hours ago or so, and then you play ladder for 3.5 hours after losing 3-0, and then you're just gods and you just slay the defending champions. Is that the standard day, would you say?
Yeah, sure it is.
But yeah. The result will stand, guys, so it's going to be 2-0 to the boys. We're just waiting to see what the composition lock-in is going to be from PogChamp Gaming, how they are going to play this one out, because of course Radipai is very much ahead in this series right now. Beautiful. Can we get a round of clappers in the chat, please?
A round of clappers.
Oh. In the chat.
Awkward silence. I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'll go sit in my corner.
We wouldn't be able to see if you're sitting in your corner because you're just staring at me. You're just staring lovingly into my eyes.
Yeah, well, okay, what? No. That's not what that is.
No? Oh, I don't know how that looked on camera, but it might have looked kind of awkward. Here, hey, we're going to be casting together in real life soon, maybe. Ooh.
Maybe.
Ooh.
I don't know. After all of this awkward harassment.
I haven't heard.
Wait, no! You can't back out of this. We've been doing well together. I mean, what can I say? I mean.
The way you're saying that makes it so much worse than what you're actually saying.
You think so? I don't know. You haven't been watching the stream if you think that. Sup, Woody Allen.
I give you some of these chips, Sid.
Okay. Pass them through the monitor. Yeah. I promise I'm reaching.
No, I'm saying if we were out of land, I'd give you some, man. Sure. Sharing is caring.
That's true. Actually, I remember when we were at Starladder last year, it was kind of difficult because the people who offered the food didn't necessarily speak the most English. So we had a good dialect going on, but it extended to pretty much burgers, fries, and M&Ms. So I had so many M&Ms whilst I was in Ukraine last year. Good golly, it was amazing. I spilled M&Ms over myself once as well. That was pretty awkward. Did you see that, Sid? I can't remember. Were you there when that happened? You might have been.
What?
When I dropped a bag of M&Ms and I felt really bad, so I picked them up. I tell the
Wow.
best stories.
I've seen Twitch chat drop a bag of Doritos before.
Have you? Have you ever seen them
Yeah.
drop M&Ms though? I don't know if they can drop M&Ms.
Can you? I mean, I have faith in Twitch chat. Someone's gonna come up with it.
Oh god, one of the commenters read. No, I'm not reading that out on stream. Good, yeah, good gracious.
Tune into the stream, and the first thing I hear is burgers, fries, and M&Ms.
That's perfect, dude. That's the dream. That might be my life after this stream. But yeah. Anyways, we'll have to see. So the map choice is going to be Asher Mains
Oh,
4.
there's some Doritos in the chat.
Is that?
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, I
sorry.
got my bag of Doritos.
Yeah.
Oh, but look, there's a Doritos chip emote, so you could just do the same thing, but
Oh
better.
my goodness, yeah, that's true. But they wouldn't
Except
be
the thing
dropped
is,
all
they'll be in
over.
the same direction.
That's
Yeah,
true,
they won't be in the same
right.
direction.
All right. It looks like we do have the comps locked in, guys. This is potentially the final game, although certainly we're hoping for PogChamp Gaming. They can bring out some PogChamps and start to bring this series back. Unfortunately, it looks like they are going to have to compete without their warrior for the next game, but that is not too much of a problem, of course, because they do have the great Aratros sitting on the bench waiting to shine, and that's going to mean that we're going to see Demo Lock Elemental, which we saw them run earlier in the tournament, going up against this sub Fire Disc Priest. So actually the mage has swapped over to Fire. Do you think that's going to help him against the casters? I don't know if it will. I actually wonder if I'd rather have Frost against Demo early. What do you think?
It's hard to say. Maybe he just thinks it's a lot more consistent and safe, where Frost would probably get disrupted so much versus Demo Ellie. So, I mean, I have a lot of confidence. They seem to really know what they're doing in these matchups. Like, Frost definitely has the potential to just be really gimmicky, and then after that point, you want to be picking something that's a lot more consistent, right? So, yeah, 2 games where you're able to get really high bursts from Frost. The first game, more than the last, just getting that super huge gib with the double Frost Mage, then going with the Frost sub. But now, Fire sub, I think into Demo Ellie is a pretty safe pick.
Yep.
And PogChamp really had to play this matchup well, otherwise they're just going to be completely eliminated. I mean, this is 2-0 in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, we'll have to see if
They're gonna win.
Radapai and his boys can finish off the job here, because they are 1 game away from eliminating PogChamp Gaming, who don't want to go home, of course, to make through to tomorrow. If they can reverse this 3-0, I mean, it's the Shaman, he's running Elemental, right? Yeah, so the Shaman swapped over to Ellie, back alpha.
Yeah.
And I don't know, this should be an interesting matchup, I think. I think both teams can definitely take this one.
What would happen if we did a tournament where no druids are allowed?
Well, sign me up for that one.
Well, this game doesn't have any druids. Maybe this would be the grand final.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's Fire Cutie moving in stealth. They might want to open on the Mistweaver. It looks like they're going after the Elemental Shaman for now. Ryo gets up that enveloping mist, immediately rolls across the map to try and avoid getting crowd controlled. He actually managed to avoid the polymorph long enough to come out of the stun. Thunderstorm on the follow-up polymorph. Ryo did a good job avoiding CC there, and Baka is going to stay at high health as a result.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the opener they're probably not going to be able to get too much, just because you don't really have as much burst with that Frost sub, right? But it's more of, you kind of put people behind by just getting non-stop CC setup, so I think that's why it's also really strong, just having that sub, that work relentless Mistweaver, because every time they want to get that full kidney, it makes it just so hard for them to get that CC.
Yeah, Ryo's still just cheat torpedoing away from the mage, avoiding his polymorphs as much as possible, while his Elemental Shaman counter pressures him away. Mana seems to be fairly even for now. Pacifier Cutie blinking away from that incoming burst, trying to get some more pressure, but he's the one falling on the back foot. Aristros immediately getting dispelled out. Ryo caught into that kidney shot. Pacifier Cutie tries to go for the ring, but he misses it just by a pixel. And with that missed crowd control, it means that Ryo can easily heal through this pressure.
Yeah, and it's just super hard for him to get these shoots in general. The Mistweaver is always able to stay in really safe positioning, but the thing is, the Mistweavers go almost as fast as Priest do, which is just the one nice thing in this matchup. But he's getting burst zone so hard, gets the cauterize and the ice block at the same time there, unfortunately. I mean, Pacifier is just getting disrupted so much in this entire game, and it seems like it's going to be really difficult for him to get a kill. But now they are swapping onto Ryo. They do use the Shadow Blades there from Bubs, but he's going to get Lex up full there. Still, he's going to trinket that, going to go for the half cheap shot into a triple DR cheap shot onto Ryo. He's going to have to use his Gateway, trying to kite away. Now Bubs caught into that fell over the full hex onto Pacifier, getting really low right now, using some cheaps onto Baka, and it looks like they're going to instead make a swap onto Ariatos here now that they've had Ryo get away. Oh, nope. He's going to swap him, or sheep him off. Seems
I
like
think they're
the
just gonna train the Mistweaver Monk. The Subtlety Rogue has so much mobility, he can actually keep up on him. And then
yeah, he's
just
getting bursted so
connects
hard
and
with that
takes
meteor
him
and he's
down.
dead. What? That was a kidney half tube charge. He just gets bursted down with the meteor. I mean, the boys they get crazy goes every time. Is that actually insane?
That was he
game,
just
like, they get
absolutely blew him up. He just died immediately. I guess like there's nothing he can do. He's even playing the Relentless, so I don't know. Relentless normally looks pretty good against sub-rigs, but whenever we've seen boys go up against it, they just seem to, the boys are back, I suppose.
So fast. I mean, he had his cocoon still, he just died. How can you, like, that was...
He died in cold blood. That was the
It was
highest.
almost like you would have expected him to be playing Greater Pyro.
He died in the cold blood. I'm good. Well, that's gonna be the conclusion of our bracket for today, I suppose, with the boys able to take that series 3-0. We can have a little look over at that right now. Yep. So this is going to be our brackets for tomorrow, everybody. This is how we will conclude today. We're going to say goodbye to ABC, say goodbye to PogChamp Gaming. Unfortunately, of course, they did have that slight little issue, although the series still very well played out by the boys. So good execution. They will be going up against Sleep at 10. It will be our number 1 seed against number 7 tomorrow. And interestingly, this was one of the things we were talking about yesterday during our qualifier event. You never know how these two teams are going to match up against the main bracket, because they look so good in the qualifiers, of course, but both of them have made it through to day 2, so that's pretty good, right?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the boys really have had a good showing. I mean, the first couple of games, they could have just gotten really bad matchups for them, right? Like a Balder's team. Maybe they just had difficult time going up against that Boomkin LA from Corky's team, and they played super well. And for the RMP, I mean, kind of similar thing happened, just seemed like they had really close games. Unfortunately, weren't able to win. But they're also going up against super experienced teams, and I mean, you haven't really seen these people play in that many tournaments, right? So it's like the first time playing in tournaments a lot. So I feel like it's very likely to see these teams coming up more and more, especially with the qualifiers starting very soon.
Yep, I agree. So it's definitely one thing I do want to mention, guys, before we finish, is that if you are from America tomorrow, we start 1 hour earlier. So we are starting, if you're European, don't worry, ignore what I'm saying, la 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 la. We will start at 7 p.m. European time, but because Daylight Savings is tonight, if you are an American and you want to see Minpoike versus Looney, all these exciting series tomorrow, it's going to be so much hype, so many fantastic games in day 2 of the European Spring Finals. You will have to tune in 1 hour earlier. It's going to be 1 p.m. EST or 10 a.m. Pacific. Do you guys have anything you want to say, any shout outs, anything before we head into tomorrow? Perhaps starting with Dilly.
Shout outs to shout outs.
Or any comments about today's events? Anything you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah,
these types of things. Shout outs to shout outs.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to all the people who came in and tuned in. You guys are the reason why we
You're
can
the real
do
MVP.
this. The fanboys. So thank you guys for coming out and having a good time. I hope it was a good time. I had fun. I'm sure that Dilly and Healingstat had fun as well. So the games tomorrow will be just as exciting. So thank you guys for coming out.
Yep, and Dilly?
Yeah, just I mean, I really enjoyed it. I had a good time. A lot of laughs were had.
Yep, shout out to Dilly, to Radapai as well. And shout out to both of you for coming on, of course. Yep. So thanks for bringing the analysis, and of course you will have more from me tomorrow. I of course want to give some shout outs to Toxic, who's been sitting behind the scenes the entire time with all these players, doing all the admin work, getting us all these games. So thank you so much to him. His work is always so appreciated. To Elbref as well, of course. He's our head producer, and he's going to be back on the work again tomorrow. So huge shout outs to both of them, the co-owners of GCD TV, and then also to all the people behind the add-on, Starship, Vadrek, all these guys. We couldn't even watch these games if it wasn't for them. So it's absolutely incredible that they were able to put in the work and produce such an awesome add-on. Of course, our donators, subs and viewers. I'm so sorry that we couldn't shout out all our subs and donators today, because we did have that problem with Streamlabs. I really hope that we can get that fixed as soon as possible. But yeah, I mean, like I was saying, just tune in tomorrow and maybe we can find someone cool to host. Let's have a little look. See who's streaming right now. Perhaps there's someone nice. If not, maybe we can just call it and we'll see everyone again tomorrow. But yes, I think, yeah.
I just logged on my NA account and I actually had a login queue.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. I guess everyone's getting
Yes,
excited for
yes.
the patch.
The announcement actually had a login queue. So if you're intending to play, you might want to queue yourself up.
All right. Well, I think we're just
Go
gonna.
cue yourself.
Do we want the flute to go out? That's what they're demanding. Said
Do it. Flute outro.
the flute outro.
I'm at peace.
Beautiful stuff. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 7 p.m.
Sky
CET, 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. Pacific. Don't miss it.
Thank you guys for having me.